Hello. Welcome to the 14th part of the Solo Max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that when the giant says, "Those stupid humans. They could never break down the barrier mother had made." Giant says, "Idiots. Real idiots." Other giant hits him and says, "Go make your rounds instead of slacking off here." He says, "He's always so harsh with me. There's nothing to keep an eye out for anyway." T-Bone is sneaking in. Giant sees him. And Jin-hyuk also gets there. T-Bone says, "Master, we've been caught." System says, "Resisting the barrier." He says, "All right, I was looking for one of them anyway." Giant says, "What?" Someone says, "Miram at the east. The Empire in the west. I can feel them knocking at my barrier." She says, "They continue to struggle with my barrier." Tree of Life Yggdrasil. A giant says, "Dear Yggdrasil, please do not worry. No one will be able to approach your barriers. And even if they do somehow succeed, I am the king of them, boss of the 21st floor Agrichan, king of the giants." King says, "Children of Yggdrasil, the inferior humans are currently attacking us in hopes of taking our mother away from us." How sorrowful is that? That is right. Our future is under threat. But if we, of the great blood, are all to rise up against them, we are bound to succeed. I shall ask again, my comrades, are you ready to charge into battle? A female giant says, "Your Majesty, is there really a chance of winning?" King says, "No, the enemies can do nothing but look us down and most of us will end up starving to death. But it doesn't matter. As long as Mother lives, we will survive." Yggdrasil says, "Child, why are you here?" Everyone ventured outside to protect. Jin-hyuk says, "I finally got through the barrier." "Hey, you don't actually believe that your barrier's invincible, did you?" She thinks, "Only the giants can enter here." Did he use that child as his key to get in? Even then, for a mere human to withstand the exterior barrier. System says, "The Tree of Life is activating summon. My soldiers of Paradise Lost. A human dares to enter my Paradise Lost without permission. Make him pay for this impudence." Jin-hyuk thinks Yggdrasil keeps up 2 layers of very powerful barriers. It takes a lot of power to keep both up, so she won't be able to upkeep both barriers while she activates another skill. The reason the 2 barriers are so strong is if the exterior one is broken, she can activate the interior one for a double barrier. But that also means that when there is threat acting upon both barriers, Jin-hyuk activates the element of fire. He thinks she has to deactivate one of them. He says, "Make your choice, Yggdrasil." Jin-hyuk says, "Will you let the fortress walls down?" Jin-hyuk says, "Or will you die by my hand here?" She thinks, "Who is this insane human?" She says, "The Holy Empire underground graveyard catacombs. Twins are fighting," she says. "I thought this was the Holy Empire? Why are there so many undeads?" "I don't know. At least it's keeping us busy. The corpses of the holy knights buried here became undead soldiers. This is definitely not normal." Jin-hyuk receives the call from Teresa. She says, "As you said, there are some irregularities." She says, "Jin-hyuk, are you okay?" He says, "I'm okay. You can keep talking." She says, "Undead soldiers are appearing in the catacombs of the Holy Empire. It's as if the divine power that had been protecting this place is gone." Jin-hyuk says, "Get rid of all of the undead there and summon all of the holy knights. The demonic humans have already passed through the catacombs. They're faster than I imagined." The video call ends. One of the twins says, "Are you good?" What did he say? She thinks if Jin-hyuk reacted like that, it must mean that something really bad is happening. One of the undead attack him from behind. She grabs it from its neck and she says, "Change of plans. I'm going to absorb all of the demonic energy here. All of you, get out." Tree of Life is fighting against Jin-hyuk. She thinks, this invader baster is strong. The Tree of Life insect soldiers won't do. Agrichan, there is an invader in Paradise Lost. Come to me. If I don't turn on the inner barrier, my white jade might be in danger. King thinks, white jade. The essence of holding a mother's power. We cannot have that taken away. But if Mother deactivates the barrier here, the Empire and Miram bastards will all come crowding in. He says, "I will try to resolve this, Mother." East of the Giants' Fortress Miram Force. 3rd group charge. I don't want to die. They are able to get in and says, "Wait, what?" Nothing happened. I think the barrier is gone. I don't know what happened, but it seems like this is our chance. Show what you've learned. Chun rushed inside really fast, they say, Sword Saint. Chun Yu-sung. Miram Forces says, charge forward. The barrier is done. Giants are really surprised and says, I can't believe it. Mother's barrier is down. Chun Yu-sung gets inside and activates the soul-chasing sword. He attacks a lot of giants at once. Beck gets there and says, giants are known to withstand even the Aura Blade, but you did it pretty easily. You've improved quite a bit. Sword Saint. He thinks the castle walls should be taken over pretty quickly since the barrier is down. I assume it's the same for the Empire's side too. It can't be a coincidence that the barrier is gone. It's definitely him who did this. What the hell are you doing in there? Kong Jinhyuk. Yggdrasil activates the inner barrier. System says, gravity's effects will be increased tenfold. The coefficient of mana will be increased 4 times. Efficiency of movement will be decreased by 80%. The sense will be distorted. Stamina will decrease by 3 per second. Jinhyuk thinks, even my barrier can't nullify all these curses. In the end, T-Bone says, Master. Jinhyuk says, it's okay. He says, Yggdrasil, do you really think you can stop with just this? She says, you may be strong, but this is my territory. Unless you are a child born with the blessing of my white jade, you cannot survive this. Jinhyuk says, I already had an idea that your inner barrier's really strong. But now that you've activated this to protect yourself, I'm sure you children are being massacred outside. Are you fine with that? She says, it hurts hard, but I have no other choice. It'll be worth it if I can eliminate you. Jinhyuk smiles and says, is that so? You said that no living creature can survive here unless they're your child. Are you sure about that? She says, I am the tree of life, Yggdrasil. All life within my territory falls under my authority. I like that answer. Jinhyuk activates Judgment of Anubis. System says, reduces the subject's state by 50% and restricts their usage of skills and unique ability for 1 minute. She thinks, what? My power suddenly. He says, a living being can never be free from your curses. That's why I brought him. Since he's already dead. System says, choosing T-Bone as the fighter. T-Bone is now a Grand Death Knight. T-Bone says, I can feel the power surging through me, Master. He says, T-Bone. Her body holds this thing called the White Jade. He says, yes. Jinhyuk says, what do you mean, yes? Go get it. T-Bone attacks her. She says, stop that thing. The curse won't work. He knew this would happen. T-Bone easily destroys her and grabs the White Jade. He says, I'll be as fast as possible, ma'am. T-Bone says, just stay still for a bit. King of Giants gets there and hits T-Bone. He says, mother now. She activates the outer barrier. Mira member says, slay all the giants and bring down the fortress. Everyone suddenly is unable to move. Giant says, mother has blessed us again with her divine love. Attack. We see Jinhyuk, he says, the inner barrier is gone. That must mean she reactivated it the moment Agrichan got here. But changing the barriers consumes a lot of energy. She won't be able to reactivate the inner barrier for a while. Is she that confident in Agrichan? Does she really think he can win against me without the inner barrier? He activates Eye of Gluttony. We see the full detail of Agrichan. Age, 133 years. Level, 80. STR, 30. DX, 48. STA, 75. Magic, 7. Stat points possessed, 0. Skills. He has many skills. Description. Orachun believes that Yggdrasil's giants should dominate the world. If you promise him the continuation of his kind, the possibility of a special reward dropping will be increased. Copy conditions. Giants worship strength and physical allure. Overpower him without using a weapon. You will then be able to copy one of his skills. T-Bone says, Master, I will avenge. Jinhyuk says, no. He's mine, T-Bone. Someone says, Mirim and the Empire have both entered the gates. It seems like they're being overwhelmed by the barrier. We see some masked men doing something. Someone asks a masked man, how are the ritual preparations going? He replies, we're finished here. The secret room on the 15th floor is not open yet. However, all 4 holy relics from the 21st floor are here with me. That person is a demonic human, he says. It's a shame that we had to change the plan, but there isn't anything we can do about that. Masked Man asks him, what shall we do about the giant's fortress? He replies, leave it be. It will be meaningless in the end. regardless of whoever takes the fortress. The 14th part of the solo max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my channel members for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 14th part of the solo max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that when the giant says, "Those stupid humans. They could never break down the barrier mother had made." Giant says, "Idiots. Real idiots." Other giant hits him and says, "Go make your rounds instead of slacking off here." He says, "He's always so harsh with me. There's nothing to keep an eye out for anyway." T-Bone is sneaking in. Giant sees him. And Jin-hyuk also gets there. T-Bone says, "Master, we've been caught." System says, "Resisting the barrier." He says, "All right, I was looking for one of them anyway." Giant says, "What?" Someone says, "Mirim at the east. The Empire in the west. I can feel them knocking at my barrier." She says, "They continue to struggle with my barrier." Tree of Life Yggdrasil. A giant says, "Dear Yggdrasil, please do not worry. No one will be able to approach your barriers. And even if they do somehow succeed, I am the king of them. Boss of the 21st floor Agrichan, king of the giants." King says, "Children of Yggdrasil, the inferior humans are currently attacking us in hopes of taking our mother away from us." How sorrowful is that? That is right. Our future is under threat. But if we, of the great blood, are all to rise up against them, we are bound to succeed. I shall ask again, my comrades, are you ready to charge into battle? A female giant says, "Your Majesty, is there really a chance of winning?" King says, "No, the enemies can do nothing but look us down and most of us will end up starving to death. But it doesn't matter. As long as Mother lives, we will survive." Yggdrasil says, "Child, why are you here?" Everyone ventured outside to protect. Jin-hyuk says, "I finally got through the barrier." Hey, you don't actually believe that your barrier's invincible, did you? She thinks only the giants can enter here. Did he use that child as his key to get in? Even then, for a mere human to withstand the exterior barrier. System says, "The Tree of Life is activating summon. My soldiers of paradise lost." A human dares to enter my paradise lost without permission. Make him pay for this impudence. Jin-hyuk thinks Yggdrasil keeps up 2 layers of very powerful barriers. It takes a lot of power to keep both up, so she won't be able to upkeep both barriers while she activates another skill. The reason the 2 barriers are so strong is if the exterior one is broken. She can activate the interior one for a double barrier. But that also means that when there is threat acting upon both barriers, Jin-hyuk activates the element of fire. He thinks she has to deactivate one of them. He says, "Make your choice, Yggdrasil." Jin-hyuk says, "Will you let the fortress walls down?" Jin-hyuk says, "Or will you die by my hand here?" She thinks, who is this insane human? She says, "The Holy Empire underground graveyard catacombs. Twins are fighting," she says. "I thought this was the Holy Empire? Why are there so many undeads?" "I don't know. At least it's keeping us busy." The corpses of the holy knights buried here became undead soldiers. This is definitely not normal. Jin-hyuk receives the call from Teresa. She says, "As you said, there are some irregularities." She says, "Jin-hyuk, are you okay?" He says, "I'm okay. You can keep talking." She says, "Undead soldiers are appearing in the catacombs of the Holy Empire. It's as if the divine power that had been protecting this place is gone." Jin-hyuk says, "Get rid of all of the undead there and summon all of the holy knights. The demonic humans have already passed through the catacombs. They're faster than I imagined." The video call ends. One of the twins says, "Are you good?" What did he say? She thinks if Jin-hyuk reacted like that, it must mean that something really bad is happening. One of the undead attack him from behind. She grabs it from its neck and she says, "Change of plans. I'm going to absorb all of the demonic energy here. All of you, get out." Tree of Life is fighting against Jin-hyuk. She thinks this invader baster is strong. The Tree of Life insect soldiers won't do. Agrichan, there is an invader in Paradise Lost. Come to me. If I don't turn on the inner barrier, my white jade might be in danger. King thinks, white jade. The essence of holding a mother's power. We cannot have that taken away. But if Mother deactivates the barrier here, the Empire and Murim bastards will all come crowding in. He says, I will try to resolve this, Mother. East of the Giants' Fortress Murim Force. Third group charge. I don't want to die. They are able to get in and says, wait, what? Nothing happened. I think the barrier is gone. I don't know what happened, but it seems like this is our chance. Show what you've learned. Chun rushed inside really fast, they say, Sword Saint. Chun Yu-sung. Murim Forces says, charge forward. The barrier is done. Giants are really surprised and says, I can't believe it. Mother's barrier is down. Chun Yu-sung gets inside and activates the soul-chasing sword. He attacks a lot of giants at once. Beck gets there and says, giants are known to withstand even the Aura Blade, but you did it pretty easily. You've improved quite a bit. Sword Saint. He thinks the castle walls should be taken over pretty quickly since the barrier is down. I assume it's the same for the Empire's side too. It can't be a coincidence that the barrier is gone. It's definitely him who did this. What the hell are you doing in there? Kong Jinhyuk. Yggdrasil activates the inner barrier. System says, gravity's effects will be increased tenfold. The coefficient of mana will be increased 4 times. Efficiency of movement will be decreased by 80%. The sense will be distorted. Stamina will decrease by 3 per second. Jinhyuk thinks, even my barrier can't nullify all these curses. In the end, T-Bone says, Master. Jinhyuk says, it's okay. He says, Yggdrasil, do you really think you can stop with just this? She says, you may be strong, but this is my territory. Unless you are a child born with the blessing of my white jade, you cannot survive this. Jinhyuk says, I already had an idea that your inner barrier is really strong. But now that you've activated this to protect yourself, I'm sure you children are being massacred outside. Are you fine with that? She says, it hurts hard, but I have no other choice. It'll be worth it if I can eliminate you. Jinhyuk smiles and says, is that so? You said that no living creature can survive here unless they're your child. Are you sure about that? She says, I am the tree of life, Yggdrasil. All life within my territory falls under my authority. I like that answer. Jinhyuk activates Judgment of Anubis. System says, reduces the subject's state by 50% and restricts their usage of skills and unique ability for 1 minute. She thinks, what? My power suddenly. He says, a living being can never be free from you curses. That's why I brought him. Since he's already dead. System says, choosing T-Bone as the fighter. T-Bone is now a Grand Death Knight. T-Bone says, I can feel the power surging through me, Master. He says, T-Bone. Her body holds this thing called the White Jade. He says, yes. Jinhyuk says, what do you mean, yes? Go get it. T-Bone attacks her. She says, stop that thing. The curse won't work. He knew this would happen. T-Bone easily destroys her and grabs the White Jade. He says, I'll be as fast as possible, ma'am. T-Bone says, just stay still for a bit. King of Giants gets there and hits T-Bone. He says, Mother now. She activates the outer barrier. Murim member says, slay all the giants and bring down the fortress. Everyone suddenly is unable to move. Giant says, Mother has blessed us again with her divine love. Attack. We see Jinhyuk, he says. The inner barrier is gone. That must mean she reactivated it the moment Agrichan got here. But changing the barriers consumes a lot of energy. She won't be able to reactivate the inner barrier for a while. Is she that confident in Agrichan? Does she really think he can win against me without the inner barrier? He activates Eye of Gluttony. We see the full detail of Agrichan. Age, 133 years. Level, 80. STR, 30. DX, 48. STA, 75. Magic, 7. Stat points possessed, 0. Skills. He has many skills. Description. Orachun believes that Yggdrasil's giants should dominate the world. If you promise him the continuation of his kind, the possibility of a special reward dropping will be increased. Copy conditions. Giants worship strength and physical allure. Overpower him without using a weapon. You will then be able to copy one of his skills. T-Bone says, Master, I will avenge. Jinhyuk says, no. He's mine, T-Bone. Someone says, Murim and the Empire have both entered the gates. It seems like they're being overwhelmed by the barrier. We see some masked men doing something. Someone asks a masked man, how are the ritual preparations going? He replies, we're finished here. The secret room on the 15th floor is not open yet. However, all 4 holy relics from the 21st floor are here with me. That person is a demonic human, he says. It's a shame that we had to change the plan, but there isn't anything we can do about that. Maskman asks him, what shall we do about the giant's fortress? He replies, leave it be. It will be meaningless in the end, regardless of whoever takes the fortress. The 14th part of the solo max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my channel members for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 15th part of the solo max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that one of the demonic humans says, those idiots. They don't even know what's going on. You should all look forward to it. A very fun festival is about to begin. One of them dies. They say, who is it? There are some undead monsters. Wu Liang says, it's just as the liege said. There are a bunch of garbage piled here. She calls the Shadow Squad. She says, carry out the liege's orders. Shadow Squad starts to kill them and says, yes, sir. Giant King says, a human like you dare to put a hand on Mother? How arrogant. This is a sacred ground, only meant for Mother and her children. He uses the giant's ultimate strike. Jin Hyuk dodges the attack. He says, you keep saying Mother this, Mother that. I don't care about your family role-playing. Jin Hyuk punches him. He activates Colossus ultimate strike. Giant King blocks the attack. Jin Hyuk says, just one attack isn't gonna do it. Jin Hyuk again uses the giant's ultimate strike. He uses it again and again. King Giant thinks, this human. He's strong. He swings his sword and says, I admit that you're no ordinary human. But what about your friends out there? They're probably being massacred by now. Because of the barrier's effects. Are you sure it's fine to leave them alone like that? Jin Hyuk smiles and says, geez, you're worrying about my friends now? If they can't even withstand that much, then they shouldn't be my friends. Jin Hyuk activates Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor Arts and says, so worry about yourself instead. Giant coughs out blood and thinks, he punched me through my defense? Is this the Murim Bastard's technique? T-Bone attacks Yggdrasil. She says, Agrichan. T-Bone says, oops. Excuse me. Hey, I have to take that thing inside you. Jin Hyuk smiles and thinks, there are 2 ways to clear the 21st floor. First is to take Yggdrasil's White Jade. And the second is to bring down the boss who has been chosen by the White Jade. Jin Hyuk gets really excited and says, now, what will you do? Giant thinks, all of Mother's insect soldiers will get wiped out soon. The White Jade is in danger. Mother, I will use that, so please be careful. Giant puts the sword in the ground. Jin Hyuk smiles. Giant says, Agrichan, will show you how I was able to rise as the king of the giants. Despite my small stature, he activates Berserker. System says, for 60 minutes, Agrichan's attack power, speed and movement speed will be increased 30%. Yggdrasil surrounds herself with insects and says, soldiers, protect me. T-Bone says, Master, the tree is acting weird. King gets ready to use a really strong attack. He uses a Rage Cyclone. Jin Hyuk uses Moon Hiding Nails. T-Bone is really scared and says, Master. Jin Hyuk says, you're really strong. King screams. Jin Hyuk says, you've completely lost your reason. Jin Hyuk says, all right. That makes it more fun. Jin Hyuk uses Fusion on Colossus Ultimate Strike and Moon Hiding Nails. Jin Hyuk activates a 3-star barrier confinement of reality. And additionally fuse, White Beast. System says, there is a risk of karma due to forced attempts at copying a higher being. Mana is running rampant. King attacked Jin Hyuk with a really strong sword swing. Jin Hyuk grabs the sword really easily. He activates Moon Imprints. His hands are blue and yellow nails, yellow lines covering his hand and arm. System says, Toongrave's right arm has successfully been created one. Due to the current level and stats, only 10% of the skill's full power can be activated. Strength stat has increased by 500%. Duration, 3 minutes 30 seconds. Jin Hyuk smiles and says, I knew these things would come in handy someday. Yggdrasil is really surprised to see his power and thinks, I can't believe it. This aura is that of a higher floor being. How is it that a mere human can exude such an aura? Jin Hyuk says, What a shame. Jin Hyuk throws the giant king and says, since you're the boss of this floor, I'll be nice and give you a fancy death. Everyone outside is really surprised. After that, we see that a really big punch hits the giant king. The giant king goes flying. Shun is really surprised. Jin Hyuk goes jumping really fast. Jin Hyuk appears right in front of the giant king really quickly. He uses Colossus Soldier. Tomb Grave. Jin Hyuk hits him with a lot of punches with monstrous strength. Overkill. After that, we see that Beak is really surprised. Alice sees that and says, this bastard. There are a lot of fireworks. She says, he loves to be a real show-off sometimes. Jin Hyuk hits the giant king with another really big punch. There a really big explosion happens. Shun is really surprised and thinks, Kong Jin Hyuk, what have you done? There is a big hole in the ground system, says, Berserk is being undone. King coughs out blood and says, what a one-sided fight. I'm almost ashamed to call myself the king. Jin Hyuk gets there, King says. You win. System says, you have defeated the 21st floor boss Ogrichin. Copy condition completely overpower Ogrichin. You have fulfilled the condition. You have successfully copied Berserk. Yggdrasil says, I wanted to make a paradise where no one could hurt my family. But this is how it ends. I assume you will kill all of my remaining children and use this as your base for the 21st floor conquest. I won't resist anymore. Please make it quick. Empire Soldier says, our mercenary has brought down the owner of the fortress. It's our victory. He thinks this fortress is infamous for being impregnable, but he took over the fortress on his own. I never expected this mercenary soldier to be this great. The Empire's mercenary soldier has subjugated the fortress. The fortress is now ours. Miura members says, we need to attack now, but we need time to recuperate. Shun says, you idiots. Jumping to conclusions. There's no way that bastard would do something that benefits others. Jin Hyuk says, all of you get out. The giant's fortress is mine. System says, the giant's fortress is now under the veteran company's possession. The Empire army is surprised. Jin Hyuk says, what are you staring at me like that for? Get out if you don't want to die. Troll King says, I'm now going to begin fixing up that rotten mind of yours. Repeat squatting up and down 20 times. As you go down, shout a clear. When you come up, yell, mind. I brought in Calical to make the giants cooperate. Calical, the Frost Blade tribe chief, knew how to train the minds of warriors. Thanks to the giants and Yggdrasil, we were able to reconstruct the fortress quickly. When I promised not to kill the giants and now to take away her white jade. Yggdrasil responded very cooperatively. Jin Hyuk says, nice. Coin earnings, calculated 32,554,632. He got 8 billion views. Jin Hyuk says, that's bringing in a lot of views. The video of the 21st floor brought in a massive amount of coins, making many great guilds feel that their positions of power were in danger. It brought in anxiety, that they can no longer be on top of everyone, just became one person. Anyway, the item Ogrichin dropped. Berserk Warrior's Greatsword. It's absolutely humongous. How am I even going to carry this around? He throws it away and says, you can use it for training T-Bone. Andrea gets there and says, you can carry the giant's greatsword that easily? You're amazing. Jin Hyuk says, Andrea, must have been difficult getting here. She says, not even it's my duty to respond to my master's summons. Jin Hyuk thinks, now that Andrea's here. And Alice is ready too. We just need to wait for Teresa to finish preparing for things. Then we'll be able to take control of the situation without any problems. Wu Liang gets there and says, my liege, I've delivered your message to the Empire and the Murim forces. Jin Hyuk says, good work. Wu Liang, how did they react? Wu Liang says, if you want to negotiate over the use of the fortress, then send a delegation to the fortress tomorrow. The Empire seems to think that they've been betrayed. Count Jovio is enraged. And as for the Murim, Shun Yusung looked very disgusted when he heard that he needed to be present at the negotiation. Jin Hyuk says, disgusted? That's funny. Jin Hyuk says that stalker bastards need to be taught a lesson. How dare he betray me and side with the Murim? Wu Liang thinks, I can never get used to that face. Wu Liang says, and one more thing. This is a relic we took from the demonic humans. We put it in the storage as you ordered. I'm not sure why you would want to keep such an ominous item. My liege. Jin Hyuk says, don't try to understand me. Sometimes knowledge makes things more complicated. Wu Liang says, but. Jin Hyuk says, no buts. I told you to just trust me. Good work. Wu Liang says, thank you, my liege. Alice says, Now that we've taken over the fortress, can we relax a bit? Andrea says, what about our training? I thought that was why I'm here. Jin-hyuk says, it's now over just because we took over this place. We're going to use this as our base to bring in people onto our side. But in order to do that, we need to protect this fortress. Alice says, what? Do you think that the Murim or the Empire guys are going to try to attack? After seeing how you took down this place on your own? Jin-hyuk says, I'm not talking about the residents of the 21st floor. There are much more dangerous beings. We'll be pretty busy tomorrow, trying to protect this place. So, let's reassess your skills beforehand. Jin-hyuk says, it won't be fun to just do that on its own, so how about a bet? I'll grant any one wish of the person who catches me within 5 minutes. Alice says, a bet? Andrea says, a wish? Jin-hyuk says, but if you can't catch me within 5 minutes, I'm going to choose your outfit for tomorrow. Alice and Andrea looks toward each other and smiles. Jin-hyuk says, ready? Timer gets activated. They all jump toward Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk uses the Sword Demon King's steps. After that we see, the next morning, Murim and Empire member get there. Jin-hyuk says, you're right on time. Sorry to say we don't have any furniture our size yet. You can just sit on the floor if you wish. Would that hurt your pride? Then do whatever you want. Chun thinks, what is this situation? Is he kidding right now? Why are they all dressed like that? Wu Liang is dressed like a mummy. Jin-hyuk has a knife through his head. Andrea is a Catwoman. Alice is Frankenstein. Jin-hyuk says, by the way, I made this chair myself. Don't be mad. Then let's begin. The bidding for the fortress usage license. Andrea says, I'm a bit embarrassed, but I don't hate it. The 15th part of the solo max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 16th part of the solo max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that activating Sword Demon King's steps. Jin-hyuk ran past everyone. Floor 5 boss thinks, I thought I had gotten faster. Isn't he way too fast? They are wearing costumes. Floor 5 boss thinks, I'm embarrassed. I would have caught him if I had all of my power back. Wu Liang is wearing a mummy costume and thinks, Liege's strange hobby. T-Bone thinks, I feel like I'm the only one who hasn't changed. Beck thinks, what? Do foreigners like this stuff? Chun Yuzong thinks, that insane bastard. Jin-hyuk says, anyway, as you all know, this place is the only supply base and fortress fit for an army on the 21st floor. In other words, this is the most important location on the 21st floor for the war. Now, I'll hear what you're all willing to do in order to be allowed to use this fortress. Jovio says, hey, this is way different from what you promised. You're a mercenary soldier the Empire hired. Am I wrong? Why must we lower ourselves to the same position as the Murim bastards? Wu Liang gets ready to fight. Jin-hyuk stops Wu Liang. Javier says, I'm Supreme Commander of the Empire. I cannot accept this kind of treatment. Swordmaster says, Count Jovier, stop. Jin-hyuk swings a giant sword. Jin-hyuk says, Jovier, you don't seem to be aware of the situation you're in. Do you really not understand? Why the Empire's Swordmaster and Murim's expert martial artists both are silently listening? It's because I have the upper hand in this situation. Swordmaster says, Player Kong Jin-hyuk, please forgive us. The Count is not trained enough to be able to sense the opponent's strength. Murim says, we are willing to negotiate. What is it that you want? Coins? Magic crystals? Jin-hyuk says, Namgang Tian. I didn't expect you to come here. You've got quite the thick skin. All those people wouldn't have died if you were there during the Beijing outbreak. Has your life been any better ever since you betrayed humanity to live in the tower? Namgung gets really angry. Beck says, do not fall for it. We need this place. Jin-hyuk says, have you guys ever done something like this before? You don't even know the basics. Jin-hyuk says, you're supposed to come up with the conditions, not me. Come back tomorrow with some nice enough conditions that I might fall for. Jovio says, what kind of nonsense? He's just telling us to come bearing gifts, basically. Swordmaster thinks, the situation is rather sudden, but I'm surprised. Not only did he bring down the fortress all on his own, He also took the ownership of the fortress, stopping the war between Murim and the Empire. Had the fortress gone into the hands of Bench Talon, I'm sure there would have been a revolution. It seems that just one person can really change the fate of the Empire. Wu Liang calls Chun Yusung. Tree of Life says, Master, did the negotiations go smoothly? Jin Hyuk says, well, somewhat. I stalled time. Tree of Life says, how amazing. Jin Hyuk says, you said you had something to show me? We see some baby giants wrapped in leaves. Jin Hyuk says, this is. Tree of Life says, the next generation's children whom I've cultivated with the white jade. I'm sure you're aware, but until now, all residents of the tower have tried to steal my white jade, or approached me with the intention of using me and the fortress for their own selfish wars. But I was able to tolerate it. I knew that that was my fate. I decided that I won't fight back anymore. In the moment I accepted my fate, you did not destroy me as I expected. Instead, you gave me a new opportunity. I swear on the name of the Tree of Life that I will raise these children for your sake. Let's live a different life this time. Agrichan. Jin Hyuk thinks, that's a bit much. Jin Hyuk says, all right. He thinks, anyway, I didn't know that the white jade had such an ability. I guess this wasn't just for raiding then. It's a good thing I made the decision not to kill her. I'll raise them into my own little army. Wu Liang gets there and says, my liege, I brought the Sword Saint. He says, no one should bother you here. Please feel free to talk. Chun says, what do you want? Jin Hyuk says, what do you mean what do I want? Isn't it obvious? Jin Hyuk says, I need to know why you decided to side with Murim, the very guys who cornered Teresa into corruption. Chun says, Murim brought on the deaths of countless people. But soul-chasing Seong, the creator of my soul-chasing sword, was there. I had no choice but to get them to check whether I really have the chance of winning against you. Jin Hyuk thinks, so he ends up meeting the newly transformed soul-chasing Seong for fulfilling the hidden requirement. Chun Yusung smiles and says, all right. I guess this is for the better. I did it to be able to fight you again anyway. I'll show you right here, right now. The secret technique that I learned by betraying you. Jin Hyuk says, all right. Let's see how great this technique of yours is that you kissed Murims for it. Stalker. Jin Hyuk brings out twin dragon swords. Chun activates battlefield selection. System says, Chun Yusung's mind realm is being manifested. A battlefield is being manifested. Jin Hyuk thinks, this place is the training hall that this stalker always chooses for our fight. They both starts to fight. Jin Hyuk says, you don't ever change. Chun Yusung. He activates a Song of Swords. Everything around them gets destroyed. Jin Hyuk thinks, the force of his Song of Swords has gotten much stronger. Chun Yusung says, why aren't you attacking at all? Are you still underestimating me? Chun Yusung uses Soul-Chasing Sword Art's 10th form. He says, I won't forgive you, and uses Heavenly Thunder Berserk Slash. Jin Hyuk thinks, Chun Yusung, this bastard. Jin Hyuk gets excited and thinks, not bad. Chun Yusung hits him with a really powerful attack. Jin Hyuk says, the Heavenly Thunder Berserk Slash is a very good skill, but it has the downside of being predictable if you can't master it beyond 6 stars. You should just focus on raising your proficiency rather than. Chun Yusung attacks him and says, shut up. Jin Hyuk easily dodges his attack and says, hey, I just dodged the strongest skill you have. Just surrender. Chun Yusung keeps attacking him and says, I've trained my swordsmanship 1,000 no tens of thousand of times. I gave my everything to try and surpass you. So, why do I lose every single time? Chun Yusung starts to cry and says, I really don't know what I should do anymore. Jin Hyuk says, you're not weak, Chun Yusung. To be honest, I didn't expect you to use the Soul-Chasing Sword's 10th form already. You're talented. You're definitely skilled. The reason you keep losing to me is because you're too impatient. If you chase after someone with the mindset that everything will be ruined if you don't catch up to them, you will never catch up to that person. So, have more patience. I'm down to fight you anytime. Chun Yusung thinks, right? I've always wanted to defeat him every time I saw him. But the moments when I actually learned something were all when I had forgotten about catching up to him. In the end, it was my own self who was holding me back. Jin Hyuk says, hey, are you don't crying? Chun punches the ground and says, don't be ridiculous. But I do appreciate what you said. I thought you were a devil's incarnation, but I guess you still have that good side within you. Thanks. Jin Hyuk thinks, well, moments like this aren't too bad. Although it was a bit cringy. Chun Yusung uses the Eye of Gluttony and thinks, isn't that enough to fulfill the requirement? You have fulfilled the copy conditions. All right. Systems say, copy condition, Chun Yu-sung has lived his entire life trying to defeat you. If you make him forget his goal and make him feel touched, you will be allowed to copy one of his skills. System says, addition is requested by a higher divinity. If you make the Sword Saint put on a unique costume, you will be allowed to copy one of the skills the Sword Saint will earn in the future. Jin-hyuk thinks, one more? Jin-hyuk calls Chun. Jin-hyuk says, it is true that you betrayed me. So you'll need to pay the price, don't you think? After that we see at the Murim's residence. Beek says, you're back. They were really surprised to see him. Chun Yu-sung is wearing a maid costume. Beck says, what's with your outfit? System says, maid outfit of repentance, a high-quality outfit imbued with the emotion of repentance. You cannot take it off unless an enemy attacks you and destroys the outfit. Chun Yu-sung is really angry and says, do not say anything. I have my reasons. Beck thinks, well, a hobby like that is something I can work with. After that we see in cave somewhere. Some demonic humans are praying to the Demon King. One of them says, the Demon King could have descended upon us. Only if we had succeeded in getting information from Kong Jin-hyuk about the 12th floor. What a shame. I'm not blaming you or anything, of course. This much should be more than enough for us to destroy the 21st floor. System says, you have successfully been connected to the demon realm. He has finally responded. System says, you need an offering to act as a vessel for connection between the two realms. The sacrificial ritual will begin soon. Demonic human says, sir, this is... Someone says, again, this bastard, he's sacrificing us. Gawain says, dear blood relatives of the great demon king god, please, take this entire place as yours. The path to open the gate to the demon realm is searching for a key. Pilgrim's Crown Thorn is reacting to the call. After that we see at Fortress a lot of stuff starts to happen. They say, what is this? An ambush? A rupture appears in the middle of the fortress. System says, the Pilgrim's Crown Thorn is now the vessel the rupture is opening. Two really big hands appear. Swordmaster and Beck are really surprised. Beck thinks, what is this insane demon chi? Alarm says, notifying all people within the fortress. A demon has appeared within the fortress. If you want to live, you should either run with all you've got, or fight with all you've got. Jin-hyuk says, that's it. All the soldiers says, it's in the west. Prepare for battle. The Empire must defend the fortress. We cannot let it be destroyed. T-Bone says, selling 5-star flame resistance potions. One of the soldiers says, what's this little skeleton doing over? Is this the fortress owner's pet? Tree of Life is right in front of the demon ready to fight. Jin-hyuk says, Yggdrasil, listen closely. High-ranking demons are going to be summoned here soon. I want you to bring the barrier back up. Focus it on the west. She activates the 3-star heat diminishing barrier, and also a 4-star frost barrier. She activates the 3-star gravity force barrier, and a 4-star movement restriction barrier, 6-star centralization barrier. All barriers' effects will be concentrated on a chosen region. Pilgrim's Crown Thorn says, that's right. Struggle with all you have. Pilgrim's Crown Thorn is resisting the barrier. Barriers have no effect on him. Pilgrim's Crown Thorn says, you struggle, and I will kill. The 16th part of the solo max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 17th part of the solo max level newbie. If you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. At the beginning of this part, we see that a lot of system messages appear saying, resisting the barrier. Demon says, I can feel the presence of my brothers. After that, we see at Murim. System says, the holy relic, Trader's silver coins, is reacting. Ice Spirit Hell's Demon Magdra appears there. And at the Holy Empire, System says, the holy relic, stake covered in holy blood, is reacting. Avicii's demon Ishelkalim appears there. Holy Empire people says, a demon? Twins appears there and says, that might be a bit dangerous. But it's just one. Should be doable, don't you think? Teresa thinks, just looking at the demon makes my skin feel like it's about to rip. That's not a demon 2S classes can take on. Holy Knight says, you seem worried, child. But what is there to worry about? When we are this prepared, my sisters of light, Let us pry. May the goddess of light's blessing be with you. Attack. Town is on fire. They thinks, just his arrival alone started all this fire. Is this what a demon on the higher floor is like? Tree Loft Life thinks, if it weren't for the Tree of Life's barriers, this entire place would have been razed to the ground right now. More importantly, T-Bone says, if you buy a top-tier heat resistance potion now, it'll only cost you 3,999 coins. They thinks, why does it feel like that skeleton knew that this was going to happen? That man. Jin Hyuk is walking with Chun Yu-sung. Chun Yu-sung is still wearing a maid dress. Everyone sees him says, it's the fortress owner and a maid? Or rather, swole maid. Grandmaster is really surprised and thinks, what is he thinking? This isn't the situation for jokes. No, Kong Jin Hyuk is a very shrewd man. I'm sure he's hiding some tremendous plan. He can't hide it from me. Jin Hyuk says that the outfit was purely for your embarrassment, but it seems like the people like it. Chun says, I don't care if you want to make a joke out of me. Just tell me the plan. Jin Hyuk thinks, I did expect a demon to be summoned since I saw the ritual used on the pilgrim's crown thorn, but I didn't expect it to be a higher floor demon, Anthrax. It's surprising that the demonic humans had this much intel. They're better than I anticipated. Jin Hyuk says, look over there. You see the portal behind that skeleton? That's connected to the demon realm. It's how he's getting his infinite mana. As long as that stays open, our chance of winning against him is basically zero. If it weren't for Yggdrasil's barriers, this place would already be an ocean of flames. But even Yggdrasil won't be able to hold off that demon forever. Once Yggdrasil gets too tired, us two will have to hold him off. That is, until the group I sent to destroy the portal succeeds. Alice says, it seems like it started. Alice and Andrea are going to destroy the portal. Andrea says, the demons invaded just like the master predicted. Will we be able to find the ritual for the portal in this large place? The 21st floor is large. Yeah. Alice says, that's why we'll have to trust his sense of smell. Demon is blowing up everything. System says, Anthrax is calling in his subordinates. A lot of undead demons come out of the ground. Jin Hyuk says, now, everyone, attention. I have an announcement to make. We will now begin the demon minion raid. The force with the highest contribution rate will earn additional points in the bid. You don't want the fortress to fall, do you? Why don't you all work together for once? Murim Warrior says, what the hell are you talking about? Why should we protect your fortress? Swordmaster says, charge. You're all losing vacation privileges if our contribution rate is lower than the Murim bastards. For the Empire, Beck says, we can't lose to them. Show them the power of the Murim Alliance. They says, no way. You idiots, stop. You're being manipulated. They thinks, that's right. Forget that you're all enemies for now and fight alongside each other. The demons you kill after having been buffed by Yggdrasil and my potions. System says, EXP is being shared. Jin Hyuk thinks, will all come to me in the form of EXP. Chun starts to run. Jin Hyuk says, hey, where are you going? We don't need to do anything yet. If you're gonna go, take a potion at least. EXP, I mean, you'll get burned if you don't. Chun Yu-sung starts to fight. Demons uses fire attack. System says, activating the soul-chasing sword. Chun's dress gets destroyed. System says, the maid outfit of repentance has been destroyed. Chun smiles. Chun wears clothes. Jin Hyuk says, you were really determined, huh? You went through that yourself in the maid uniform? System says, flame resistance stat has increased 20%. Chun says, I wore it for long enough. And this has better defense stats. Jin Hyuk says, yeah, do what you want. Jin Hyuk thinks, I already took all the pictures. He says, I think we're gonna have to step in pretty soon. 21st floor Anhua province. One of them says, Namgung Tion, come back. A higher floor demon is destroying everything here. They say, shut up. I can't come back right now. She says, is there a higher floor demon in the fortress too? He says, yes. There are also demons here that I need to take care of. What? Kong Jin Hyuk? Are you telling me to be careful of some small nation players? Me? The very person chosen by Murim? Ridiculous. Why does everyone act like he's so special? Jinhyuk activate Eye of Gluttony. You can only open the copy conditions due to the immense power gap. Copy condition. The demon Anthrax is a blood relative of the great demon Gunthafer. If you can survive Anthrad's attack head-on, you will be allowed to copy one of his skills. Jinhyuk thinks, shit. If I take one of his attacks head-on in this state, I don't think I'll even have a hair follicle left. I'll have to close the portal first and weaken him as much as I can before trying that out. Tree of Life says, Master, I can't stop them anymore. System says, 4-star movement restriction barrier has been destroyed. Jinhyuk says, good work, Yggdrasil. Let's go, Chun Yusung. They says, fall back everyone. You'll die if you get swept up in that.
Jinhyuk activate Glacier Formation.
Glacier. Wait. Chun uses soul-chasing sword dance. Demon is tied with ice chains. Pitiful. Demon says, I'll burn you all. Chun thinks, damn it. I can't dodge this one. An old man appears and says, we're the Shadow Squad. He says, we're temporarily serving Master Kong Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk says, rescue people in need of help once things start getting messy. Whether they're from the Empire or Murim. He thinks, what do you mean, sorry? Just do as I say. Or do you want Alice to beat you up again? Yes, sir. Tree of Life says, no, that's where my children are. Jinhyuk says, activating a Grave of Swords. Jinhyuk thinks, the aura blade falls too short in capacity for this. Jinhyuk says, Salamander. Salamander appears and says, yes, sir. Fire Spirit Punch. Jinhyuk says, that's hot. System says, you have fulfilled the copy condition. You may copy one of Anthrax's skills. Jinhyuk thinks, I'll let the Stalker keep Anthrad occupied for now, while I recover my mana. Bloodthirst. Namgung Tion. Azure Sky Flying Swallow Blade. Jinhyuk says, this bastard. Jinhyuk uses the Shield of Perseus. Beck says, what are you doing, Namgung Tion? You're going to lose us the bidding rights. Shut up. Don't you get that this is all just a joke to him? This is our only chance while he's still weak from the demon's attack. The Elven Forest, Beijing Outbreak. The battle to choose forces. And now, this giant's fortress raid. He's always done something ridiculous to manipulate the situation to his advantage. I have finally realized that the demon that needs to die is you. He attacks Kong Jinhyuk. Young stops him and says, how dare you try to harm the liege in a situation like this? Have you lost your mind? He says, you must be a member of the demonic cult, seeing as you use shadow arts. Have you also been brainwashed by this bastard? More. I need to kill him right now. It's certain that he was the one that summoned this demon too. I'm sure you've definitely doubted him before. Think. Wuliang says, how do you know all that, my liege? All the unique synthesis methods, and what will happen in the future. Jinhyuk thinks, I can't tell you right now, but I will tell you everything when the time comes. You're my subordinate, after all. Wuliang. Wuliang says, I am his sword. A sword does not doubt his master. The 17th part of the Solo Max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 18th part of the Solo Max level newbie. Subscribe to my second channel. Link is in the description. At the beginning of this part we see that Mgung says, what? His sword? Ridiculous. Mgung attacks Wolyung and says, then I'll kill you first. They both start to fight. Beck sees that and thinks, Namgung trains that foolish outsider. I knew that he's always hated Kong Jinhyuk. But to attack the very person who has the upper hand in the situation, he needs better critical thinking skills. Stomping hits her. It's T-Bone. He has poisonous needle in his hand. He says, you have some time, right? 1. Knockout poison needle. She says, feel faint. She falls. T-Bone grabs her and says, injured passing by. Excuse me. Jinhyuk sees Namgung and Wolyung fighting. He thinks, I didn't expect to see Namgung Tion here. It's good that Wuliang's here to take care of him, but the real problem hasn't been resolved yet. I've managed to block off Anthrax's attack once, but it takes way too much mana to do that again. I have no choice but to endure until the portal's closed. Alice appears there and says, the unpleasant results of necromancy. I hate this kind of stuff. You can take care of it. Andrea. She thinks, Master gifted me a new life. When I was about to be sacrificed by the heretics. This is my chance to repay him. She uses Fanatic's judgment. Alice sees her and thinks, she must be excited for her first real fight. She stands right in front of the magic circle that summoned the demons. She says, a summoning seal created from human sacrifice and holy relics. It's pretty complex. Well, for human standards, that is. She activates technique destruction. System says, the link to the demon realm has been disconnected. One of the demons says, the connection's been cut, but it does not matter. Your loss is already decided. Twins are fighting against that demon. They say, I don't think I can fight anymore. Jinhyuk might scold us for dying. Demon swings his weapon with full power. Archbishop says, idiot. You can't get scolded if you're dead. She says, right? Archbishop activates the holy shield. Archbishop says, as if I would let Teresa's friends die. She screams and says, now, Teresa. Teresa appears above them. She uses Sacred Fall. Twin says, that was really cool. But he's completely fine. Didn't you say that we'd have a chance of winning once the portal closes? Teresa thinks, his mana source was cut off. He's still too strong. We'll all end up dead at this rate. Teresa says, Archbishop, I think we have no other choice. Archbishop says, you mean, no, child. I can understand since I know you, but there are other sisters here. If you use that power right now, your sisters will end up hating you. Teresa says, you wouldn't understand, but this is basically my homeland. I am willing to take on such a burden if it means I can protect this place. After that we see at Giant's Fortress, System says, the link of the demon realm has been disconnected. Demon gets smaller. Chun says, Kong Jinhyuk, what have you done? Jinhyuk says, seems like Alice succeeded. But we still need to be careful. Just because it's smaller doesn't mean it's weaker. Demon says, you bastards. You think you can win against me? Just because you succeeded in severing the connection to the demon realm? You're even more ignorant than I imagined. Demon activates Flame Helix. Jinhyuk uses the shield of Perseus. He shouts and says, White Serpent, take everyone and leave this place. Just the two of us will take it from here. He says, yes, sir. Demon appears right in front of Jinhyuk and Chun. Demon uses are really big and powerful fire attacks. Jinhyuk and Chun barely dodges the attack. Demon says, you managed to avoid my attack. Not bad. Let me ask you for a favor then. Don't die too quickly. It's been quite a while since I last fought in this form. Chun thinks he's just as powerful as earlier, but he's immensely faster now. Is there even any possibility of us winning against that high-floor demon? Jinhyuk says, you're doubting things right now, aren't you? You're worried that there is no way we can defeat that thing. Jinhyuk activates Grave Off Swords and says, watch closely. I'll teach you something. A high-skilled player manages to win. Teresa brings out Black Teresa. Jinhyuk gets ready to fight and says, no matter the situation they find themselves in, Teresa and Demon starts to fight. All the sisters says, this is an insult to all things holy. A sister blessed by the light. To be using corrupt powers. Archbishop says, we can discuss this later. I'm too tired right now from all the blood I've lost. They says, Archbishop. Demon says, you're obstructing me. Disappear from my sight. Demon uses a sealed coffin. A monster appears under Teresa. Demon uses Avicii's restraint technique. Twins cuts the monster and say, nope, she's ours. She smiles and says, I'm not going to save you guys if you get in my way. Twin says, then we'll just die. Wuliang and Namgung are fighting. Wuliang coughs out blood. Namgung says, foolish. You should have known, the moment we clashed our swords, that you cannot win against me. How is that you can continue fighting for Kong Jinhyuk, knowing that you cannot win against me no matter what? Wuliang says, his liege is definitely a unique individual. He has hobbies I cannot understand, and he finds joy in making fun of others. But when I stand beside him, I feel like he will lead us to victory. Chun gets really excited to see him. Wuliang says, no matter how strong the opponent may be, that is why I can continue to fight, despite how strong you are compared to me. Demon thinks it's not as risky fighting him, but this human, he's very closely avoiding my attacks and eating away at my mana little by little. Jinhyuk uses soul bloodsucking. You have permanently earned 0.3 mana stat as an effect of soul bloodsucking. Demon thinks, does he think that he can win against me if he continues to eat away at my mana? How unpleasant. Anthrad is activating the Demon Realm barrier. A mind realm is being created. Hell of Eternal Flames. Anthrad, were you overjoyed thinking that your attacks were working? System says, Anthrad's stats have increased by 20%. The demon's subordinates are rising. This realm was created by my own will. This is where you will die. Jinhyuk and Chun starts to kill the monster around them. Chun thinks, damn it. At this rate, Jinhyuk says, Chun Yusung, create your own mind realm using battlefield selection. I'll do the same. Then it just collides with this realm, and I'll have wasted my mana. Jinhyuk says, just trust me. I have a plan. We can't win against him in this situation. We need to use the barrier he set up against him. Jinhyuk jumps and says, here I go. Chun says, he never explains anything, but I can't think of any other plan. Chun activates battlefield selection. Haven of Swords. The mind realms are colliding. Jinhyuk throw the swords around. System says, the mind realms are colliding. Demon thinks, he's using the sword manifested in the mind realm to strike the mana path of my barrier? Chun says, Kong Jinhyuk, wait. You do have a skill to create a mind realm, right? Jinhyuk says, of course. System says, copying Chun Yusung's skill. Copying battle selection. Remaining count for skill copying 1 out 2. Jinhyuk activates. Battle selection. System says, the mind realms are colliding. Demon says, the mind realm stability depends on how much understanding the user has about the world. You dare think you can surpass me in the stability of the mind realm, when I am a being who has lived on the higher floors for thousands of years. Jinhyuk smiles and thinks, a demon that lives on the mere 40th floor. Dare to bring up tower experience? I'll show you. How arrogant what you just said was. After that we see the demon that was fighting Teresa says, I didn't know a being who could render me this powerless existence in the middle floors. Amazing. The corruption of a Grail Knight. But something is wrong with your corruption. You must not exist. You have the power to shake the balance of the demon realm. Teresa says, who are you to say whether I can exist or not? Damn it. Stalling for time isn't working. Demon is about to attack her. Someone uses dark, heavenly demon emperor arts. One of the demon's arms blows up. He says, are you perhaps Miss Teresa? Should I guess? Kong Jinhyuk. Send you right? Heavenly Demon Emperor is there. The 18th part of the solo max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 17th part of the solo max level newbie. If you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. At the beginning of this part, we see that a lot of system messages appear saying, resisting the barrier. Demon says, I can feel the presence of my brothers. After that, we see at Murim. System says, the holy relic, Trader's silver coins, is reacting. Ice Spirit Hell's Demon Magdra appears there. And at the Holy Empire, System says, the holy relic, stake covered in holy blood, is reacting. Avicii's demon Ishelkalim appears there. Holy Empire people says, a demon? Twins appears there and says, that might be a bit dangerous. But it's just one. Should be doable, don't you think? Teresa thinks, just looking at the demon makes my skin feel like it's about to rip. That's not a demon 2S classes can take on. Holy Knight says, you seem worried, child. But what is there to worry about? When we are this prepared, my sisters of light, let us pray. May the goddess of light's blessing be with you. Attack. Town is on fire. They thinks, Just his arrival alone started all this fire. Is this what a demon on the higher floor is like? Tree Loft Life thinks, if it weren't for the Tree of Life's barriers, this entire place would have been razed to the ground right now. More importantly, T-Bone says, if you buy a top-tier heat resistance potion now, it'll only cost you 3,999 coins. They thinks, why does it feel like that skeleton knew that this was going to happen? That man. Jin Hyuk is walking with Chun Yu-sung. Chun Yu-sung is still wearing a maid dress. Everyone sees him says, it's the fortress owner and a maid? Or rather, swole maid. Grandmaster is really surprised and thinks, what is he thinking? This isn't the situation for jokes. No, Kong Jin Hyuk is a very shrewd man. I'm sure he's hiding some tremendous plan. He can't hide it from me. Jin Hyuk says that the outfit was purely for your embarrassment, but it seems like the people like it. Chun says, I don't care if you want to make a joke out of me. Just tell me the plan. Jin Hyuk thinks, I did expect a demon to be summoned since I saw the ritual used on the pilgrim's crown thorn, but I didn't expect it to be a higher floor demon, Anthrax. It's surprising that the demonic humans had this much intel. They're better than I anticipated. Jin Hyuk says, look over there. You see the portal behind that skeleton? That's connected to the demon realm. It's how he's getting his infinite mana. As long as that stays open, our chance of winning against him is basically zero. If it weren't for Yggdrasil's barriers, this place would already be an ocean of flames. But even Yggdrasil won't be able to hold off that demon forever. Once Yggdrasil gets too tired, us two will have to hold him off. That is, until the group I sent to destroy the portal succeeds. Alice says, it seems like it started. Alice and Andrea are going to destroy the portal. Andrea says, the demons invaded just like the master predicted. Will we be able to find the ritual for the portal in this large place? The 21st floor is large. Yeah. Alice says, that's why we'll have to trust his sense of smell. Demon is blowing up everything. System says, Anthrax is calling in his subordinates. A lot of undead demons come out of the ground. Jin Hyuk says, now, everyone, attention. I have an announcement to make. We will now begin the demon minion raid. The force with the highest contribution rate will earn additional points in the bid. You don't want the fortress to fall, do you? Why don't you all work together for once? Murim Warrior says, what the hell are you talking about? Why should we protect your fortress? Swordmaster says, charge. You're all losing vacation privileges if our contribution rate is lower than the Murim bastards. For the Empire, Beck says, we can't lose to them. Show them the power of the Murim Alliance. They says, no way. You idiots, stop. You're being manipulated. They thinks, that's right. Forget that you're all enemies for now and fight alongside each other. The demons you kill after having been buffed by Yggdrasil and my potions. System says, EXP is being shared. Jin Hyuk thinks, will all come to me in the form of EXP. Chun starts to run. Jin Hyuk says, hey, where are you going? We don't need to do anything yet. If you're gonna go, take a potion at least. EXP, I mean, you'll get burned if you don't. Chun Yu-sung starts to fight. Demons uses fire attack. System says, activating the soul-chasing sword. Chun's dress gets destroyed. System says, the maid outfit of repentance has been destroyed. Chun smiles. Chun wears clothes. Jin Hyuk says, you were really determined, huh? You went through that yourself in the maid uniform? System says, flame resistance stat has increased 20%. Chun says, I wore it for long enough. And this has better defense stats. Jin Hyuk says, yeah, do what you want. Jin Hyuk thinks, I already took all the pictures. He says, I think we're gonna have to step in pretty soon. 21st floor Anhua province. One of them says, Namgung Tion, come back. A higher floor demon is destroying everything here. They say, shut up. I can't come back right now. She says, is there a higher floor demon in the fortress too? He says, yes. There are also demons here that I need to take care of. What? Kong Jin Hyuk? Are you telling me to be careful of some small nation players? Me? The very person chosen by Murim? Ridiculous. Why does everyone act like he's so special? Jin Hyuk activate Eye of Gluttony. You can only open the copy conditions due to the immense power gap. Copy condition. The demon Anthrax is a blood relative of the great demon Gunthafer. If you can survive Anthrad's attack head-on, you will be allowed to copy one of his skills. Jinhyuk thinks, shit. If I take one of his attacks head-on in this state, I don't think I'll even have a hair follicle left. I'll have to close the portal first and weaken him as much as I can before trying that out. Tree of Life says, Master, I can't stop them anymore. System says, 4-star movement restriction barrier has been destroyed. Jinhyuk says, good work, Yggdrasil. Let's go. Chun Yusung. They says, fall back everyone. You'll die if you get swept up in that.
Jinhyuk activate glacier formation.
Glacier. Wait. Chun uses soul-chasing sword dance. Demon is tied with ice chains. Pitiful. Demon says, I'll burn you all. Chun thinks, damn it. I can't dodge this one. An old man appears and says, we're the Shadow Squad. He says, we're temporarily serving Master Kong Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk says, rescue people in need of help once things start getting messy. Whether they're from the Empire or Murim. He thinks, what do you mean, sorry? Just do as I say. Or do you want Alice to beat you up again? Yes, sir. Tree of Life says, no, that's where my children are. Jinhyuk says, activating a Grave of Swords. Jinhyuk thinks, the aura blade falls too short in capacity for this. Jinhyuk says, Salamander. Salamander appears and says, yes, sir. Fire Spirit Punch. Jinhyuk says, that's hot. System says, you have fulfilled the copy condition. You may copy one of Anthrax's skills. Jinhyuk thinks, I'll let the Stalker keep Anthrad occupied for now, while I recover my mana. Bloodthirst. Namgung Tion. Azure Sky Flying Swallow Blade. Jinhyuk says, this bastard. Jinhyuk uses the Shield of Perseus. Beck says, what are you doing, Namgung Tion? You're going to lose us the bidding rights. Shut up. Don't you get that this is all just a joke to him? This is our only chance while he's still weak from the demon's attack. The Elven Forest, Beijing Outbreak. The battle to choose forces. And now, this giant's fortress raid. He's always done something ridiculous to manipulate the situation to his advantage. I have finally realized that the demon that needs to die is you. He attacks Kong Jinhyuk. Young stops him and says, how dare you try to harm the liege in a situation like this? Have you lost your mind? He says, you must be a member of the demonic cult, seeing as you use shadow arts. Have you also been brainwashed by this bastard? More. I need to kill him right now. It's certain that he was the one that summoned this demon too. I'm sure you've definitely doubted him before. Think. Wuliang says, how do you know all that, my liege? All the unique synthesis methods, and what will happen in the future. Jinhyuk thinks, I can't tell you right now, but I will tell you everything when the time comes. You're my subordinate, after all. Wuliang. Wuliang says, I am his sword. A sword does not doubt his master. The 17th part of the Solo Max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. In the start of this chapter, we see that the Benchtelen is very angry. He thinks, I was going to take over the fortress and bring down the Emperor with the increased influence. All my plans were ruined, just because of some outsider. This is pissing me off. Nirasha asks him to calm down. She says, just find a different way to reach your goals. Benchtelen, I've only ever snuck in here. It's weird to be here by invitation. Abraham and the Pinheimer bow down and say, Your Majesty Reinhardt. Reinhardt says, good work. My sword masters. Dear heroes, you have defeated 4 demons. I will bestow upon you 3 Heavens Designation Stones as promised. The Heavens Designation Stone allows you to communicate with the higher divine beings in the tower. Originally, only those with royal blood are allowed to possess this item. But keep in mind that this is only a medium for communication. In order to speak with the divine beings, you need to have the right qualities. Those who are chosen become the owners of the designated stone. Those who are not chosen can never use it. Teresa notices something and says, there's one more missing other than our 3 designation stones. Jinhyuk says, that's probably because it was already used. The founding emperor, Reinhard I, who had been recognized by the divine beings for immense power and adept ability to rule. But that means that there wasn't anyone after him who was able to compete with him. After that, the authority of the emperor has been declined. Isn't that so, Your Majesty? Penheimer gets angry and says, Jinhyuk, watch your mouth. I cannot just sit by and allow you to speak like that to His Majesty. Reinhardt says, it's okay. He's not wrong. Authority, it's what my subordinates argue over all the time. I'm already aware that I'll never be as powerful as the founding emperor. I don't have any power or will left within me anymore. I had taken both for granted, and at some point, they were suddenly gone. Like my successor who's buried here, authority weighs too much on me now. So please take these stones and protect the people of the empire in my stead. Jinhyuk thinks, what a pathetic emperor. I would have thrown him out right away had the situation been any different. System says, all barriers are being cancelled. Defense magic spell has been undone. Invaders are in the emperor's tomb. There are many soldiers pointing their spears at them. Benchtelen appears there and says, Your Majesty. Penheimer get angry and says, Benchtelen, you traitor. You dare bare your teeth at His Majesty? Benchtelen says, poor old man. I'm not the only one. Penheimer says, Mackenzie? And the other swordmasters too? Abraham is also going on their side. Abraham took out his sword and says, this is my first and last warning. Players, back off. This has nothing to do with you. Jinhyuk smiles and says, I can't do that. I haven't received all my rewards yet. Benchtelen asks them not to waste any time and attack right away. Abraham gives them warning again. Nirasha appears there. She says, you must be conflicted about harming the saviors of your empire. Then we'll take care of them. You don't care if it's fellow players who harm them, right? She says, Arun, Chundra. Chundra attacked Teresa, but she blocks her attack. Arun attacked Yusung, and he also blocks his attack. After that, Nirasha attacked Jinhyuk. He also blocked her attack. She says, so you're Jinhyuk. Nice to meet you. Jinhyuk activates the Eye of Gluttony. System says, failed to evaluate target. The current target is blessed by Mandala. Jinhyuk thinks, Mandala's blessing? She says, it's still not too late. If you stand with us, we'll share our profits with you. Benchtelen has promised to give our guild 10% of the empire's profits if we manage to successfully help him take over the empire. It doesn't look that promising for the emperor anymore. Anyway, Jinhyuk starts laughing. He says, you don't seem to know just what kind of bastards the sword masters are. Mackenzie and Abraham are fighting with Penheimer. Penheimer says to them, I don't remember teaching you to be like this. Why have you betrayed us, Mackenzie, Abraham? Mackenzie says, we haven't betrayed the empire. We have decided to betray the emperor who refuses to do anything when the empire is falling. Look for yourself at the emperor. He's given up everything. He's pathetic even while you fight for his sake. Penheimer says, yes, His Majesty has not been well even since the prince passed away. But in his body runs the blood of Reinhardt. And I've sworn to protect the Reinhardt. Abraham says, if that is your answer, you leave me no choice but to slay you. Mackenzie and Abraham's swords pierce through Penheimer armor. Abraham says, you could have easily defeated both of us. So why? Penheimer says, a swordmaster is meant to be wielded only to protect the people of the empire and the emperor. And you're my disciples as well as brothers. What master can slay their own disciple? You fools. I apologize that I was unable to prevent things from getting to this point. Penheimer is on his knees. Jinhyuk says, well done. Did you finally realize that something's off? The Benchtelen that you're pushing to power is already on the side of Murim. These players were invited by Murim. Abraham says, Benchtelen, is he speaking the truth? Benchtelen is making the evil face and says, why? Do you regret what you've done? Jinhyuk says, it's not too late. Take Penheimer and the Emperor and get out of here. Jinhyuk says to Mackenzie, remember what I said about your trauma. Mackenzie remembers what Jinhyuk says to him. Jinhyuk says, hey, I'm sorry about that back then. I protected the Empire, so forgive me. Mackenzie says, go away. Jinhyuk says, You seem pretty traumatized. Do you want to know how you can overcome it? You can overcome trauma when you freely use it to your advantage. Mackenzie put down his helmet. Jin-hyuk wears sunglasses. He activates the daylight on Mackenzie's bald head. No one can see because of this light. Yusung says, so this is why he handed these out to us. They took the Emperor and Pinheimer and ran away from there. Binchtelen ordered his men to catch them. Jin-hyuk says to her, finally, we can talk on our own. I was looking forward to our meeting after hearing that a player had defeated a demon on the 21st floor by themselves. But you're not really all that. Now that it's just the two of us, why don't you show me your true power, Nirasha? She says, all right, I'll show you my true powers. She activates the unison of body and mind. God of Destruction, Shiva, interlinked. This is the end of the video. Subscribe for the next part. In the start of this part, we see that the Jin-hyuk is smiling and also looking very excited. Nirasha is powering up. A picture of God appears behind her, and she is getting surrounded by yellow aura. She interlinked herself with the God of Destruction Shiva. Jin-hyuk is still smiling and trying to hold himself. He thought to himself and wondered how she has Mandala's blessing. She has this because she was piggybacking the God of Destruction Shiva. Power up is completed. She is looking very dangerous with a monstrous smile on her face. She is looking very powerful. She says to Jin-hyuk with a smile and yellow eyes, aren't you well aware that the Emperor of the Empire is over 4? They managed to avoid their downfall this time thanks to you. We see that the Yusung, Teresa, Abraham who is carrying the Emperor, and Mackenzie who is carrying the Pinheimer are running from the Binchtelen soldiers. Yusung throws a coin at the treasure which results in activating the traps for the gravediggers. The traps consist of arrows and iron ball with spikes. Arun and Chandra are struggling in dodging them. Nirasha continues her talk saying that it's only a temporary solution. Jin-hyuk, do you really think that there are still people out there who will support the Emperor who has done nothing for the Empire for a long time? She asks him while smiling that they should not waste their energy here and join hands. Jin-hyuk smiles and says that you're right. I assume there are only Pinheimer and a few of his close personnel who are willing to support the Emperor at this point in time. That's why I went around convincing a few people. We see the Archbishop, twins, and other sisters waiting for them. Injured Pinheimer looks at the Archbishop with a sad face and asks her, "Why are you here?" The Archbishop catches the Pinheimer and says, "My old love, how did you get yourself in this bad situation?" Archbishop is using her magic to stop the bleeding of the Pinheimer. She is using the sacred healing to heal him. Archbishop reveals that her child told her that there is an ominous force preparing an uprising to harm His Majesty. She is still holding the Pinheimer in her hands. She says that I assumed this was why contact with the capital was cut off. She says to Pinheimer that he did well on his own. Benchtelen appears there with Chandra and Arun. He is looking very exhausted. He points his finger towards the Archbishop and asks her why she is here. Archbishop raises her fist with holy on her finger and tells him that she is here to crush the skulls of the like of you, traitors. She says to Abraham and Teresa that they'll take care of things here, so take the Emperor somewhere safe. Benchtelen says to her that you stupid paladins, don't you get it? Do you really think you will make a difference? Benchtelen raises his hand and activates the command signal. Now he can transfer sound within the range. He is asking for the attention of all the soldiers of the capital. He tells them that the Emperor has betrayed his people, and he's trying to hand over the empire to foreigner. He is making a very evil face and orders all the soldiers, saying that for the sake of the empire, dethrone the empire. We see two soldiers are talking to each other about what Benchtelen says to them. They are wondering if what he is saying is true or not. They see Mackenzie, Teresa, and Abraham running with the Emperor. Soldier sees them and asks the other soldier, "What should we do?" Soldier starts running before them and says, "Catch him." We see one soldier get attacked by the Archbishop very badly. He coughed out blood from his mouth and nose. She makes an angry face with smoke coming out from her fist. She says that Benchtelen is making this quite annoying for them. Archbishop hits close her fist and orders the other sisters that they should not kill unless it is necessary and just beat the soldiers enough to knock them out. May the blessing of light with you. Arun and Chandra are also there. Chandra tells Arun while running that the things are getting complex. Arun says that they'll catch the Emperor. Someone stop them. We see that the twins are there. Girl asks them if they are going to play with them. She is holding a black stick-like weapon. Boy says, player versus player. Chandra sends a message to Nirasha saying that they need reinforcements because paladins are in their way. Nirasha sees the message. After reading that, she makes a little annoyed face and says that so they did prepare a backup plan. They're making it hard to make a profit. She says to Jin-hyuk that the only choice I has is to defeat you right here, and OG kill the Emperor myself. Yellow aura surround while she runs to attack Jin-hyuk. She says that she will not kill him, since that would be a waste of talent. Well, that's if you can withstand this. She attacks him with a death roll chakram. Jin-hyuk dodged that attack, but this is not the end. The death roll chakram takes a round and comes back to attack him again. Jin-hyuk dodged that one attack again and again. She jumps to attack him again. Jin-hyuk is also holding his dagger on his right hand. She uses the attack, God of Destruction Shiva, Vinash. Vinash means destruction. Jin-hyuk crosses his hands to stop the attack. Jin-hyuk is not looking worried. Her attack hit the Jin-hyuk. Because of her attack, Jin-hyuk goes flying while piercing through the ground. Jin-hyuk lands on the ground floor. So much smoke and flying debris. Nirasha also came down on the ground floor. Jin-hyuk says from smoke, "You know, even if you have a god carrying you, we're in the royal tomb, you know? Don't you think it's a bit rude to destroy the place like this?" When smoke clears, we see that the Jaehyuk is sitting on some red thing. Nirasha says while saying, "Who cares? They're just the tower's residents anyway. Whether I destroy it or not has nothing to do with if I can climb the Tower of Trails." She sees Jin-hyuk and says that you should stop that. She asks him, "Are you really going to use the Heaven's Designation Stone? Doing something like that so rashly might end up making a god hate." Now she is looking somewhat worried. Jin-hyuk holds the Designation Stone while smiling and says, "Hate? I'm used to gods hating me, and hating is only possible if they're paying attention to me." He is about to use the Heaven's Designation Stone. System says, activation Heaven's designation stone. Attempting to connect to a god of the upper levels. Nirash is feeling the pressure. She says, you insane bastard. We see that everything turns red. System tells them that the upper level being has responded to Jinhyuk call. The higher being wishes to manifest to this realm. The restrictions of the tower prevent the manifestation from taking place. Due to the restrictions, you can only converse with the god through the designation stone. God angrily says to Jinhyuk, who dare? System tells them that the higher being is breaking the restriction and attempting manifestation. The higher being appears there. System says, the higher being has forcefully broken the tower's restrictions and is being manifested. In a chilling moment, God's once serene expression twists into an evil grin, surrounded by a crimson aura pulsating with sinister energy. He addresses Jinhyuk with a mix of disbelief and disdain. You reject my offer to become a dark disciple, yet you seek my audience again? God's voice reverberates with ominous power. Jinhyuk, now alert, meets God's gaze with determination. He faces the entity known as Rotting Heart Varial, his resolve unshaken. Why not tell me what you did back then? God's words cut through the tension, but this time to my face. As Jinhyuk braces himself, ready to confront his past, the chamber fills with an eerie glow, casting shadows that seem to dance with the impending confrontation. In this moment, the fate of Jinhyuk and perhaps all creation hangs in the balance. This is the end of the video. Subscribe for the next part. Hello. Welcome to the 15th part of the Solo Max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Rotting Heart Varial says, what did you say to me back on the 5th floor? Jinhyuk excitedly smiles and says, a tiger can't submit to a dog. Jinhyuk says, I reject. Varial comes really close to him, and why don't you try saying that again? Jinhyuk says, it's a shame, but I'm not in the situation to be joking around right now. Why don't you help me out since you're here already? Varial starts to laugh. He says, you make it sound like I owe you something. You just wait. I'm going to come up with the best curse for you. Jinhyuk says, Chun Yusung. You were the one who added the copy condition to make him wear the maid outfit. Adding that kind of additional condition by intervening in the system. It looks like you're really enjoying my content. Isn't that right? If you help me out here, I'll pay you back with even more entertaining content. I'll make sure you're never bored. A kind of fun you'll never see anywhere else in the Tower of Trials. Time resumes. Jinhyuk also activates the unison of body and mind. With Demon King Varial, God of Destruction Shiva is really surprised and says, Varial? Why are you siding with that human? Varial smiles and says, do you want a reason? It's simple. This guy's fun. Jinhyuk starts to attack Nirasha. Jinhyuk uses the Demon King's special technique, Colossus Ultimate Strike. Nirasha coughs out blood. She says, didn't you say something about not destroying the royal grave just now? Jinhyuk says, it's fine. I'll just say that it was your doing. Varial starts to laugh. Arun says, I thought you guys were neutral? Why are you getting in our way? Twin says, who knows? Do you need a reason? We don't think that much. But if we were to come up with one, Twins attacks them and say, it's because we like Jinhyuk. Twins start to take pictures. Teresa sees that and thinks, the twins really like Jinhyuk. She feels something and thinks, there is an intense fight going on underground. Shiva says, you cannot let Varial defeat you. That bastard. I hate how much of a little snake he is. System says, the Millennia Arch-Nemesis, Absolute Mandala, is blooming. Nirasha says, thank you, Shiv. Varial says, I was having so much fun, and they ruined it. King Jinhyuk, Shiva's sharing his skills with her now. Unison of body and mind won't be enough. I am a first-rate demon king who can easily win against Shiv, but I don't have the ability to share skills with you yet. Jinhyuk says, is that so? Then I guess I'll just have to show you something fun like I promised. System says, opening the third special feature of one who first conquered the tower. Exclusive Holy Lance copy. You can use the copy of the exclusive Holy Lance owned by a higher being. The range of usage is limited to the higher beings in contact with you. Once used, you cannot use this again. Help Penheimer earn Reinhardt III's trust and restore the Empire to its former glory. You have fulfilled the condition of the third quest of the one who first conquered the tower. Jinhyuk thinks, what? I did earn the Emperor's trust, but I haven't managed to bring the Empire to glory. I don't know why the system keeps favoring me like this, but I'll take advantage of it. Activating exclusive Holy Lance copy.
Copying Veriel's exclusive Holy Lance.
A really strong-looking spear appears. Dark Spear of Kishan. Variel gets really excited and says, what the hell? How are you using my Kishan when I didn't give you permission? Jinhyuk says, I told you that I'm going to show you something fun. Variel laughs like a madman. Jinhyuk throws the spear with his full strength. Narasha activates the absolute mandala. System says, mandala is being corrupted. She is barely holding on. Shiva shouts and says, Variel, where did you get a monster of a human being like that? Variel laughs and says, Shiva, that is how strong the demon realm is. Shiva says, damn it. System says, unison of body and mind is being cancelled. Absolute mandala is being cancelled. Spears hits her. Jinhyuk says, how refreshing. She chuffs out blood. Jinhyuk says, but I can't let an S-rank die because of something like this. Everyone is fighting. The floor explodes. Teresa is really surprised. There are really big holes in the roofs. Variel says, it's been a while since I laughed like that. You sure are good at entertaining. System says, unison of body and mind is being cancelled. Variel says, I'll take you as my disciple next time for sure. See you again. Narasha says, it's your win. I surrender. But do you think you'll be able to stop the revolution just because you won against me? Jinhyuk says, I let you live, and yet, you have the audacity to yap like this? Just go to sleep instead. Jinhyuk activates the 2-star hypnosis barrier. She sleeps. Jinhyuk thinks it's frustrating, but what she said is right. I won't be able to stop the uprising. Unless the Emperor stands up against it, the Empire will fall due to internal conflict. And if that happens, I won't be able to promise reward from Penheimer. Should I just be satisfied that I got the third special feature and give up on the shortened raid route of the middle floors? Alice says, if you just have to give life and park inspiration into the Emperor. I have a good idea. A way to wake up the foolish Emperor. The 15th part of the Solo Max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 16th part of the Solo Max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Alice says, if you just have to give life and spark inspiration into the Emperor. I have a good idea. A way to wake up the foolish Emperor. There is a lot of fighting going on. Alice gets in front of the Emperor and says, hey, Emperor, don't you care about your image? You look really stupid and pitiful sitting there like that. How can you call yourself a Reinhardt, looking like that? Swordmask says, how dare you speak so impudently? Abraham stops him and says, that mage is Kong Jinhyuk's friend. Let's just watch what she does. For now, what a sight. She brings out a spear. She says, the Reinhardt I knew wasn't like this. She casts a spell, Thursincho. System says, activating, unknown. Jinhyuk also gets there. System says, summoning the soul of a being with a deep bond to the use. You need to teach him a lesson. Founding Emperor of the Empire. Reinhardt 1. Emperor says, this can't be. You are. The Founding Emperor? Founding Emperor says, my descendant. What are you doing on the floor like this? You must not let yourself break down. That is not something an emperor should allow himself to do. Emperor says, just what do I do? My child. The child I was going to give everything to. He suddenly left this world. How can I go on without him? Founding Emperor says, I talk to you, child. Reinhardt 3. All those of my bloodline are with me. HW was a great child. I understood at once why you chose him to be your successor, but I do think he would be very sad to see this situation. Do you not think that you should live in such a way that when you come join us in the future, can someone tell you that you lived without regrets as a true Reinhardt? Founding Emperor says, finally, there is life in those eyes of yours. Emperor starts to cry. System says, Reinhardt 1 is activating. Emperor's message. His voice reaches the whole empire. He says, Children of the Empire, the founding emperor commands you. Throw down your weapons and stop fighting. Everyone throws down the weapon. Benchtelen says, My body's moving on its own. Paladin smashes his head on the ground and says, Empire traitor, Benchtelen. This is the end of the uprising. Founding Emperor says, I'm sure my descendant can take things on from here. Thank you for calling me here. Master. She says, You recognize me despite the mask. Founding Emperor kneels down in front of the Alice and says, You must have escaped the Hall of Depraved. It's with a heavy heart that I must leave you again. Alice says, It's okay. Do not worry about me. I've already found someone I can trust and depend on. The uprising that had swept over the Empire's capital came to an end. Benchtelen and his group were sentenced to death for instigating the uprising, but thanks to the Emperor's mercy, they were taken to a rehabilitation facility run by Savannah. The Swordmasters could not escape punishment either, but they did not resist. This is a really good deal. You get that? Jinhyuk takes everything from the other players. He didn't even leave them any clothes. He says, Because I could not kill the most important members of a large guild, I let the Gandhara guild members go after they gave me everything they had. Not many lives were lost thanks to the fast resolution, but it was still enough to plant the seed of doubt about the royalty in people's minds. But this doubt, was easily appeased. When they saw how passionate and lively the Emperor was, once again, Emperor says, I hereby pledge to all of you present here. Pinhammer says, His Majesty is back. It's all thanks to you.
Comme Jinhyuk.
I will provide you the shortest route to the upper floors as promised. And I, the Empire's Grand Swordmaster, swear my loyalty to you. After that we see Jinhyuk says, I thought we were done for. But it was all resolved thanks to you, Alice. How did you know the founding emperor? We just knew each other for a short time long ago. Jinhyuk thinks, he called her master. Do not worry about me. I've already found someone I can trust and depend on. I guess she doesn't want to talk about it yet. Jinhyuk sees someone in the crowd. He says, Alice, stay here for a bit. Alice says, Why? Where are you going off to this time? This is a gift. Drink it. They start to run. She says, Thanks. No. No. Jinhyuk activates a brand of tribulation. Did you really think that you could escape me? Jinhyuk says, It's been a while. Ophelia. The 16th part of the Solo Max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 17th part of the Solo Max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see a flashback where Ophelia is surrounded by some people. She gets slapped on the face. They says, Bertillon and Michael, who have both lived for the sake of the honor and prosperity of the Decus' household, have died in battle. Why is it that only you came back alive, Ophelia? Did you perhaps beg for your life? To a human? Go to the 21st floor and find a way to locate Bamong, and do not return until you have found it, or die on your own quietly. After that we see that she is about to kill herself. The brand of tribulation gets activated. She screams with pain. System says, a slave's life is the owner's possession. Suicide is not allowed. Damn it. I can't even return home, and I don't even have control over my own life. She starts to cry and says, Please, can't you just kill me? Jinhyuk says, Nah. If I wanted you to die, I would have brought Alice here. And don't act like you're the victim here. You can't die. You need to work for me for the rest of your life. She says, Damn it. I'm a noble being. Jinhyuk thinks, sounds like. The vampire guys are still trying to look for Bamong. Jinhyuk says, Ophelia, go back and tell them that you found a way to locate Bamong. He says, the best holy relic for hunting dragons. The Dragon Slayer's sword, Bamong. Blamen is sealed deep within some dungeon on the 21st floor, along with the corpse of the poisonous dragon that still exudes a lethal poison. However, it is very hard for a normal player or a tower resident to find the entrance to this dungeon. The dungeon's entrance location changes randomly without any given pattern. Then there is only one thing to do. Jinhyuk sees some following. The follower gets scared. Jinhyuk uses the Eye of Gluttony. His name is Furtsis Dantalion. A copy condition window appears saying, Copy conditions. Furtsis is a tower explorer spreading news around the floors. In order to copy on of his skills, you need to fulfill both conditions. Grant Furtsis the favor that he will ask of you soon. Show him how well you treat your companions. Jinhyuk thinks, it's to use the Great Tower Explorer Furtsis. Jinhyuk says, you can stop acting. Explorer Furtsis, you've been watching me ever since I got here. Furtsis says, you know me? Just tell me instead of stalking me. What do you want from me? Furtsis brings out a box and says, this is the piece I had been working on. The tower's ranks measure the abilities of everyone active within the Tower of Trials to rank them. To be honest, I want to put you on this list. Ever since I heard about you, I've been wanting to collect your data and put you on this list. But this damn tower's players don't even have a system in place. How savage is that? If I can finish this tower's ranking, I will be able to have the players' data all nicely organized. He's still obsessed with numbers. I guess he's similar to Rick in that sense. The tower's rankings. Is this what I'm supposed to help him with to fulfill the copy conditions? If you can just sign here, agreeing to giving up all of your and your company's personal information. Jinhyuk says, wait, I'll sign right away. If you'll just do me a quick favor. He says, of course. Give and take. What can I do for you? It's really simple. Jinhyuk says, please find the entrance to the dungeon that has the Dragon Slayer's sword, Bamong. I know you can do it. Furtsis says, but the Empire has banned entry to that place, so it's. Jinhyuk says, then I'm not sure about giving you my information. It's not like I really care about this ranking stuff. Jinhyuk gets up and says, you don't want to do anything for me, but you want to take my personal information, as well as all of my people too? Furtsis says, no, that's. Jinhyuk says, what kind of nonsensical negotiation is this? I'm leaving. Let's never meet again. Furtsis says, Mr. Kong Jinhyuk, please be more sympathetic. I'm just an individual explorer, so if I make an enemy out of a force as great as the Empire, I'll be in great danger. Jinhyuk says, is that really something to worry about? What not just keep it a secret? We ever gone to the Bamong dungeon? After that we see back on Earth Black Crow Guild building. A girl says, F my life. When am I gonna get through all these applications? I'm just a minor. There's nothing we can do about it, as long as the Guildmaster's 21st floor raid video is pulling in all these views. This king of thing never happened when Miss Alice was looking after us. Someone knocks on the door. Twins get there and says, we are here. They are really surprised to see them and says, you guys are Europe's ranked psycho twins, Casey and Jadello? They says, Jinhyuk told us to help out with the guild stuff. He and we are family now. Didn't he tell you? He thinks of Jinhyuk's message and thinks, this is what he meant. She says, is there anything we can do? I'd prefer something fun. After that we see there are a lot of hunter outside the building. Twins get there and says, attention. There were way too many applicants, so the first round of testing will be held right here. In order to pass, you need to stay conscious until the very end. Ready? Everyone is really surprised. Twins jump and attack them. They say, begin. Applicant says, why are the psycho twins here? Manager Kim thinks, S-rank sure are dependable. This is something Miss Alice would have done in the past. I hope you're doing all right, Miss Alice. After that we see Jinhyuk says, are you sure it's here? They are standing in front of a warehouse-type building, and Furtsis says, it might be suspicious, but I'm certain this is where the entrance is. I can clearly see it. The means with which the entrance is formed. Furtsis activates entry pass. System says, forcibly open any entrance you are not permitted to enter. Penalty: you will not be able to obtain items or EXP.
Dungeon gate opens.
Jinhyuk thinks, if it weren't for him, I would need really complex tracking magic as well as an item of the Emperor's. As expected of Furtsis, he says, let's go. I've always wondered what kind of dungeon this was. Vampires also get there. And she says, you've done well, Ophelia. She orders her army of vampires to chase after him. Furtsis is really surprised to see inside and says, oh my god, there are the Chronicles of Siegfried, the legendary dragon slayer, and the owner of the dragon slayer sword, Bamong. It's all written in Detain in this ancient language. Some traps get activated. Water spirit and earth spirit are defending against the traps. Furtsis says about how he killed the poison dragon Fafnir with the dragon slayer sword. Amazing. It's amazing. Furtsis says, if it weren't for you spirits, we wouldn't have been able to read this because of all the traps. But I thought that spirits don't get into contract with humans. So how did you manage to do that? Jinhyuk says, I opened the locks to their hearts with genuine and warm love. Isn't that right, guys? All the spirits says, of course. Jinhyuk says, don't even forget that if either Furtsis or I get hurt, even a tiny bit, you're all going to be punished by Goguma. Spirits are hitting the T-bone and says, hey, I can see your feet. What's up with that? We're moving so fast that we can't see our own feet, and you dare to take it slow? Jinhyuk thinks, I guess that didn't fulfill the copy condition. System says, copy conditions. Show him how well you treat your companions incomplete. Jinhyuk activates the first ever fire. There are a lot of arrows sticking out of the T-bone, and spirits are on the ground. Jinhyuk says, so this is the poison dragon Fafnir, and the dragon slayer sword, Bamong? Jinhyuk says, well, don't blocking all those traps for our 3 hours. Have this, and rest for a bit. Furtsis says, my. Jinhyuk, also don't get too close to Fafnir. It died while spewing poison that contained resentment for Siegfried. That poison is so lethal that no one can survive getting close to it. Don't worry, I already knew that. Even if I do manage to pass the poison, I'll have to be chosen by Bamong to be able to use it. Furtsis says, you know everything about this tower, huh? Do you perhaps want to join me on my journeys? Jinhyuk says, so you're a tower explorer, huh? Jinhyuk thinks, I bet it would be fun to go exploring with you. I'm sure it'd be impossible to find someone who is unbiased and greedless when it comes to anything in this tower of trials. However, Jinhyuk's, it's an interesting offer, but made at a bad time. Vampires get there and, Jinhyuk says, we have some uninvited guests. Furtsis is really scared to see them. Vampire leader sees the sword and says, finally, we've found the dragon slayer sword, Bamong. She says, Ophelia, you have done well. You have earned the right to return home. Ophelia says, thank you. Jinhyuk says, here come the mosquitoes of Decasis. You must have used quite a bit of money to get all of you down here. We always have ample sacrifice for the tower. We have looked all over for the dragon slayer sword. To the point even worked with an inferior demonic human. But to think that all I had to do was follow you to find it. It's quite unbelievable. Jinhyuk says, you wanted Bamong that bad? But what a shame. Even you wouldn't be able to withstand such a strong poison. I do not care about the poison. I already know how to deal with it. Don't forget to capture the explorer too. He seems pretty useful. It would be nice to have him as our permanent search dog. Furtsis starts to run and says, no, then I won't be able to explore. I don't want that. Furtsis activates wandering through floors and says, sorry, Mr. Jinhyuk. System says, moving to a different floor without incurring any penalties. Furtsis says, I must get out of here. 2 vampires attack him from behind. The vampires explode. Goguma is the one that killed them. Furtsis says, that's an ancient creature. Jinhyuk says, Goguma protects him. The rest of you, assemble. All his spirits go into battle mode. All the vampires are really surprised. Jinhyuk says, do you really think that I wouldn't have gotten stronger from the last time we saw each other? Anyway, I heard that you vampires are weak against fire. Fire spirit uses spirit breath. T-Bone says, whoa, you're all amazing. Then I'll also. Jinhyuk picks up T-Bone and says, take this. Vampire leader thinks, the 5 great spirits, as well as an ancient creature. This bastard has actually gotten stronger than the last time I saw him. Most of Decasis won't be a match for him. She smiles and thinks, however. She uses a blood explosion. Spirits get blown up. She says, struggling against some spirits. The future of the Decasis is looking dim. You are all in for strict training once we return. They says, Sir, I apologize. He says, I will show you how it's done. As the patriarch of the Decasis, Jinhyuk activates the Eye of Gluttony. His name is Amulim de Decasis. Copy conditions. Amulium has pure blood running through his veins, escaping from his mind domination. He activated this skill by having his opponent drink his blood. You will be able to copy one of his conditions if you manage to break free of his mind domination skill. Spirit says, Master, watch out. He's worlds different from the other guys. You guys help Goguma protect Furtsis. I'll take care of that thing. Amulim says, you seem confident. However, you won't be a match for me even if you had all of the ancient creatures and spirits under your command. Activating blood alchemy. Activating first even fire. Amulim appears behind Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk is surprised. He hits Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk goes flying. He says, pretty good reaction speed for a human. You managed to twist away at the last moment, but not fast enough to avoid all harm. Then let's see. What kind of power? You blood possesses. He activates a blood explosion. Blood that was coming out of Jinhyuk's wounded explodes. The 17th part of the solo max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 18th part of the solo max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Amulim says, then, let's see what kind of power your blood possesses. He activates a blood explosion. Blood on Jinhyuk's cheek explodes. A big blood explosion happens. A lot of rubble goes flying. Amulim sees something. Jinhyuk is standing in the middle of the smoke. Jinhyuk is unharmed and says, good thing I dodged that in time. I would have been holding hands with the Reaper had I not. Amulim is really surprised and thinks, what? I've never seen it explode like that before. Is there something about his blood other than the sweet smell it has? Jinhyuk removes his jacket and says, hey, are you trying to kill me? I thought you wanted to get the Dragon Slayer sword. Amulim says, it's none of your business about how I obtained the Dragon Slayer sword. However, I have a different reason for coming to see you. The criminal who I sealed a long time ago, who's currently hiding in your ring. I've come to take Alice back. Jinhyuk says, a criminal? I don't know what you're talking about. Amulim angry and says, are you taking me for a fool right now? I saw you manifest Alice on the 7th floor. Jinhyuk is acting like a dumb boy. He says, I can't hear well because of that explosion earlier. Some blood drops appears around Jinhyuk. Amulim says, cut the bullshit, or I will kill you. Summon the vampire you're hiding. Right now? Jinhyuk says, I can finally hear. I can call forth my vampire. Jinhyuk says, come on out. Don't be shy. Ophelia gets there. Amulim is surprised and says, Ophelia? Why did you just step up? She is really scared. We see a flashback where Amulim says, is that true, Ophelia? That Kong Jinhyuk is searching for Bomong on the 21st floor? She says, yes, sir. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. I've checked that he's employed a mysterious explorer who can find the Bomong. He says, oh, I see. Well done, go rest. This might be your chance to recover your honor. Someone comes there and says, Ophelia. Her brank of tribulation gets activated. She hears someone say, bring it back, Ophelia. The forgotten holy relic of the Decasis household, the apostate's bracelet. Amulim is really surprised and thinks, why is that on her wrist? System says, attempting to undo the seal on the apostate's bracelet. Apostata's bracelet has been confirmed. User's identity as the bloodline of the Decasis household has been confirmed. Time remaining until unlocking the seal. 10 minutes. Amulum tries to grab the apostate's bracelet and says, "What are you doing, Ophelia?" Jinhyuk activates a band of tribulation. She bring out her sword. System says, "Do not let anyone else take the apostate's bracelet until the seal is broken no matter what. Attack anyone who tries to take it away from you." She attacks Amulum and screams no. Amulum blocks her attack. She says, "I apologize, sir. I didn't do that on purpose." Amulum is really angry and says, "You dare put your hand on me, the patriarch?" She is crying and thinks, "I'm dead." He jumps toward her to attack and says, "Ophelia, so you have chosen to betray us." Amulum is really angry and uses a really powerful attack. A really big explosion happens. Jinhyuk activates the Sword Demon King's steps and saves her. She says, "Why did you save me?" Jinhyuk says, "I told you. You need to serve me for eternity. The seal's not broken yet either." Jinhyuk throws her away. Jinhyuk smiles and says, "So, what will you do now, Amulum? Ophelia wants to be my subordinate. You should have taken better care of your subordinates when you had the chance." Amulum is really angry and a lot of blood is floating around him. He says, "I will make sure that you can never speak another arrogant statement again." Amulum appears in front of Jinhyuk, ready to kick him. Jinhyuk is standing still without moving an inch. Amulum used transfer to appears in front of Jinhyuk really fast. Jinhyuk goes flying and hit the roof. Amulum uses blood alchemy. Bloodhound. Jinhyuk activates the tomb's right arm. Jinhyuk destroyed his attack with a punch. Amulum jumps toward him and uses blood explosion. Jinhyuk activates the Sword Demon King's steps. They both start to fight, hitting each other with powerful attacks. Ophelia is barely hanging on because the shockwaves are too strong. She is really surprised and thinks, "This cannot be. This battle is on a whole other dimension than the one against Michael." Ancient Dragon appears there, and the fire spirit is also fighting the other vampires. She says, "You want me to go there and wait for my turn?" Amulum is sliding Jinhyuk against the wall. Amulum says, "You have certainly surprised me. I didn't expect that you would be able to use the Tombird's right arm. However, no matter how much you try, the most you can do is leave a small scratch." Amulum had a scratch on his face. Jinhyuk says, "You're greatly misunderstanding one thing, Amulum." He says, "Misunderstanding? That little scratch that you have is all I need to do." "Is all I need to do." T-Bone says, "Master, it's complete." Amulum is really surprised and says, "Wait, this is..." System says, "The tower's suppression power has been weakened. The upper limit of power will be unlocked up to 20%. Jinhyuk activates a 4-star barrier, present world restraints, breaking the seal of the apostate's bracelet. Ophelia takes off the bracelet and thinks, "Whatever. At this point, there is no home for me to return to anymore." She throws the bracelet toward Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk catches it. System says, "You need the user's blood in order to break the seal spell." Jinhyuk drops his blood on the bracelet. Amulum is really angry and says, "Die." He uses a blood explosion. System says, "The owner of the blood has been confirmed. The Decasus seal over Alice von Ataraxia has been broken." She appears in middle of them. She says, "I am Alice von Ataraxia, the head of the Ataraxias. In the name of the matriarch, I shall punish you for your past sins." After that, we see a flashback where Alice says, "You're going to lure the Decasus now?" She is biting her nails and says, "While I like the idea of getting revenge, I don't have my full power back yet. And I shouldn't say this, but you're not strong enough to win against him yet." Jinhyuk puts his hand on her head and says, "This is a good chance for you, Alice. Consider it a rare opportunity to lure them to the middle floors for quiet elimination." She says, "But this plan puts you in danger." Jinhyuk smiles and says, "Don't worry, I've made arrangements for that. Plus, didn't I promise you that I would make sure to help you get your revenge?" She is standing in front of Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk is bleeding from his head and he says, "Why are you looking at me like that? Go, get your revenge." She gets really excited and says, "Right? I should." All the vampires are really scared to see her and says, "It's Ataraxia. The Empress of Pure Blood of Ataraxia has undone the seal." Amulum kills the scared vampires and says, "How dare you traitors speak her noble name? You all deserve death." Amulum is really frustrated and angry. Have used a blood bullet. She easily blocks the bullets. Amulum activates blood alchemy. A blood sword appears in his hand. He attacks Alice. Alice easily blocks his attack. She activates blood road. She says, "It's been a while, Amulum, but I still find it hard to believe that when all the patriarchs turned their backs on me, because I disagreed with the proposal to expand your influence, you still sided with me throughout the whole thing, and that after doing all that, you betrayed me." Amulum coughs out blood. She is really angry and says, "I cannot forgive you." Amulum activates an exclusive skill, Red Coffin. System says, confining the target with barriers of blood. Amulum says, "I believed a Blanche power system in the tower would benefit Outkind, but in the end, you chose the tower over us. You were considered the era's most powerful vampire. You turned your back on your future with the excuse to maintain a balance." System says, condensing time and space. He says, "If you are going to fail us once again, I am willing to seal you as often as it takes." She gets trapped in a red coffin. Ophelia is really scared and Jinhyuk is drinking a position. She says, "Damn it. Is it over for me?" Jinhyuk says, "What are you talking about? Alice is the most powerful vampire there is." She breaks the coffin and a really big explosion happens. Amulum is surprised. Mysterious Explorer is really excited to see the fight and says, "This is what I've heard of in the legends." Alice activates the divine exclusive skill, Revelations of the World's Creation. She is really beautiful and black on her head and back. She looks really cool. She activates combat mode Empress of Pure Blood. Amulum is really surprised and thinks the restriction has been weakened enough for her to activate her divine exclusive skill. She destroys him. She says, "Thanks for saying that. Now I won't hesitate." He activates super regeneration. He is trying to run and thinks, "I can't even react to her speed." She hits him in the back. He goes flying really fast and hits the ground. Jinhyuk says, "Alice, I'll leave him to you. I'm going to take out the bombong." Alice says, "Don't worry about it. I'm not satisfied dealing with him yet." Jinhyuk starts to combine skill. He says, "Pashan Mountain Smoke Tree Bark. Melmerman Clinic's Ointment. Combining." System says, "You have obtained unidentified liquid. Using unidentified liquid, resistance to poison will be increased by 50% for 5 minutes. Activating 1,000 poisons. Resistance to poison will be increased by 50%. Vampire says, "Stop that human. He's headed toward the bombong." System says, users will lose 11% of the total HP every second due to the poison's effects. All the vampires start to cough out blood. They use blood attacks. Ophelia starts to kill them. One of them says, "Were you not the Decasus Hound? Didn't you see Miss Alice fighting? I don't side with losers." Bleeding effect activated due to poison. Movement speed will be decreased by 5% every second due to the effects of the poison. Jinhyuk is bleeding a lot and says, "This poison sure is intense. So, let's take it." In one try, Jinhyuk activated the Blessing of the Stars. And he also uses Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor Arts. System says, vision impaired due to the effects of the poison. The mana paths have been disrupted due to the effects of the poison. Fafner's resentment has fallen into an eternal slumber. All curses of the poison have vanished. Everyone is looking toward him. Alice also sees him. Jinhyuk is holding the Dragon Slayer's sword bomb. Amulum says, "I was adamant in thinking that despite the poison, that human would be able to take out the bomb." Amulum activates transfer and appears behind Jinhyuk and says, "I was right." The 18th part of the Solo Max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 19th part of the Solo Max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Amulum uses transfer and appears behind Jinhyuk. He says, "I was right." Amulum says, "Alice, stop. If you come one step closer, I will shred his throat with this sword. Alice, I was wondering how you managed to escape the Hall of the Depraved. But I think I get it now. It's as if this human had taken this Dragon Slayer sword dozens of times. I'm sure that he's no ordinary human, so I won't permit his death. Instead, he will be faced with the power of the Decasus. Amulum feeds Jinhyuk blood and activates mind domination. Alice screams and says, "No, Kong Jinhyuk." After that we see Jinhyuk's soul. System says, beginning mind domination stage. There are a lot of amulum. The effects will be increased by 100% due to the pure bloodline of the user. Jinhyuk is screaming. Amulum says, that might have been too much for a human to handle. But there shouldn't be an issue following my orders even if he's a little broken. Jinhyuk starts to act like zombies. Amulum says, go. Go and capture that ataraxia bitch with your own hands. Jinhyuk starts to goof around. Alice sees him and starts to laugh really hard. Alice smiles and says, I almost fell for it. That was some pretty good acting. Jinhyuk says, not bad, right? A copy conditions window appears saying, escape Amulum's mind domination. The requirements have been fulfilled. You have successfully copied the blood explosion. Amulum is really surprised and thinks, he managed to escape my mind's domination. Alice says, I don't know how you pulled that off, but good job. Amulum activate, super regeneration. Jinhyuk says, those thoughts you tried to dominate me with were pretty amusing. Yeah, the whole thing was really impressive. But you picked the wrong person to mess with. Jinhyuk kill all Amulum clones in his mind. I've broken through much more complex skills countless times. Stage cleared. Jinhyuk activates a blood explosion. Exploding blood cells exposed to the atmosphere. Amulum is really surprised and thinks, no way. A human is using a blood explosion? Jinhyuk says, this isn't bad. Jinhyuk throws a blood drop toward Amulum. A really big explosion happens. Amulum thinks, I've lost the upper hand in the situation. I need to widen the distance. Alice uses a harpoon of Vladimir. She stabs Amulum with blood chain. She says, Amulum, you were too arrogant. You didn't even bring your main weapon. Because you thought you could defeat a human without it. Dragon Slayer's sword bombing. Acquisition difficulty, unknown. An item window appears, saying, attack force, 35,500. Weight, 37 kg. Durability, 58,000 out 160,000. Effects. 1. Ignores defenses of levels lower than holy relics. 2. Possible 20% additional damage. Double the damage when fighting a dragon. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. This may change depending on proficiency level. 3. Increases the physical capacity of the user by 10% if acknowledged as the rightful owner by Bamong. Also increases healing speed. Special active effect allows the user to use reenactment of a legend. It enables the user to reenact the battle between Fafnir and Siegfried. You need a certain level of understanding of Bamong in order to use this effect. That arrogance has caused you this defeat. Jinhyuk activates the Blessing of the Star, and also activates Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor Arts. Amulum activates Super Regeneration. He thinks, I'll be dead if I stop Super Regeneration. Alice says, Amulum de Decasus, go to hell and wait for me there. Fire of Judgment, Tursis. I will send the other patriarchs to keep you company. She uses a really big attack, and kills Amulum. Amulum de Decasus has died. You have leveled up. You have obtained the seal of Decasus. All the vampire soldiers says, the patriarch is dead. There is no hope any longer. Fall back. Wanderer says, seems like it's over now. Canceling divine exclusive skill. Revelations of the world's creation. Alice thinks, I was able to take one step closer to the revenge that I have been dreaming of for so long. But that's not the case. Jinhyuk says, Alice, what's wrong? Let's go eat what you like. Then, will you be happy? All right, let's go. Let's clean it up, guys. Ophelia thinks, I did barely survive. But what do I do now? Jinhyuk says, what are you doing, Ophelia? Aren't you coming? She says, I'm coming. Jinhyuk asks Furtzes to come with them. He says, yep, coming. System says, you have successfully copied the passive skill, Synergy. If you use more than 2 skills at once, your stats will be increased by 10%. Copy conditions. Show him how well you treat your friends. The conditions have been fulfilled. After that, we see at the Tower of Trial's higher floors vampire territory. A chair gets burned. Everyone is really surprised and says, "How can this be?" For the chair of the Decasus household to have burst into flames. Has Amulam died? I warned you that he is not someone you should underestimate. Goblin Manager appears there and says, the experience and the information he holds makes it seem like he's omniscient. Everything he does blows your expectations. If we let him continue to do as he wishes, the other patriarchs like you here might share the same fate as Amulam. Another vampire says, are you saying that we would lose to some mere human? You think that's possible? Exensian Ataraxia says, enough. High Floor Manger. Hey Sting, I don't assume you came all the way here to chat about how great that human is. Stop insulting us and just tell us what you're really thinking. The Goblin Manager says, I like that you're smart. I've thought of a plan to remove Kong Jinhyuk. They say, wait, you're this tower's high floor manager. Why would you help us when your duty is to maintain the power balance in the tower? Goblin Manger makes an evil face and says, what are you talking about? I am trying harder than ever to maintain the balance in the tower, offering information of the veteran company and tower's ranking. You can use this to check the tower's ranking at any time. Furtsis gives a box to Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk asks, you don't want it back? Furtsis says, it's a gift. You can have it. It was nice to have seen Fafnir and the Dragon Slayer sword. That's enough for me. Jinhyuk says, I'm sure we'll meet again if fate makes it. Please use the ranking wisely. Teresa gets there and says, Jinhyuk. She says, I've been looking for you forever. Where have you been? I had some business to tend to. But why were you looking for me? Paladin says, what will you do now, child? Will you continue with the Paladin classes? Teresa says, yes, Most Reverend Savannah. Paladin says, Teresa, serving the goddess of light can be a very hard deed. You'll be able to earn significantly strong powers if you got your second class, but you will need to give up many things in life. Paladin says, the most painful thing is that you cannot form a family. For us, who have chosen a life of restriction to upkeep the holy duties, we can only live off of the memories of passionate times. Teresa thinks, but I have no other choice if I want to become stronger. System says, due to the Archbishop's authority, Teresa de Laurentia will be honorably discharged from the forces of the Holy Empire. You will not receive any penalties. You will be freed from all duties of the Holy Empire. Teresa says, Most Reverend Savannah. Paladin says, perhaps I have made it to this position for this day. Go to the side of the person you wish to be with. System says, Teresa de Laurentia has joined the veteran company. Jinhyuk thinks, it must have been tough for her to quit since she's a paladin. Did that archbishop help her? She says, Jinhyuk, to celebrate my entrance into the company, can you? You're so frustrating. Black Teresa comes out and says, I'm inviting you to my house, so let's have a party to celebrate. Why can't you say something so simple? Jinhyuk says, all right. Jinhyuk says, I did hear that Teresa came from a noble family, but Alice says, not bad. Not bad at all. Laurentia household mansion. I didn't know she was this rich. You're early. Teresa says, welcome. It must have been hard getting here. Nice to see you all. Andrea, Wu Liang, Alice, Bellis. And she is? Right, you never would have seen her before. She's our new employee. Ophelia. Teresa says, really? Nice to meet you. Ophelia thinks, what is with this human? She really can't recognize me even though I just changed my ear shape? I'm sure it was tiring to get here. I welcome you to the Laurentia household. Teresa's father, Dustin de Laurentia. Jinhyuk says, nice to meet you. I'm Kong Jinhyuk. Dustin says, nice to meet you. I'm Dustin. Dustin says, the hero who saved Europe. I've heard lots about you from my daughter. And for her to be fighting alongside someone like you, I'm very relieved as her father. Then, let's talk business. When do you plan on saving my daughter by getting serious with her? Teresa says, everyone, I need to talk to my father about the food. Please feel free to look around until the others get here. He thinks, soon, Chun Yusung and the 4 slaves arrived. The stalker always complains, but he's pretty submissive. Bellis educated the people from the Tower of Trials about what they should be vigilant of in this outside world. I told Alice to teach them, but she had him take on the role instead. I didn't call the twins, but they came anyway. Taemin and Manhwa were the last to arrive. Jin-hyuk says, "Attention, everyone. All of you here are a part of the veteran company, whether you like it or not. You should all take this opportunity to get to know each other." Jin-hyuk says, "Now, we'll begin the first ever veteran company workshop." Everyone is enjoying the party. Teresa asks, "Where did Jin-hyuk go?" Jin-hyuk is walking outside and thinks, "Looks like everyone's getting along well. This is the perfect time for me to check out the reward I got from Amulet. Seal of Decasis." Jin-hyuk opens the Decasis household's treasury. You will randomly receive one of the treasures of the storage. You have obtained a masterpiece where silence seeps. Only those who have completed a certain percentage of lost language can see the true value of this painting. Are you telling me this is what I get by random chance? Even if my luck stat is high, this is a bit fishy. Lost language was mentioned in the second benefit for one who first conquered the tower. He thinks of the system saying, if you uncover every lost language hidden within the tower's depths long ago, you can learn about the nameless barriers. Locations where you can find the lost languages will be shown upon your first class advancement. Did I really get this painting by pure chance? It's as if someone is helping me to complete the lost language. So, you finally realized, Kang Jin-hyuk. The 19th part of the solo max level newbie ends here. If you want to see more, please subscribe and like. And if you want to support me financially, you can join my channel membership or Patreon only for $1. Patreon and Discord links are in the description if you want to support me. And a special thanks to all my Patreons for supporting me. Thanks for watching. Hello. Welcome to the 20th part of the solo max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, we see that Jin-hyuk is nervous. He receives a video call from Yeon, but the screen shows question mark, not the face of Yeon. Yeon tells him, "You don't need to be so nervous. I don't want to harm you. We've watched you for a long time, Kang Jin-hyuk." Jin-hyuk asks, "We?" Yeon replies, "Yes, we, the ones who created this Tower of Trials." Black Teresa tells Teresa, "Hey, goody two-shoes, this is your chance. Go after Kang Jin-hyuk while everyone is distracted." Teresa thinks, where did he go off to? She sees a light outside. After that, we see Jin-hyuk thinks, the days when I was streaming my playthrough of Tower of Trials, there were only 20 people who watched my stream. I barely managed to make a living with their donations, but I still managed to climb to the top of the Tower of Trials. He remembers someone commenting, "I always welcome a new hero." If we combine the first letter of each word from that sentence, it makes Yeon. Jin-hyuk thinks, yeah, I remember him. He commented, "Where's unknown when we need him?" I want to see him fight Kang Jin-hyuk. I feel like he might have already fought him. Jin-hyuk thinks he was one of my most consistent viewers. You're telling me one of my few viewers was actually an admin at the Tower of Trials? Yeon says, "You remember me now? I would have been upset otherwise." Kang Jin-hyuk, we go back a long way. Longer than you'd think. We donated enough money so that you wouldn't have to worry about your sustenance. And we also arranged a training facility so that you could stay fit. Jin-hyuk asks, "You mean you helped me to focus on just climbing the tower?" Yeon replies, "Yeah." Jin-hyuk asks, "But why?" Yeon tells him, "Because you were different from the other humans who gave up easily. We believed that you would see the tower to its end. We created a Tower of Trials to be a world of suffering and unfairness, dedicated to pushing people to their limits. But you actually enjoyed it. In the end, you succeeded. You managed to climb to the very top." Jin-hyuk asks, "So all those special benefits and the clues for the forgotten language were your doing?" Yeon says, "Yep. I like that you're quick to catch on." Jin-hyuk asks, "So what do you want from me then? I mean, what's your reason to invest so much into me?" Yeon tells him, "It's simple. We want you to climb the Tower of Trials to the top once again." Jin-hyuk asks him, "What if I refuse?" We see a glass of wine breaks. Yeon tells him, "Then humanity will meet its end as planned." Alice appears behind Jin-hyuk. She asks, "What are you doing here alone?" Jin-hyuk smiles. He tells her I was checking the rewards I got from defeating Amulam. She asks, and? Did you get anything useful? Jin-hyuk says, somewhat. Alice is happy and tells him, talking about that finally makes me feel like I've really gotten rid of one of the 6 patriarchs who betrayed me. Jin-hyuk says, I promised you that I'd help you get your revenge. Alice says, I know that you're going to keep that promise. You look worried, though. You can talk to me about it if you want. You're the only human I trust, and you're my only contractor. Jin-hyuk smiles after hearing that. Jin-hyuk says, thanks for saying that. Teresa hears everything. Black Teresa gets frustrated. After that, we see that Jin-hyuk is going somewhere on a plane. He thinks the workshop was great in establishing friendships between the members. Knowing and understanding one another is the key to teamwork. He thinks of Yeon saying, climb to the top of the Tower of Trials once again. But keep this in mind. The 50th floor. It's completely different from back then. Jin-hyuk thinks, I couldn't hear all that they had to say because of the restrictions, but they definitely said that the 50th floor has changed. That's something unexpected, but I'm not really worried. He looks towards all of his teammates. He thinks, I guess that's because it's not just the tower that changed. After that, we see at Yanoa's house. Her grandfather gives an ice cream to Jin-hyuk and says, here. I prepared this after hearing that you liked it. Jin-hyuk says, thank you. Mr. Yu Chien-yo. Your mana has gotten a lot thicker since the last time I saw you. Did you begin climbing the tower? Chien-yong replies, yes. I decided to utilize this system with my disciples. Soon after, I understood right away that an individual can possess powers that one wouldn't in the original world. Jin-hyuk thinks, it's a good thing I brought him to my side early. He didn't take the Awaken test, but he's definitely above S rank. I guess the most powerful martial artist is bound to have immense potential. He kind of reminds me of Gramps, the Dark Emperor. Chien-yong says, I don't assume you're here just to make casual conversation. What brought you here? Jin-hyuk tells him, I wanted to take Yanoa with me to the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. You don't need my permission for that, though. Jin-hyuk says, that's now all I wanted to talk about. The weather's pretty nice today. Why don't we take a walk? We see that Yanoa and Lee are eating. Lee SEO Jin-hyuk and Chien-yong talking and asking, I wonder what they're talking about. She says, I don't know. Are you not going to eat that? I'll clean it up for you. I assume he's talking about going to the 15th floor. Lee says, that place. After that, we see at the Tower of Trials 15th floor Antichrist's tomb. We see a girl crying. Yanoa tells the place where the most infamous boss, the Wailing Witch, resides. After that, we see at the entrance of the 15th floor, ancient ruins of Antichrist's tomb attack units camp. There is Europe's strongest organization, Olympus, and also Asia's strongest, Dangun, as well as the world's strongest Gandhara guild. The captain of Gandhara says, we had all the greatest and most skilled guilds on our side present here, but only were we unsuccessful with the raid. We also haven't been able to get past the first guardian. Dangun team captain says, Nirasha, I understand that you're frustrated, but there is nothing we can do. The 7 deadly sins are very hard to defeat. They are completely resistant to all types of damage, plus there's some unknown curse that puts our attack unit to sleep. There is nothing we can do but enough time to plan a proper strategy. Nirasha thinks we announced that we were going to successfully raid this place as representatives of humanity, and that we were going to donate the witch's cauldron that we'd get from here to the World Awaken organization. We see a flashback where God Shiva tells Nirasha, this is a disgrace. You have no right to use my powers as someone who sold herself to some demon god. If you wish to receive my blessing once more, prove that you are worthy of it. She thinks, at this rate, I might actually be abandoned by Shiva. She hears some noises from outside. She goes out and asks, what's with all this noise? We know that Kang Jin-hyuk, Yanoa, Lee, and Teresa are there. Everyone sees them and says, Kang Jin-hyuk and his group are here. Is there some hope for this expedition now? He meets Maria and Jang Yoon-seok. Yoon-seok says, it's nice to see you guys again. He sees Nirasha and says, I didn't expect to meet you again this soon. Nirasha, Maria asks, you both know each other? Jin-hyuk replies, yep. Nirasha looks nervous. Jin-hyuk says, I'll be direct. We are going to be joining the attack unit. Jin-hyuk tells Nirasha, but you don't need to be so nervous about it. We have no intention of taking credit away from you. We're just here to get the Wailing Witch. Jin-hyuk thinks, to be exact, the only thing I really need is the Wailing Witch's skill, Black Tears, which will be hella useful when fighting the dragon later. He tells them that the witch's cauldron will be donated in your name. Everyone starts to talk and says, he doesn't want anything for lending a hand? He's just something else. This hope feels so nice. Jin-hyuk smiles and thinks, what are they talking about? I don't want anything? Do I look like a social worker? Jin-hyuk uses an eye for gluttony. It's basically a buffet for me. She sees the status window of Maria. She is level 61. A copy condition appears saying, copy conditions, Maria is grateful that you saved her life. Show off your magic skills to earn her admiration and respect. You will be able to copy Hellfire if you succeed. Jin-hyuk smiles and thinks, perfectly. Teresa thinks, this time, I will stay by Jin-hyuk's side. Jin-hyuk calls. She says, yes. He tells her, please stay in the back lines this time. I'm taking Maria to the front. She is so sad. Jin-hyuk gets closer to her and says, Teresa, I have my reasons. Listen closely. He tells her something. She says, I see. Then I guess I should do as you said. Manhwa asks, what did he say to her that got her so serious all of a sudden? Lee says, who knows? Jin-hyuk smiles. Jin-hyuk says, let's get going. I'll do the briefing. This place is divided into 7 areas, and there are no monsters. Yoon-seok says the only things we'll be facing are the Wailing Witch and her creations. Jin-hyuk says, this disciple symbolized the 7 deadly sins. A really big monster appears in front of them. It is a disciple of pride. Yoon-seok shouts, prepare for battle. Jin-hyuk says, why don't you get out of the way instead? Jin-hyuk, Lee and Manhwa are ready to fight. Jin-hyuk smiles and tells them, I think that would make this more convenient for us. Wailing Witch is watching them, and she is annoyed by them. She asks, why can't they simply let me rest in peace? They keep on coming. Just when will they give up? A representative of the demonic human appears behind her and says, as one of the representatives of the Demonic Human Association, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Wailing Witch Isabella. Isabella says, listen to me. I just live a quiet little life, building disciples in the image of the 7 deadly sins. And I want to continue doing so with nothing else in mind. So why do these humans? I want them to leave me alone. He tells her, that's why we've stepped up to help. She gets happy and says, ooh, really? You're gonna help me? How are you going to do that? He tells her, we've devised a simple plan for that, Isabella. For that, all you have to do is open the 7th room. My loyal subordinate, Tristan, will take care of things immediately after you do. After that we see, Maria, Nirasha, and Yoon-seok are really surprised. Jin-hyuk's team is destroying pride. Manhwa looks really cool and she says, how dare you hold your hand up so high? She drills his face down on the ground. System tells that the disciple of pride is in a humble pose. Damage nullification has been cancelled. Jin-hyuk uses Colossus Ultimate Strike. So they take damage once they get into the humble pose? Who would have thought that the strategy to beat these things was something this weird? Yoon-seok thinks I'm impressed. They're all very skilled on their own too, but their teamwork has improved since the last time I saw them. Yoon-seok says, finally, we're making some progress. Although it does hurt my ego a little bit. Maria thinks, I've never seen Kong Jin-hyuk's group fight. They're amazing. No, wait. Is that the right way to describe it? Absolutely not. This is more like bullying. This is the end. Subscribe for more. In the start, we see Jin-hyuk yawn. Manhwa says, if it were possible, I wouldn't even want to breathe. Lee says, I want every single cell to go into hibernation. They think talking is bothersome. Even breathing is bothersome. Apostle of Sloth appears in front of him. System tells, the defense of the Apostle of Sloth decreases by 100% due to extreme sloth. Jin-hyuk throws the dagger and hits the sloth. System says, the Apostle of Sloth is vanishing. Maria is surprised. Jin-hyuk says, this strategy is always funny no matter when we do it. It reminds me of the old days, right? Maria thinks, lying down first to avoid the curse of sleep? What kind of strategy is that? a 3-hour psychological counseling session, and using aromatherapy to conquer the Apostle of Wrath, spending an insane amount of coins to conquer the Apostle of Greed. Unlike us who only think about overpowering with firepower, the approach itself is fundamentally different. She says, the methods are a bit absurd, but if we continue with these strategies, the ruin raid will be very successful. Isn't that right, Nirasha? She is not behind her. Nirasha kneels on the ground and says, "O Shiva, please respond to the desperate call of your believer." She thinks, are you not even answering anymore? Tristan appears in front of her and says, the sight of being abandoned looks. Nirasha, Guildmaster of Gandhara. Gandhara says, who are you? Show yourself immediately. She brings out her weapons. Tristan appears behind her. She says, I shall help you. She activates a whisper of darkness. Gandhara gets angry and says, get lost. Tristan says, so this is what makes an S-class different, huh? Resisting my mind control skill. He thinks, of all times. Now when you can't use mandala, you face a mental attack. Tristan asks, are you trying to use a mental barrier? What should we do about this? Tristan uses a whisper of darkness. Tristan says, you have been abandoned by your deity, so you must be defenseless. After that we see, conquering the Apostle of Lust is something I never want to do again. Yes, every time, I feel like. I can't even put it into words. If Sister Teresa were here, she would have fainted. Jinhyuk says, why are you getting so serious? As long as it's cleared, it's fine. It's only Maria, and I told her to wear a blindfold. She's not wearing it properly. Yanawa says, damn it, Maria. How much did you see? Lady Maria. He thinks, now, only 2 apostles. And the ruined boss, wailing which is left. Maria says, Mr. Kong Jinhyuk, do you have any comments? Maria says, no, it's not that. I haven't seen Nirasha for a while. After that we see Yoonseok and his team are collecting magic stones. One of them says, the rear of the attack squad is quite nice. Just need to take care of the magic stones and move them. Another hunter says, with so many magic stones coming out like this, honestly, if I sneak one, it wouldn't be noticeable, right? Yoonseok hits them in the head and tell them, stop talking nonsense and keep carrying the magic stones. They say, Team Leader Jang Yoonseok. Yoonseok thinks it's a notorious ruin raid, but it feels peaceful enough to joke around. Sometimes, this kind of atmosphere isn't bad. Nirasha appears there. He asks her, what brings you here instead of leading the vanguard? Yoonseok says, Lady Nirasha? She uses, activating resonance. She breaks a wall. The only path to vanguard gets blocked. Yoonseok says, Lady Nirasha, what on earth are you doing? As the representative of the Dangun Guild, I formally protest. She attacks Yoonseok. One of them calls Maria and says, we have a problem. Lady Nirasha collapsed the passage. And now she has started attacking everyone. Team leader Jang Yoonseok has fallen to Nirasha. Maria says, what? Start treating him and send him to the rear. He tells her, but he said he's the only one who can stop Arasha. And he's holding his ground. Maria tells Jinhyuk and the others, damn it, we need to go back and open the passage. Jinhyuk says, no, it's too late. We have a visitor. Wailing Witch and Tristan gets there. Jinhyuk thinks, this sinister energy. It's definitely the Wailing Witch. Isabella. Isabella tells Tristan, well done, Mina. You really stirred things up from the inside, just like you said. The 7th room is yours as promised. And you lot. Did you think you could just destroy my apostles? Now it's your turn to suffer, and my turn to watch. Apostle of Gluttony appears there, and starts to attack. Isabella says, go and devour them, you fatso. Maria uses hellfire. Maria thinks, it's not working. Yanawa appears in front of her and says, sis, magic doesn't work on this one. Maria says, so, we have to use another bizarre strategy this time? Jinhyuk says, yes, that's right. Among the apostle strategies, this one's the Mo5os bizarre. Do you see those things hanging around its neck? They look withered and hard to recognize at first glance. But those are the corpses of monsters that used to live in this ruin. And we have to eat those to deal damage to it. Maria is really surprised. Maria thinks, what do you mean, eat? Isabella laughs and says, yes, go and devour everything. It's a punishment for trespassing into my home. Jinhyuk activates. Eyes of Gluttony. Isabella is 469 years old. System tells Jinhyuk, Isabella is a being who has lived cruising her own birth. If you can reverse to the moment of her birth and welcome her warmly, you can copy one of her skills. Jinhyuk thinks, good, this won't be difficult. Isabella says, oh, right? I forgot to tell you. I sent jealousy and the demons to the rear. The other hunters ask, why is the apostle jealous here? They starts to run away. Demonic humans say so much to clean up. This place must be clean for the descent of the demon lord, right? Maria gets a video call from the other hunters. They tell her that the demons and the apostles of jealousy are sweeping through the rear. A demon appears right beside Jinhyuk and tells him, hey, it's not too late. Jinhyuk asks, how did you get down to the 15th floor? Demon tells him, I used some tricks to talk to you. Don't worry, only you can see and hear me. How about it? If you become my dark apostle, I'll give you the power to resolve this situation instantly. Right now, you seem to be in a very troublesome situation, right? Attacks don't work on the apostle. Jinhyuk smiles and asks, did you think I was in a crisis? Demon is confused. Demon humans attack and get counter. Black Teresa appears in front of him. Jinhyuk tells the demon I already have the strongest support ready. Demonic human smiles and says, ambush for ambush. To think Kong Jinhyuk prepared such a gift. We see a flashback where Jinhyuk tells Teresa, the demon who summoned the demons into the Holy Empire will come here. That foul energy is emanating from everywhere. I'm informing you because I know what the Holy Empire means to you, Miss Teresa. She says, Gawain, I can't forgive him. Because of him, many sisters of the Holy Empire had to lose their lives. Black Teresa tells Teresa, those ungrateful sisters, who point fingers at us right after we save their lives. Teresa says, don't say that. They don't know our situation. She says, fine. Let's say that's true. So, what do you want to do? Teresa says, capture Gawain and hand him over to the Awakener Association. Black Teresa asks, will that demon apologize and reflect on his actions? The Holy Empire means nothing to the Awakener Association. They won't even prosecute him. Kill him. He must pay for touching what you hold dear. This is infuriating. She traps the Tressa in a cage and says, reflect on your actions there. I can't take this anymore. Gawain uses necromancy. Teresa kills all the summoned monsters easily. Gawain smiles and says, oh no, you might actually kill me. Is it even right for a saint to kill someone? Black Teresa knee kicks him in the stomach and grabs him from the hairs. She asks, where? All I see are insects. She is beating Gawain to a pulp. Jealousy is after other hunters. Qianyong is reading something and says, let's see. The note Jinhyuk gave me. I can't read these tiny letters. He throws the glasses and note. He kicks the jealousy in the face. She smiles and says, as long as you and Manhwa solve everything, just keep hitting them and it'll work out somehow. Black Teresa looks really evil and still punching Gawain in the face. Maria sees that and thinks, you anticipated the ambush and hid reinforcements? Amazing. Demon starts to laugh really hard and says, as expected of you. To think you prepared for the ambush. Demon asks, so what are we going to do with that fatty apostle? Jinhyuk tells Taemin, distract him with the drones. He says, okay. Taemin summons the drones. Isabella yells and asks, hey, fatty, what are you doing? Not that. You should catch the intruders. Jinhyuk uses the sword demon emperor's step and the things hanging on the necklace of the fatty. Jinhyuk activates an otherworldly restaurant. System says, using the item 101 recipes for the amateur cook. No matter the ingredients, you can transform them into fantastic dishes in both appearance and taste. Taemin and Manhwa asks Jinhyuk, what are you doing? Jinhyuk says, only one of these 4 dishes is a real dish that doesn't use monster corpses. If it tastes even a little off, feel free to spit it out, because it's probably monster meat. Manhwa says, eating monster meat? It could traumatize you for life. Jinhyuk tells her there's only one other way to defeat the Apostle of Gluttony. Eat it, hoping it's the real dish. They all eat at the same time. Maria thinks it's delicious. Did I get the real dish? Maria says, sorry, everyone, but I. Taemin says, it's delicious. So did I not get it? Yanhua says, mine was delicious too? A system window appears in front of all three of them saying, you feel a sense of kinship with the Apostle of Gluttony. You can now deal damage to the Apostle of Gluttony. Jinhyuk tells them, if we just think it's the real dish like we did before, isn't that enough? After all, it's just electrical signals sent to the brain, right? They are really sad. Fatty is confused. Yanhua kicks it in the face real hard using a wind kick. Taemin is brushing his teeth and uses a mechanical lord. They hit Fatty with a lot of powerful attacks. Isabella screams my gluttony. She starts to cry. Jinhyuk appears in front of her with a monstrous look on his face and says, now it's just you left. This is the end. Subscribe for more. Hello. Welcome to the 21th part of the Solo Max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. Let's get into the story. At the beginning of this part, we find Jinhyuk standing ominously in front of Elizabeth. The tension in the air is palpable as Elizabeth begins to tremble with fear. Her eyes well up with tears, and Jinhyuk, with a wicked smile plastered across his face, taunts her, saying, it's only you now. The fear overtakes Elizabeth, and she begins to cry even harder, her voice cracking as she desperately pleads, no. The tears she sheds are no ordinary tears. They are black, sinister, and filled with a dark magic as they start to fall down her face. Elizabeth activates Black Tears, an ability that could spell disaster for anyone who dares to challenge her. Jinhyuk, unfazed, grins to himself and thinks, I did it. Isabella's main skill, Black Tears, this is what he has been waiting for. Her tears, now infused with dark magic, begin to move at an incredible speed, swirling through the air with malevolent intent. Sensing the danger, Jinhyuk quickly warns the others, everyone, get out of the way. He skillfully dodges the tears as they fly toward him. One of the tears, however, changes course and heads directly toward Maria. But just in time, Yanhua blocks it with her gloved hand. Suddenly, eyes begin to appear on Yanhua's glove, and she asks in horror, what the hell is this? The sight is unsettling, but there's no time to waste. Jinhyuk shouts a warning, make sure it doesn't touch you. Just one drop of that tear can corrupt you with the witch's thoughts. Realizing the danger, Yanhua hastily removes the glove and kicks it away with a sigh, saying, I really like that glove. The glove flies across the room and hits a nearby stone statue. As it makes contact, numerous eyes begin to sprout from the statue, and it starts to move, no longer an inanimate object, but a monstrous guardian. It's not just one statue, either. There are several, and they are all coming to life to protect Elizabeth. Maria, watching the scene unfold, asks in a panic, all the statues nearby are turning into monsters. What should we do? Jinhyuk, maintaining his calm demeanor, simply smiles and says, nothing. He knows that Isabella is at her limit. As Isabella continues to cry, her power intensifies, but Jinhyuk remains unshaken. He calmly tells her, we'll just wait for her to stop crying. His plan is clear. He intends to let her exhaust herself. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials in Andrea's domain. There stands a statue of Jinhyuk and the 5th floor boss, surrounded by a crowd of people praying devoutly. One of them comments, this used to be just a rotting, abandoned building of heretics, but it's starting to take shape as a proper base. It's all thanks to you and Mr. Jinhyuk. Yet, despite the growing sense of order and devotion, Alice, who is overseeing the situation, does not look pleased. Noticing her mood, someone asks, what's wrong? Is something bothering you, master? Alice sighs and admits, I should have gone with him to the 5th floor. The concern is evident in her voice. In an attempt to reassure her, the person replies, wouldn't he be fine? Teresa went with him. The story then takes us to Black Teresa and Alice sharing drinks. drowning whatever worries they might have. Black Teresa, slightly tipsy, says, "I can't drink anymore." She then adds, almost as an afterthought, "Did you know? I'm a collection of all the strongest grudges Teresa has ever held." The revelation is heavy, yet both are too drunk to delve into the implications. Alice, chuckling, responds, "You have quite a cool personality for someone who's made of grudges." Teresa laughs, a sound tinged with both humor and bitterness, and agrees, "Right? Isn't it funny? The fact that this is the worst grudge she's ever had." But her expression darkens as she continues. "But you know what? Sometimes I'm so frustrated by goody two-shoes that I can't hold back. Sometimes it gets to the point where I want to lock her away forever. I shouldn't do that, though." The statement is loaded with menace, and Alice's eyes widen in surprise. Alice's mind races, reflecting, "Yeah, now that I think about it, corrupt paladins have always been disastrous. Well, I'm sure the contractor can take care of it on his own, but perhaps I should make preparations just in case." The uncertainty gnaws at her, but she tries to push it aside. Alice then turns to the boss of the 5th floor and says, "I've made you worry." "It's nothing, relax." The boss, reassured, replies, "Yes, master." The scene shifts again to the 15th floor, where we see Black Teresa in a full-blown frenzy, unleashing her rage on a demonic human who had come to assist Elizabeth. She's a terrifying sight, her strength far surpassing what the demonic human's data had suggested. He had underestimated her, and now he was paying the price. As she beats him mercilessly, she laughs maniacally. Yes, that's right. She's enjoying this far too much, almost reveling in the destruction. The demonic human, desperate and in pain, thinks to himself, "My data showed that she wasn't at this level. So how is she this strong?" Realizing he has no other option, he begs, "I surrender. Please, have mercy." Teresa's response is chilling. With a sinister smile, she asks, "Mercy? That's for soft bastards." She throws him violently toward a pillar and ties him up, ignoring his pleas. He shouts, "Wait, I said I surrender." But Teresa is beyond reason. She activates Witch Hunt, Witch Burning Ritual, a powerful spell that conjures flames so intense they burn the demonic human as if he were a witch on trial. The fire rages, consuming him, and Teresa watches with a sadistic grin. "What do I do now?" This was just for retaliation, she muses aloud, the excitement in her voice unmistakable. "But I'm feeling much better than I thought I would. Should I just take over this body?" she wonders, the darkness within her surfacing. Back with Isabella, the crying has finally stopped. She wipes her tears and says, "I feel refreshed now." Her gaze shifts to the statues she had brought to life. "You're my new disciples from this moment. You have to protect me, okay?" she commands them, and they obediently comply. Seeing the opportunity, Jin-hyuk seizes the moment. "This is our chance. Guys, let's go for the Delta combination," he instructs. Yanawa and Lee are quick to respond. "Okay." Maria, unsure of her role, asks, "What should I do?" Jin-hyuk, with a confident grin, replies, "You can just watch. Have a look at how 3 veterans work together." Jin-hyuk activates Glacier Formation, his ice-cold strategy ready to unfold. "Let's do it like the old days," he declares. Lee, not missing a beat, uses drone creation, sending drones into the fray. Meanwhile, Yanawa dashes toward the statues, activating acceleration. Movement speed will be increased by 100% for 20 seconds. "Delta combination," she says, and she begins to leap from one drone to another with incredible agility. Maria, watching in awe, thinks, "I can't believe it. I've never seen this kind of serial attack before." This is very different from the traditional tank, healer, and dealer combination. They're focusing on just maximizing their special skills. Elizabeth, now desperate, cries out, "Stop! Why do you keep destroying the things I make?" "I said stop." In her desperation, she activates a 3-star curse, self-hatred. The barrier has been undone, and Jin-hyuk, ever the strategist, smirks. "I know how annoying your curse barriers can be. Did you think I'd let you activate one? Not even in your dreams." He then activates Moon Imprint, enhancing the power of his barriers. The efficiency of all barrier spells will be increased immensely. You can now activate barriers with a very small amount of mana, he explains, and with a final flourish, he calls forth his most powerful spell yet, a 9-star barrier, Ultimate Layer Barrier Zodiac, Scorpion. A gigantic scorpion materializes, its presence looming large and menacing. Elizabeth, overwhelmed by the sight, cries even harder, her desperation reaching a new peak. This is the end. Subscribe for the next part. Welcome to the 22nd part of the Solo Max level newbie. Join my Patreon if you want to support me. At the start we see, she activates a 4-star defense barrier. As the barrier forms around her, he thinks, the two's magic is so powerful that it puts my title as the strongest mage to shame. He doesn't even possess a mage-related class, but he's activated more than 20 barriers at once. And now he's combining them into one form. I'm almost embarrassed as a mage. This whole thing, it's amazing. As Jinhyuk marvels at the display of magic, a copy condition window appears before him. Copy conditions. Maria is grateful that you saved her life. Show off your magic skills to earn her admiration and respect. The conditions are fulfilled almost instantly. You have successfully copied Hellfire. Suddenly, a flashback begins. We see Isabella, the Wailing Witch, holding clay dolls representing the 7 deadly sins: pride, greed, envy, wrath, gluttony, lust, and sloth. Jinhyuk's voice echoes through the scene, saying, "It's about time you were freed from your obsession with the 7 deadly sins and found peace." Isabella, the Wailing Witch. As the flashback ends, all of Isabella's barriers shatter. Jinhyuk reflects, the Wailing Witch, a genius who came across the 7 deadly sins and became insanely obsessed with them during her magic research. She's rather pitiful for someone who has mastered something so dark. He then activates First Ever Fire, a potent spell. Another copy condition window appears, saying copy condition. Isabella has lived her entire life cursing herself. If you can time travel back to when she was an infant and greet her warmly, you will be allowed to copy one of her skills. The conditions are fulfilled once more. You have successfully copied Black Tears. Jinhyuk, now empowered by his newly acquired abilities, thinks to himself, I'll make sure to make good use of the skill that you created, Isabella. Maria, still catching her breath, says, it's over. Jinhyuk nods and replies, let's find a way back. We need to check if they handled their part well. The scene shifts, and we see Teresa brutally beating other hunters. She looks down at them with disdain and says, is this all you've got despite being a guild master? Chi-Yong rushes forward, grabbing her arm in desperation. Miss, stop. She's going to die if you don't, he pleads. Teresa, without hesitation, hits Chi-Yong with her elbow, sending him flying. Shut it, she snaps, her voice dripping with anger. Stupid actions like that have left that man in such a state. As she turns back to her victim, another hunter lies injured nearby. Teresa's rage only grows as she begins to beat the woman again. If you had beaten her up from the start like this, how nice and convenient would it have been? She sneers, her voice filled with malice. Drawing her swords, she coldly declares, it's actually true. Someone who's dumb enough to become a victim of manipulation should just die. Chi-Yong, still reeling from the blow, thinks in panic, no. If she kills that guild master, the entire nation of India will become our enemy. But before Teresa can deliver the final blow, Jinhyuk intervenes, blocking her sword with his twin dragon swords. What, you're here? Teresa asks, seemingly unfazed by his sudden appearance. Jinhyuk, however, is serious. I can't have you killing the guild master without any permission, no matter how much you dislike her. Don't be lame, he warns her. He then activates a 3-star spell, Interference Barrier, to prevent further violence. Meanwhile, Lee shouts to Jinhyuk, Young's sunset's condition is worsening. Jinhyuk quickly orders, take him out of here and get him treated. His concern then shifts to Teresa, and he asks, what about Teresa? Lee shrugs, who knows? Jinhyuk's expression hardens as he steps closer to Teresa, demanding, what did you do to her? Teresa, with a wicked grin, responds, the demonic energy you exude smells so good. Stop pretending like that. I know you can't kill me. You couldn't do it last time either. Isn't that right? You'll be thankful someday that I persist. When there isn't someone by our little hypocritical goody two-shoes side who isn't afraid to do that dirty work, she won't be able to accept the fact that she has to kill and will hesitate until it's too late to do anything. But don't worry, I'll be there when that happens. See you again when the time comes. With those chilling words, she releases Teresa, leaving Jin-hyuk to grab Teresa, deep in thought. I didn't realize that the corrupted personality could take complete control, he muses. Manhwa, noticing his distress, says, I'll take her. Don't worry. Jin-hyuk nods, all right. As Manhwa takes Teresa away, Lee asks, Where are you going? We took down the boss. Aren't you coming with us? Jin-hyuk, resolute, replies, There's one last thing I have to do. The scene shifts to the Antichrist's tomb in the 7th room. One of the demonic humans is there, alongside Tristan, who seems to be up to something. The system announces Holy Relic. Human leather war drum is reacting. A special condition has been fulfilled. A high-floor being will descend. Intermediate rank demon, Hargan. A menacing figure materializes, and the demon booms. Who dares to summon me to the lower floors? Tristan, filled with reverence, says, My name is Tristan. I am a member of the Demonic Human Association. I swear my soul's loyalty to you. Jin-hyuk, having arrived just in time, smirks and says, I knew it. You were playing house with some intermediate rank demon. Tristan, taken aback, shouts, Kong Jin-hyuk, you're done for. You think that you can win against a high-floor being. Desperate, Tristan turns to Hargan, pleading, Oh, great demon, please eliminate him. He's someone who's trying to stop us from resurrecting the Demon King. Hargan, with a wicked smile, responds, Really? That sounds fun. Arrogant human. I'll make you beg for death. Unfazed, Jin-hyuk sets up his chair in front of the scene. Confused, Hargan asks, What are you doing? Jin-hyuk nonchalantly opens a box of popcorn and says, Me? Getting ready for the show. The demon stares at him, bewildered. The show? Suddenly, Hargan is struck in the face by an unseen force. A powerful voice echoes through the chamber. How dare an intermediate-ranked demon try to interrupt my entertainment? The ranking in the demon realm must be a complete mess. Hargan, now terrified, stammers, You're... Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk, still munching on his popcorn, watches with satisfaction. The figure before them is none other than the Demon King, Varial. This is the end. Subscribe for next part. Join my Patreon if you want to support me. Hello. Welcome to the 23rd part of the Solo Max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. Hargan, trembling, says, I apologize, Varial. That was my mistake. Varial, with a stern look, replies, So you know who I am? I was going to kill you, but I guess that won't be necessary. Now then, tell me what you did wrong. Hargan, panicking, stammers, I wasn't able to notice that you were watching. Varial scoffs, So you don't even know what you did wrong. I enjoy watching what this human does. How dare you try to interrupt my fun? Hargan, groveling, says, I'm sorry. Tristan, watching in disbelief, thinks, the Demonic Human Association is doing everything we can to try and meet the Demon King just once. But Kong Jin-hyuk is already liked by the Demon King, and on a level where he's being watched. Varial dismisses Hargan with a wave of his hand. Now screw off. I'll make you disappear if I see you again. Hargan, grateful to be spared, quickly says, Thank you very much, before vanishing. Varial turns to Jin-hyuk, his tone lighter. See that? An intermediate rank demon is nothing, even if I'm in this form. So why don't you become my dark disciple? Jinhyuk, unimpressed, responds, I can fight off an intermediate rank demon myself without even moving. Varial laughs. You're really saying no to a demon king? Well, in the end, before Varial can finish, a system warning message appears. Tower of Trials is beginning suppression. Varial curses under his breath. Dang it. That was fast. I'll keep watch. Just let me know if you ever change your mind. Jinhyuk, with a casual wave, says, yeah. As Varial disappears, Jinhyuk turns his attention to Tristan, who is still frozen in fear. And what shall I do with you? Jinhyuk says, his voice cold. I keep having to come up with solutions wherever you guys go because of your troublemaking. It's getting really annoying. The scene shifts to Nirasha waking up. Chandra, by her side, says, You're up, Miss Nirasha. Nirasha, still groggy, asks, What happened, Chandra? Chandra hesitates before replying. Well, on the TV, Maria's voice fills the room. The attack squad successfully raided the 15th floor's ancient ruins and decided to donate the holy relic, Witch's Cauldron, to the World Awaken organization. The organization announced that they would use the relic to help intermediate players obtain stronger equipment. During the raid, there were lots of obstacles, such as an invasion from the demonic humans and the team leader getting hurt. But we were able to make it through thanks to player Kong Jinhyuk's help. Nirasha, suddenly remembering, clenches her fists. Damn it. It's all coming back to me now. Chandra, trying to lighten the mood, says, I was saved by that damn bastard. Just like them. Meanwhile, at Yunoa's residence, Jinhyuk lays out a spread of items, saying, These are the rewards I took instead of giving them to the attack squad. You guys did great. Take as much as you want. Lee, eyes wide with excitement, exclaims, Hell yeah. Thanks. Yunoa, a bit more reserved, asks, Is it okay for you to give this all to us? Did you take the best for yourself already, or what? Jinhyuk, thinking to himself, it doesn't matter if they take all that. Just getting the skills Black Tears and Hellfire was better than any of those items. As the others sift through the loot, Jinhyuk notices Teresa standing in the doorway. Everyone's gone. Why don't you come in, Teresa? He says, offering her a cup of tea. He then asks, What were you hiding for? Everyone already knows that you're back. Well, how much can you remember? Teresa, looking down at the tea, replies, Everything. From Miss Nirasha almost being killed by me to the demonic human burning. She continues, her voice heavy with guilt. Archbishop Savannah told me that the other personality is just a combination of all the suppressed feelings. The fact that the other personality killed that demonic human in such a cruel way and even tried to take out Miss Nirasha must mean that there is a part of me that wishes it. Jinhyuk, sensing her distress, interrupts, That's enough. As long as we don't eliminate the demonic humans from this world, there is no way to stop them from harming humanity. And most of them do deserve to die too. Gawain was one of them. Jinhyuk then asks, his tone more serious. One thing that's certain is that you will be faced with these kinds of situations a lot more often the higher up you go in the tower. What will you do when something like this happens again? This time we were lucky. The only person who died because of you was a demonic human, and the other personality backed off when confronted. But if your tainted personality tries to kill Taemin, Yunoa, or me, will you be able to take control then? He continues, As of right now, you are uncontrollable in such situations, which is a weakness that I cannot deal with. Teresa, taking a deep breath, nods. I get what you mean. I'll get going then. As Teresa leaves, Yunoa and Lee notice her. Lee asks, Are you already leaving? Alice, observing the situation, says to Jinhyuk, Contractee, was it really necessary to be so harsh? She looked like she was really going through it. I'm sure what she wanted from you was warm words. We see Teresa walking away, tears streaming down her face. Jinhyuk watches her go, his expression unreadable. He then says, I can be nicer once she's more determined. His thoughts drift. Determined? Teresa isn't the kind of person to give up just because I was cold to her. She'll come back stronger instead. The scene shifts to the Demonic Human Association's second headquarters. The atmosphere is tense. It has been more than 3 days since the death of Gawain. The relic used for the summoning was wasted, and the only place in the lower floors that could have been used to summon demons was destroyed. We see that Jinhyuk has already contracted with Tristan. She greets him with a sinister smile. Nice to meet you. Jinhyuk thinks, in order to respond to the demonic human's activity, I placed Tristan alongside Melina in their association to report on their activities. The scene shifts again to the 5th floor's Andrea's domain and the 25th floor's Giant's Fortress, both of which continue to grow in power, preparing for the future. A subordinate approaches Jinhyuk, saying, "Sir, all the other guilds went into the 15th floor to take down the boss. Won't you join them?" Jinhyuk, lost in thought, replies, "The 15th floor does take a lot of effort to clear, but the rewards are not worth it." And well, he trails off, deep in contemplation. Asterisk, I've already reached level 100 by the 15th floor. It's actually much faster than when I was playing the game. The top of the tower has completely changed. However, I can't shake this feeling of impending doom. I have 86 days until the 15th floor is cleared. There is only one way to use this given time most efficiently. Asterisk. His thoughts are interrupted by a familiar voice. "You're here, my liege." Jinhyuk turns to see his loyal subordinate. The preparations are complete. Let us go. The Dark Emperor is waiting. This is the end of the video. Subscribe for the next part.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the 24th part of Solo Max Level Newbie. A big thank you to my Patreon supporters, your support means the world to me. If anyone else would like to contribute, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Every bit helps, and I'm grateful for each of you. Now, let's dive into the story. The part begins with a haunting image of a broken moon, casting an eerie light over the scene. A voice echoes, "Is everyone here?" Then I'll start. This is the regular conference of the higher floor managers of the Tower of Trials. The atmosphere is tense as the managers convene to discuss pressing matters. The first topic is dire. A small-scale war has broken out between the divinities of North Europe and Egypt on the higher floors. Many residents under their protection have died, and the balance of the floors has been destabilized. The gravity of the situation is clear, and the stress of it all is evident as one manager groans, "Damn it, we're going to have a ton of documents to process because of this mess." Another manager, less sympathetic, retorts, "Hey, don't complain. You're not the only one working here." The bickering is cut short as one of the leaders reminds them all of their primary duty. Let's keep this in mind. We, the higher floor managers, are here to protect the rules of the Tower of Trials. Our task is to ensure that the 7 crowns, necessary to reach the last floor, go to a worthy person. We do not intervene in anything else beyond that. Isn't that right, Hastings? Hastings, a mysterious figure with a calm demeanor, replies, "Of course." But the meeting takes a more serious turn as another manager raises a concern. "I was informed that there have been traces of ancient beings' mana on the 50th floor. What's with that? Aren't you in charge of them?" The room falls silent as everyone processes the implications. sir. As they move along, Alice observes, you seem pretty used to writing this kind of stuff. Wu Liang, with a hint of pride, responds, yes, I've written something similar before. In order to continue serving him, I should get used to this kind of thing. The scene transitions to the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult headquarters at the Heavenly Demon Palace. The atmosphere is charged with tension. A voice demands, have you yet to locate the Supreme? Another man, clearly under pressure, apologizes, I apologize. Continue searching. We must find him no matter what, the voice commands. Iwan enters the room, bowing respectfully. I greet you. At this rate, the Orthodox bastards will try to break the treaty. We received an unbelievable amount of assets and goods in return for helping the Murim alliance with their war against the Empire. If they realize that the Supreme is not here, they will attack us. The Dark Emperor, a figure of immense authority, dismisses the concerns with a wave of his hand. Don't get so ahead of yourself. The Supreme is just gone for a bit. Why are you being so dramatic? The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult will not fall. Isn't that so, Left Guardian? We are introduced to Samaja, the third most powerful figure in the cult. With a serious tone, he says, I have nothing to worry about since you're so fit and healthy. But it is indeed true that the cult members are anxious. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult worships power. It's already been 3 months since the Supreme, who can be considered the symbol of power, has been gone. No matter how much a dragon tries to cover up the empty throne, it'll be difficult to cover it in its entirety, don't you agree? The Dark Emperor, unfazed, smiles and asks, Old Dragon? But Samaja, releasing a surge of powerful energy, challenges him, are you finally willing to fight me now, Old Dragon? The Emperor, still smiling, warns, you've got quite the temper. Don't provoke me like that just because the Supreme is not here. I may be an old dragon, but I have enough strength to protect the cult while the Supreme is gone. And even if you have gone through a metamorphosis, you are still an old man like me. The Emperor suddenly remembers something. Ah, right. A new disciple I recently took in is actually coming here. He's strong enough to be of great help to us. Will you go greet him? Samaja, intrigued, asks, that old man brought in his disciple? Just then, Jin Hyuk arrives at the palace, casually commenting, good work. You should work on your cornering skills, though. This is the Heavenly Demon Palace where the Dark Emperor lives. The gates sure are massive. But before he can take in the surroundings, someone leaps onto the roof in front of him, pointing a sword. It's you. The person who pretends to be the Dark Emperor's disciple, the figure accuses. Wu Liang steps forward, bowing slightly. I am Wu Liang of the Black Wind Society. He really is what you claimed him to be. But Jin Hyuk, sensing the tension, warns, there's no use, Wu Liang. Look at him. He has no intentions of hearing us out. The stranger immediately attacks, unleashing a poisonous misty cloud. The air thickens with venom as the assailant declares, I have no personal vendetta against you, outsider. I am just following the order of the higher-ups. Do not resent me. He follows up with poison cloud murder, aiming to overwhelm Jin Hyuk with the deadly gas. Wu Liang, sensing the danger, shouts, my liege. It's poison. You must get out of there. But Alice, calm as ever, holds Wu Liang back. You just sit back and watch. Just think about how it all unfolds whenever you're worried about him in a situation. Jin Hyuk, with a confident smile, begins to inhale all the poison, much to everyone's shock. He activates Thousand Poison, a skill that detoxifies any poison he absorbs. The system chimes in, detoxifying the absorbed poison. The assailant, eyes wide with disbelief, mutters, what the hell? This is the end, subscribe for more.
Hello. Welcome to the 25th part of the Solo Max level newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon for supporting me. And if you want to support, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the start of this chapter, we see Dok Goryong, the 8th-ranked member of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, walking through the halls of the Heavenly Demon Palace. He's deep in thought, considering the arrival of the Right Guardian's disciple. Welcome him with a warm heart. Once he's here, Dok Goryong muses. Since Pagak, who inherited all of my poison arts, is gone, the Right Guardian's disciple should arrive poisoned and be practically half dead. What a poor man. It's just fate to meet a good master. Suddenly, the doors burst open with a loud kick, and Jin Hyuk enters. tossing Paygak's body in front of him. Gek, get it together. Jinhyuk commands. Confused, Dok Goryong asks, Paygak? Jinhyuk casually replies, his name is Paygak? One of the soldiers immediately shouts, Invader! The room fills with soldiers surrounding Jinhyuk and Woyang. Woyang asks Alice, Miss Alice, should we just sit back and watch this time too? Alice, with an amused expression, responds, I'm not sure, let's wait and see. Dok Goryong, furious, glares at Jinhyuk. How dare you harm my disciple? I will make sure you don't leave here alive. But before things escalate further, the demonic emperor intervenes, laughing heartily. Stop right there. He's no invader. Let me introduce him. This is my disciple, Kong Jinhyuk. He's going to complete the dark, heavenly demon emperor arts. Meanwhile, at the Holy Empire, Paladin greets Teresa, lifting her gently and saying, Welcome, Teresa. She responds, Hello, Archbishop Savannah. However, the other sisters, seeing her arrival, seem uneasy. Some murmur prayers, Oh, Goddess of Light, please have mercy. Teresa smiles faintly but admits, I'm still hated because of what happened last time. The Archbishop reassures her, Don't mind them, Teresa. In time, they will come to understand that despite knowing you'd be hated, you still chose this path. Teresa smiles at his comforting words. Suddenly, an individual arrives, causing the Archbishop to grow visibly angry. Hugging two twins close, he exclaims, You villains! Why are you here with them? Is there another disaster? Teresa quickly reassures him, No, Archbishop. I'm here to prevent a disaster that might occur because of me. The Archbishop guides her to a special sanctuary, saying, Here, Teresa, this is the perfect place for you to train without being interrupted. One of the nuns, shocked, questions, Archbishop, how could you grant her the sanctuary of light? What if she taints the holiness of this place? The Archbishop calmly replies, If that happens, we will all pray together for the light to guide us. Later, Teresa turns to Casey and Jadello, asking, Could you promise me one thing? If my dark personality takes over, please kill me. Both twins recall the terrifying Black Teresa and nervously reply, Okay, of course. Just leave it to us. Meanwhile, Black Teresa appears before Teresa in a vision, taunting, You've grown a lot. Are you finally ready to face me? Back at the Heavenly Demon Palace, tensions rise. Dok Goryong protests, Dark Emperor, this makes no sense. The demonic emperor, remaining calm, asks, Why not? Dok continues, Kong Jinhyuk beat up my disciple, and now he's exempt from the cult's rules just because he's your disciple? The demonic emperor chuckles, Oh, it's just a misunderstanding. Let it go. Dok persists, It's more than that. How can he be free from the cult's doctrines? The rules are there to be followed. But the demonic emperor dismisses him, saying, Enough lecturing. It's fun to have exceptions. Still frustrated, Dok Goryong pleads, This is disrespectful to the cult's teachings. The rules are there for a reason. But the demonic emperor cuts him off sternly. Didn't I tell you to stop? Or did you not understand? Reluctantly, Dok bows and apologizes, I'm sorry. I'll follow your orders. As he leaves, the left guardian reassures him, Let him be for now, Dok. But Dok worries, Left guardian. Will it really be all right to leave him alone? The left guardian nods. Everyone knows Kong Jinhyuk is the Dark Emperor's disciple. Acting against him openly would be difficult. He adds ominously, The reason the Dark Emperor took in a disciple and even bent the rules is that he feels his time is coming to an end. There's no need to rush. When the time comes, we will eliminate both the Dark Emperor and Kong Jinhyuk. Later, the Dark Emperor visits Jinhyuk in his room, greeting him warmly, It's so good to see you. I was worried you wouldn't come. Jinhyuk, however, remains skeptical. You do realize you're the only one happy I'm here? Didn't I cause trouble by beating up that Paygak guy earlier? The Dark Emperor waves it off. It's nothing. I've already taken care of it. Don't worry about such matters. You just need to focus on finishing the dark, heavenly demon emperor arts with me. Jinhyuk reflects silently, It's not just a small matter, though. I've experienced the great Orthodox-unorthodox war of Murim 21 times. The Dark Emperor is always left waiting for the heavenly demon alone, only to be betrayed by Sama Ja and his gang. The old man is actually in danger of losing his position, yet here he is, telling me not to worry. I can't help but feel some sympathy for him. The demonic emperor then hands something to Alice, saying, "Take this. If you show it to the cult members, they'll do anything for you." Jinhyuk, surprised, asks, "Isn't that your identity plaque? Why give it to her?" The demonic emperor, with a gleam in his eyes, replies, "Because we're going to be very busy." Confused, Jinhyuk asks, "What?" The demonic emperor laughs. "What do you mean? What?" "We must train. Do you know how long I've waited for this?" And with that, the chapter concludes. Don't forget to subscribe for the next part. And if you'd like to support me, you can join my Patreon for just $1. Thank you. Hello. Welcome to the 26th part of Solo Max Level Newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon supporters for always having my back. If you'd like to support the series and get exclusive content, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as low as $1. Thank you so much for all your continued support. Now, let's dive into the latest chapter. At the beginning of this part, we shift to the real world where Jinhyuk's team is walking. One of the members, while adjusting an earring, comments, "It's so cold," as snow begins to fall. Another adds, "It really is winter now." They reflect on how it's been 2 months since they began climbing the Tower of Trials, and this is their first winter since the world changed. Meanwhile, the raid on the 15th floor's boss room is still being streamed online. Viewers comment on the stream, saying, "What? They're still going at it? It looks way too easy. Maybe I should become a player after I graduate too." As time goes on, a certain thought creeps into people's minds. I haven't seen Kang Jinhyuk or the mysterious unknown lately. Who knows? Maybe they made enough money and quit streaming. The growing consensus is that this seemingly dull piece would continue for a while. The scene transitions to the association president's office, where someone prepares to leave, saying, "I'll get going then." After they depart, the association president muses, "It's quiet. Too quiet." Next, we're transported to a scenic waterfall in the Murim world, where Alice and Woo Young are present. Woo Young, ever the gentleman, brings some warm tea to Alice. She thanks him and starts sipping, but her attention soon shifts to Jinhyuk, who is sitting under the waterfall, enduring its powerful force. Alice observes, "Isn't it strange to see him like that?" Woo Young, confused, asks, "What do you mean?" Alice explains, "He's always found some roundabout way to achieve his goals, but now look, he's training to fight." Just then, the Dark Emperor appears and enthusiastically exclaims, "Here it comes." Massive logs are thrown into the water, adding to Jinhyuk's struggle. The Dark Emperor grins and advises, "I'm sure you already know, but mastering the Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor arts requires pushing your body to its absolute limits. You must endure the pain." As the logs threaten to crash down on Jinhyuk, the system displays a message. Complete the Dark Emperor's training 699 out of 1,000. One of the logs strikes Jinhyuk, and he reflects, I had forgotten why the Dark Emperor never had a disciple. A flashback reveals the Dark Emperor telling him, "You see that mountain over there? Make sure it's gone by next week. And these weights? Carry them around your ankles from now on." Jin-hyuk laughs bitterly, thinking, it was hard to tell if he was trying to train me or torture me. Even for a masochist like me, this training was absurd. I often wished I could quit. But despite the grueling regimen, Jin-hyuk acknowledges, this was the best time for training since the 15th floor was giving me extra time. During the 2 months I've spent here, I trained with the Dark Emperor by day and searched for clues by night. Yet, I still haven't figured out what Yon wanted to show me. Determined, he vows, I need to solve this mystery, no matter what, even if it means getting help from everyone I know. Meanwhile, on the 25th floor of the tower, in the Holy Empire, all the sisters are watching Teresa from a distance. They whisper amongst themselves, "Look, it's already been 2 months. Look at the storm of ominous demonic energy and divine power. How is it even possible for the two to mix?" Teresa suddenly gets hit and is sent flying. Black Teresa sneers, "I was being kind, and now you want to try and control me? You don't even know what you want. Do you honestly think you can beat me?" As if. She launches another attack at Teresa, who is now bleeding. As the twins watch in shock, one asks, "Who is it?" Teresa, struggling but determined, reassures them, "Don't worry, it's still me." Relieved, they suggest, "Good, then let's go eat now." One of the twins questions, "You're going to train again?" "I'm hungry." Teresa suddenly appears in front of Black Teresa and, smiling confidently, replies, "You can't get annoyed by just this. I can still fight much longer." Black Teresa scoffs, "I can't tell if you're determined or just plain stupid." Their battle intensifies as they declare, "Let's see who wins then." Next, we see soul-chasing Seong. Beck approaches and comments, "It's you." Seong sighs, "All he's been doing for the past 2 months is sleep, eat, and train." That Chun Yu-sung. "But why make him train shirtless?" Beck, grinning, replies, "Because it's nice to look at." She adds, "I've lived a long time in Murim, but I've never seen anyone as obsessive as him." Beck asks, "You mean his obsession with Kang Jin-hyuk?" Seong replies, "At first, yes, but not anymore. Before, he was impatient. Now, he's calmer. But why do you keep coming here? This place is far from Manhwa. Do you really like him?" Beck quickly denies it. "No, I'm just here to relay a message." Curious, Seong asks, "What is it?" Beck delivers the news. There's unrest in the Murim Alliance. Many are complaining about the Heavenly Demon Divine Cults Treaty. The treaty promised that the Heavenly Demon would actively engage in the war against the Holy Empire in exchange for money, but they've been idle ever since. If the Heavenly Demon doesn't show up soon, another war could erupt in Murim. Seong, unfazed, responds, "Even if he's from a demonic cult, the Heavenly Demon isn't someone who takes promises lightly." She pauses, then adds, "What shall we do? It looks like a major storm is about to hit Murim soon." At this moment, a spider on Beck's neck catches our attention. Jin-hyuk is secretly listening through it. He thinks, it seems Chun Yu-sung is training hard with soul-chasing Seong too. Good, develop some new skills while you're at it. It also sounds like the Orthodox faction is starting to turn against the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. They won't be able to hide the Heavenly Demon's disappearance for much longer. I need to find the clue before the Orthodox bastards invade. Jin-hyuk then spots 2 figures walking nearby. Samaja suddenly stops and looks around. Dok, his companion, asks, "What is it, sir?" Samaja shakes his head, "Nothing. Let's move." Dok nods, "Yes, sir." Jin-hyuk uses the Grand Mage's robe to conceal himself, thinking, Samaja, where is he going at this hour? He continues to follow them stealthily and eventually reaches a dungeon. Why are they going in there? Jin-hyuk wonders. A system window appears before Jin-hyuk, his eyes widening. That's... The system announces, a hidden quest has arrived. Quest, Bloody Secret. Type, Linked Quest. Difficulty rank, S. Description. You have uncovered a clue about the great scheme within the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Jin-hyuk's mind races. Is this what Yon wanted me to discover? What happens next? Stay tuned for the continuation in the next part. Hello. Welcome to the 24th part of Solo Max Level Newbie. A special thanks to my Patreon supporters for their ongoing support. If you'd like to support as well, you can join my channel membership or Patreon for as little as $1. Thank you very much. Let's begin. At the beginning of this part, a system window appears in front of Jinhyuk. He thinks, what is this? The system says, a hidden quest has arrived. Bloody secret. Type, linked quest. Difficulty, rank S. Description. You have found a clue about the great scheme unfolding in the heavenly demon divine cult. Jinhyuk wonders, is this what Yun wanted me to discover? This incident could trigger the middle floor's war. You need additional clues to proceed in this quest. Jinhyuk smiles to himself, thinking, found it. The next day, the Dark Emperor approaches Jinhyuk and asks, what? You want to visit the prison? Do you even realize what kind of place that is? Jinhyuk responds confidently, oh, I know. It's a terrifying place, one where only someone like the heavenly demon or someone of your rank can enter. After all, it's where the worst criminals of the heavenly demon divine cult are held, right? The Dark Emperor narrows his eyes. So, you're well aware of what goes on there. Then why do you want to go? Are you trying to avoid training? Jinhyuk quickly replies, no. How could I even dream of doing that? I was just wondering if something was hidden there because I've seen Samaja visiting that place every night. The Dark Emperor is taken aback. What? Samaja goes there? After that, we find ourselves in front of a cave. The Dark Emperor arrives, and the guards salute him. We greet the dragon of heavenly authority, Dark Emperor. The Dark Emperor responds, you're all doing a great job. I'm bringing my disciple here for some training. The guards reply, yes, sir. Jinhyuk observes the guards and thinks, they seem pretty panicked. I bet they're in cahoots with Samaja. It's only a matter of time before he knows we're here. Inside the cave, the Dark Emperor warns Jinhyuk, be careful. Suddenly, some monsters appear, and the Dark Emperor explains, these are dakibi, monsters that thrive in this cave due to its nature. Their purpose is to stop people from entering or leaving. They feed on the demonic energy in this area, and there are plenty of them around. A bunch of annoying creatures. He holds up a charm and adds, of course, they won't bother us as long as I have this. The system shows the Dakibi charm, which prevents the monsters from attacking. The Dark Emperor turns to Jinhyuk and asks, now, tell me, why did you really want to come here? And why are you watching Samaja so closely? Jinhyuk, trying to be honest, says, it's just that I was worried about you. I saw how much Samaja seems to dislike you, and I couldn't ignore how suspicious he was acting. The Dark Emperor smiles faintly and says, is that so? Well, even a fool could tell that we don't get along. But I'm more worried that you'll neglect your training because of this distraction. Suddenly, the system warns them. Dakibi charm has been destroyed. The monsters start getting ready to attack. The Dark Emperor says, what Samaja is up to might be important, but I don't want you to slack off on your training. Kill them all with your bare hands. He sits down, prepared to watch Jinhyuk fight. Jinhyuk grumbles to himself, this old man. He never changes. Meanwhile, we switch to Doke, one of the guards. He thinks, it's so peaceful around the heavenly demon divine cult when the right guardian isn't here. I wish it could stay like this forever. Suddenly, another guard rushes up to him. Panicked, sir, the right guardian and his disciple have just entered the prison. Doke, startled, asks, what? Where is Samaja right now? Back in the cave, Jinhyuk activates the dark heavenly demon emperor arts and starts fighting the Dakibi. The system displays his progress. Complete the Dark Emperor's training. 712 out of 1,000. The Dark Emperor laughs heartily and says, looks like all that training wasn't in vain. It's quite entertaining to watch how much you've improved. Suddenly, the Dark Emperor notices something odd and asks, did something just come out of that Dakibi? I've never seen this before. The system reveals an item, fragment of ember. The system states, you cannot take this unless you possess a specific item. Jinhyuk thinks, the Dakibi in this cave shouldn't drop EXP or items. That means, someone must have placed this inside the monster. The Dark Emperor turns to Jinhyuk and asks, do you have any idea what this could be? Jinhyuk smirks, I think it's time you ask the right person. The Dark Emperor, puzzled, asks, what? Ask whom? Jinhyuk replies, who else? You'll have to ask Samaja. He's the one behind this. The Dark Emperor begins walking away, and Jinhyuk thinks to himself, now I can do whatever I want. Just then, Wooyoung arrives and asks, my liege, what will you do now? Jinhyuk responds, I'll need to go a bit deeper to uncover more clues. Wooyoung sighs, so, you're not planning on listening to my advice? Alice joins in, what about the things that keep appearing? Jinhyuk nonchalantly replies, who should take care of them, I wonder? The system alerts them again. Dakibi are attacking the invaders. T-Bone leaps forward, shouting, please witness how much I've improved. He fights the Dakibi fiercely and calls out, are you watching, Master? Jinhyuk responds, yes, I'm keeping an eye on your movements. You're doing well. Alice, still concerned, asks, are you sure he'll be fine? Jinhyuk confidently replies, he insisted we leave it to him. Meanwhile, the Dark Emperor is leaving the cave, and the guards greet him. We greet the Right Guardian. Doke arrives, visibly nervous, and says, Right Guardian, you've returned early. The Dark Emperor asks, where's Samaja? Doke stammers, he's not here at the moment. I heard that Kang Jinhyuk is training against the Dakibi in the underground prison. That place is for criminals, not for training. Why don't you have him train elsewhere? The Dark Emperor replies sternly, I, the Right Guardian, permitted it myself. So, what's the problem? Doke hesitates, not at all. It's a very dangerous place. The Dark Emperor narrows his eyes. I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but if I'm not the problem, then something must be wrong on your side. Doke, confused, replies, sorry? The Dark Emperor presses on. If that's not it, then is there something hidden in the underground prison that I shouldn't know about? Doke gasps, struggling to breathe, as fear grips him. Suddenly, Samaja arrives, casually saying, you left this behind. I heard you treasure it. Shouldn't you be more careful? Doke, still in shock, quickly replies, yes, and rushes off. Samaja, smirking, says, he's gotten cuter with age. I heard you were looking for me, right, Guardian? The Dark Emperor, now furious, glares at Samaja and says, perfect timing, Samaja. I think it's time you explain yourself about what you've been doing behind my back. This the end. Subscribe for the next part. At the beginning of this part, we see that the Dark Emperor is furious. He clenches his fists, his voice booming as he says, great timing, Samaja. I think it's time you explain yourself. What have you been doing behind my back? His words hang in the air like a heavy storm about to break. The tension in the atmosphere is palpable, as everyone feels the weight of his anger. Meanwhile, Doke comes rushing in, shouting, Chaihong, hurry! Chaihong jumps, startled by the sudden urgency. She is ranked 10th in power in the heavenly demon divine cult, known as the Flame Dragon Artist. You scared me, she exclaims, looking at Doke with confusion. Doke continues, come with me right now. Hurry, there's no time. Chaihong, catching up to his pace, asks, what's got you in such a hurry this time? Every single time. It's like this with you. Despite her complaints, they both break into a sprint. Doke, panting as they run, explains, it was Samaja's order. We're heading to the prisons. Chaihong, confused, says, wait, what? Slow down. What do you mean we're going to the prisons? As they run, Doke recalls Samaja's words in his mind, go to the prison and take care of what's necessary. Something must be awakened there before the Dark Emperor's disciple senses anything. He grimaces at the weight of his task. He knows something dangerous is brewing. Meanwhile, Jinhyuk, the Dark Emperor's disciple, is already inside the underground prison. He wrinkles his nose in disgust. Alice, who is with him, covers her face and says, "Ugh, this smell. It reeks like a sewer down here." They are on the 5th floor of the underground prison. Wu Young explains, "This is where the worst criminals of the heavenly demon divine cult are kept. They're restrained by a special device. All of them deserve death, but the heavenly demon kept them here, just in case they might be useful one day." Jinhyuk, looking around, mutters, "I'm not getting any notifications that I found another clue. Do I have to go even further down to find it?" Suddenly, a system window appears in front of Jinhyuk, reading, "A secret passageway has been activated." A portal opens in front of them. At the same time, Dok and Chaihong appear before them. Chaihong, looking surprised, stands beside Dok. Dok grins and asks, "What do you think of this shortcut?" "No need to be so surprised." Seeing Kang Jinhyuk, Dok looks shocked and exclaims, "What? You're already down here?" Jinhyuk looks at him calmly and says, "Hey, old man, that thing in your hand. Mind if I take a look at it?" Chaihong, realizing the situation, steps forward. "Go ahead. I'll take care of things here." Dok, nodding to Chaihong, says, "I'll leave it to you." Then, Jinhyuk asks her, "You really want to fight us on your own? There are 3 of us and only one of you." Chaihong smirks and replies, "Kang Jinhyuk, I've heard plenty about you. You're skilled enough to take down Pei Gak. I know it'll be hard for me to deal with you, especially if you're with Wu Young of the Black Wind Society. But don't think you've got the advantage just yet." She looks around, grinning slyly. There are plenty of people here who would love to fight. At that moment, the system chimes in. Restraints have been undone. The blockage of blood chi vessels has been removed. Chaihong gestures toward the cells as prisoners begin to emerge. "You all must have been very bored in here. Well, now's your chance to go wild." The prisoners, who had been trapped for so long, step out eagerly, ready for battle. Wu Young's eyes widen. "My liege, these are infamous martial artists. Each one of them is as strong as I am, or stronger." Wu Young steps forward and says, "I'll fend them off, so please." But Jinhyuk grabs Wu Young's sword, stopping him. "No, you stay back. If she's going to use prisoners against us, I'll do the same." Alice raises an eyebrow. "What? You're going to compare me to those guys? They're nothing but scum." Chaihong laughs. "Good things are meant to be shared, right? Why don't you all join in?" The prisoners surround Alice, grinning menacingly. One of them licks his lips and says, "Tasted a human before?" Alice's eyes narrow as she mutters, "You're treating me, the noble master of the night, like a mere human just because I'm disguised as one?" Her voice turns cold as she activates Blood Road. How rude. In an instant, the area erupts with crimson energy. T-Bone, who had been watching, looks around in confusion. "Wait, all the monsters around me are already dead?" T-Bone groans. "Poor master. He didn't even get to see the full extent of my performance. It was super-duper cool. Is he perhaps afraid of my power?" Suddenly, all the energy drops from the corpses start floating away. T-Bone yells, "No! The things that came from the corpses are running away. Come back." He quickly activates Ember Collecting Lantern. Meanwhile, Dok is gathering all the ember pieces spread throughout the place, but frustration shows on his face. He glances at the system's completion rate, 71%. Dok thinks, did the embers not develop inside the Dakibi long enough? He glances at Chaihong, who is now fighting the Dark Emperor's disciple. While she keeps them busy, I need to find more Dakibi. Chaihong, still running beside Dok, suddenly appears by his side again. Dok gasps, "Why are you already here? I thought you freed the prisoners." Chaihong pants as she replies, "I did. I even gave them their favorite equipment back. But that Western woman with Kang Jinhyuk, she's a monster. The prisoners were no match for her." As they run, we see that all the prisoners are dead. Wu Young watches in awe, thinking, all of those infamous expert martial artists died so easily from just one gesture of Miss Alice's hand, as expected of someone so close to the liege. Alice, brushing off the dust, asks, Why are there so many of them? Jinhyuk smirks. You're being considerate of your mana usage, though. I can tell you're only using the minimum necessary. Alice nods. Of course. I can't waste mana while not knowing what lies ahead of us. Jinhyuk glances forward. We'll find out soon. Then we'll know why they were so desperate to stop us, and what Yan was trying to warn us about. Back at the surface, a student runs in, shouting, "Everyone! Samaja and the Dark Emperor are going to have a duel." All the disciples rush to witness the fight. The Dark Emperor and Samaja stand opposite each other, the air between them charged with tension. The Dark Emperor says, "It's been a long time since you stood up to me instead of backing off with your tail tucked between your legs." Samaja, unfazed, replies, "I'm not standing up to you. You're the right guardian. It's just a light-hearted duel." He smirks. "By the way, how's your disciple's training going? I heard he's down in the underground prison right now." Before Samaja can say anything else, the Dark Emperor leaps toward him with terrifying speed. The spectators can barely hold their ground from the shockwave. The Dark Emperor demands, "What are you doing in the underground prison? Confess right now, or I'll make you answer with my fists." Samaja, dodging his blow, chuckles. "Your personality is as fiery as ever, but I can't reveal my surprise just yet. All my efforts would be wasted if I tell you before it's ready." Meanwhile, Chai Hung stares ahead, wide-eyed, and mutters, "Dok Goryong. What in the world? What kind of demon is this?" Before them, a gigantic demon looms, casting a dark shadow over them. This is the end. Subscribe for the next part. At the beginning of this part, we see the Dark Emperor and Samaja engaged in an intense battle in the arena. The air crackles with energy as the disciples of the heavenly demon divine cult gather around, watching in awe. Samaja, with a sly smile, speaks over the noise of the clash. "Do you recall the disaster we had to fend off a few months ago?" he asks, dodging one of the Dark Emperor's powerful strikes. "Its memories are still vivid for me," he continues. "We fought an incredibly powerful demon. It took us 3 days and nights at the cliff of the heavenly mountain to finally defeat it." The Dark Emperor narrows his eyes, listening as he recalls the event too. "I remember how the demon fell from the ridge right after the final blow," Samaja adds. "If it weren't for the heavenly demon's intervention, we would have both been killed." As Samaja reminisces, a shadow appears behind them, an eerie presence joining the battle. A mysterious voice interrupts, "Samaja, go verify if the demon is truly dead." Samaja smirks, walking toward the demon's limp body. "When I stood there, looking at the demon weakened by our combined attacks," he says, almost to himself, "a thought crossed my mind. What if I could make this demon obedient to me? What if I could use it as my personal assassin?" Suddenly, a system notification flashes before Jinhyuk. System. Activating Ember Collecting Lantern. All of the ember fragments are being gathered in one place. The power of Yaksha is returning. Current completion rate, 71%. Samaja laughs maniacally. "That's right. I've done it. The demon that was said to be capable of killing even gods. The Yaksha." A terrifying demon materializes in front of them, its towering form radiating a menacing aura. A system window appears before Jinhyuk, showing a new quest, linked quest, the Yaksha's survival. The Yaksha's revival is directly tied to the death of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon plays an important role in your tower climbing progress. Defeat the Yaksha to ensure his survival. If the heavenly demon dies, an irreversible disaster will unfold. Jinhyuk reads the message, heart pounding. "Is this what Yan was trying to warn me about?" he mutters, glancing at the massive Yaksha. "Why is a named monster from the middle floors of the tower? A being used to kill the divinities of the upper floors, down here." Samaja raises the ember-collecting lantern and calls out, "You now belong to me, Yaksha." Dok steps forward and shouts, "Yaksha, listen to me. We are the ones who brought you back to life. I am now your master, alongside Samaja. Do you understand?" The Yaksha, towering over them, growls, "I see. I have been degraded to a mere hunting dog for Samaja." Its glowing eyes fix on Dok. "All right. What do you want from me?" Doke, grinning wickedly, orders, "Annihilate those people over there. They are your enemies." Meanwhile, Alice's eyes narrow as she observes the yaksha. "Contractor, can you feel it?" she asks Jinhyuk. "The concentration of mana in the air. It's telling me that this monster shouldn't be here." Jinhyuk nods grimly. "Yeah, I feel it too. But the bigger problem is, I can't think of a way to defeat it." Alice, sensing Jinhyuk's hesitation, says confidently, "Don't worry. I'll stall for time." She glances at him, thinking, has he ever been this uncertain before? She turns back to the yaksha and mutters, "Let's see how much of my power I can use here." At that moment, the yaksha lets out a roar, releasing an immense amount of power. The shockwave ripples through the arena, causing everyone to falter. Chun Yusung, one of the disciples watching from the stands, looks up, eyes wide. "Master, what is that?" Meanwhile, Soul Blade, sensing the disturbance from afar, thinks, "I can feel a dangerous energy radiating from the heavenly mountain. Something ominous is happening." In the arena, Samaja smirks, feeling the vibrations of the earthquake. Doke Goryong has successfully awakened the yaksha, he muses. But even with that old dragon's disciple interfering, it won't matter. He turns to Alice, who is preparing her next move. "That Western woman? She might be stronger than I thought." Alice, undeterred, summons her weapon. Activating Blood Spear, she yells, hurling it with precision at the yaksha. However, to her shock, the spear bounces off the yaksha's body, leaving not a single scratch. The yaksha retaliates, launching Chain Pandemonium, a barrage of chains toward Alice. She dodges the attack, but the yaksha traps her with Chain Slash, binding her in place. At the same time, a dragon's roar echoes across the battlefield. It's the Flame Dragon, sent by the Dark Emperor's forces. The dragon unleashes its dragon roar, pushing the yaksha back slightly. Alice, catching her breath, glances at the dragon and asks, "Are you helping me?" The dragon responds, "Isn't it obvious?" Alice smiles, "All right, then keep up." Chai Hong, watching from the side, is in disbelief. "We're actually facing the yaksha. The same yaksha that nearly wiped out the entire world of Murim when it was alive." Meanwhile, Wu Liang, the Black Wind Society's leader, charges toward Doke. "Out of my way!" Wu Liang shouts. "I have to stop Doke Goryong right now. If that thing makes it out while the heavenly demon is away, the entire heavenly demon divine cult will be done for." Doke laughs mockingly. "This is exactly what the Left Guardian, Samaja, wanted. The yaksha will be our new heavenly demon. Kill Wu Liang, Chai Hong. Accept the new heavenly demon." The dragon circles the yaksha, attacking with acid breath, but the yaksha raises its defenses, shrugging off the assault. The yaksha moves swiftly, grabbing the dragon by the neck. "You little rat," it snarls, squeezing the dragon as it struggles. From behind, Alice swings a massive blood weapon at the yaksha, momentarily distracting it. "Dragon, can you still fight?" Alice asks, concern lacing her voice. The dragon lets out a weak roar, struggling to its feet. Alice's eyes narrow, her determination hardening. "You're asking me to go all out now, aren't you?" she mutters, her aura intensifying. The yaksha chuckles. "It seems you were hiding your true powers." "Not bad," Alice thinks to herself. Even when I attacked with everything I had, he got up right away. Just how powerful is this thing? Am I even doing any real damage?" Her thoughts turn to Jinhyuk. "You need to think of a way to resolve this situation. Kong Jinhyuk, like you always do." "I know I haven't uploaded the video for quite some time. That's because I was busy." This is the end of the video. Subscribe for the next part. At the beginning of this part, we see the system alert, reading memory of the world. An infinite number of records for the library of skills have been created. Jinhyuk, preparing for the incoming battle, activates his 10-star multi-layer barrier and then his Eye of Gluttony, scanning for any weaknesses. The scene shifts to Yaksha, who is locked in a fierce battle against Alice and Gaguma, the dragon. As Jinhyuk observes, a status window for Yaksha appears, but all of Yaksha's stats are unknown, leaving Jinhyuk in the dark. The only skills revealed are Impossible Strength, Chime Morio, and Invincible. The system warns, the Eye of Gluttony is underleveled to reveal all of the target skills. A copy condition window appears. The survival of the heavenly demon is a prerequisite to fend off the beings of the 50th floor. However, Yaksha is one of the few weapons that can defeat the heavenly demon. You will be able to copy one of its skills if you defeat Yaksha before it harms the heavenly demon. Failure to do so will result in an irreversible disaster. Jinhyuk, now feeling the weight of the situation, reviews his own skills, muttering, "Hellfire? No, not this either." He knows he has only one chance while Alice and Gaguma are stalling for time. His mind races. I need to find something. A combination of skills, out of all the variations I've studied, that will allow me to defeat Yaksha. Meanwhile, Doke is trembling, gripping the lantern that controls Yaksha. He grits his teeth, feeling his inner energy drain rapidly. Just holding onto this lantern is sapping my energy dry, he mutters, glancing at Sama-ja in the distance. I guess that means it's impossible to contain this thing unless I have as much inner energy as Sama-ja. Doke shouts desperately, "You need to protect me no matter what. This lantern is the only thing controlling Yaksha." Chaihong blocks an attack from Wu Liang and replies, "I already am." Wu Liang, furious, says, "This is madness." Doke Goryong does not have enough energy to control Yaksha. Doke, panicking, shouts back, "What? That's nonsense. He's just trying to steal Yaksha from us. Don't fall for it. Who else here can handle this lantern?" Yaksha, overhearing the argument, smirks, such confidence. "You must not understand what that lantern truly is. Had I regained my full strength, you would have been dead already. The only reason you're alive is because of luck." Yaksha's eyes gleam with a dangerous light as he continues, "And if that were to happen, I would have torn all of you to pieces." Suddenly, Gaguma roars, activating Dragon Roar, trying to drive Yaksha back. However, Yaksha reacts quickly, kicking Gaguma with such force that the dragon coughs out blood. Alice rushes to catch Gaguma, her expression serious as she hits Yaksha with a powerful attack. "Gaguma, get it together," she shouts. "We need to hold on just a little longer." Yaksha scoffs, "Upper floor vampires, always relying on magic. You're all the same, weak. Let me show you what real power is." Yaksha activates Impossible Strength, launching a terrifying attack. Unequaled cannons shoot forth, sending 4 devastating blows toward Alice and Gaguma. Alice, realizing the danger, grits her teeth. "Can I really not be of any help to my contractor, even in this form?" she thinks, struggling under the weight of Yaksha's immense power. The scene shifts to Teresa, exhausted and locked in her own battle with her inner self. Black Teresa taunts her, "I'm getting tired of you. Isn't it about time you gave up?" Black Teresa continues, "I'm simply doing and saying the things you hesitate to act on. You should be grateful to me. What's wrong with that?" Teresa, breathing heavily, asks, "Why are you doing this?" Black Teresa smirks and replies, "Why, you ask? Because I don't want to be a burden to him when it really matters. When the time comes that he needs me, I want to be someone who can stay by his side, without hesitation, without excuse." Meanwhile, Alice steels herself, thinking, Alice von Ataraxia, even if I lack power right now, I will protect my contractor with all that I have." She activates Blood Road, determined to hold Yaksha off. Yaksha's attacks surge toward her, each one more dangerous than the last. As the disciples of Murim watch in shock, they see Yaksha's overwhelming strength. A massive hole is blasted through the wall by the force of Yaksha's attacks. Yaksha, confused, says, "What? It should have been too late to dodge that." But standing behind Yaksha is Jinhyuk, holding Alice and shielding her from the blast. Alice looks up and smiles faintly. Hey, tell me, did we buy enough time for you? Jinhyuk, his aura now crackling with energy, responds, yeah, you bought me more than enough. He activates fusion, combining Tumgrave's right arm, Sword Demon King's steps, and Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor arts. The system chimes. Fusion was a success. Jinhyuk stands tall, his presence radiating immense power as he uses Colossal Soldier Tumgrave's leg. Alice, smiling contentedly, says, all right, then, I'll rest for now. With that, she returns to Braham's ring, and Goguma retreats into the subspace inventory. Doke, still trembling from the battle's intensity, is in disbelief as he stares at the hole in the wall. I can't believe it. The Heavenly Mountain, which represented the power of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, was... Before he can finish, Yaksha grabs the lantern from Doke's hand. Doke screams, what are you doing? Give that back to me. Yaksha grins maliciously, grabbing Doke by the face. Trying to control me with something like this? Yaksha growls. You should have restored all my powers if you wanted any chance of controlling me. But since you've failed in that, I'll take what's mine. Yaksha activates Devour the Weak, draining Doke's inner energy as the system flashes, absorbing the target's mana. Minimal mana required. Doke falls to the ground, utterly drained of all his energy, his body limp. Yaksha, looking down at Doke's lifeless form, sneers. He acted like he had boundless inner energy, but it was nowhere near enough. Pathetic. Yaksha then turns his gaze toward Jinhyuk. You'll do, he says, his voice laced with malevolence. If I absorb your inner energy, I will regain all of my lost powers. Jinhyuk, unfazed, smirks. Is that so? He replies, his voice calm. He activates super speed, increasing his movement speed by 700%. Jinhyuk smiles confidently. Go ahead, make my day. Subscribe for the next part. At the beginning of this part, we see Jinhyuk launching a powerful attack at Yaksha, his fist connecting with the demon's body in a devastating blow. Jinhyuk thinks to himself, Goguma is of an ancient species, but he was still taken down in a single hit. It wouldn't be smart to take any hits from that guy. He quickly realizes his strategy. I've got to chip away at his HP while dodging at the same time. Activating Soul Bloodsucking, Jinhyuk feels a surge of power as his stats rise significantly. Yaksha, irritated, glares at him. You pesky little fly. Face me like a true martial artist if you were one. But Jinhyuk, unfazed, kicks Yaksha in the face and says, not right now, gaining 0.3 additional stats from the attack. Nearby, Chai-Hong is in shock as she sees Doke lying dead on the ground. No way. He died so easily? She whispers, her disbelief evident. Wu Liang, standing beside her, urges, Miss, you must get it together. There's no time to grieve. If that monster escapes, it'll be the end of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. He pauses, then adds, we have to help Jinhyuk defeat the Yaksha. Chai-Hong, still shaken, gives a wicked smile and replies, you fool. The Heavenly Demon and the two Guardians barely defeated that monster. Do you really think our efforts will amount to anything compared to them? This is the end for us. Suddenly, ominous figures begin emerging from the ground, prisoners and dark entities released by Yaksha's influence. One of them looks around and mutters, did the Heavenly Demon Cult fall or something? What the hell happened? Did all the prisoners get freed? The prisoners, sensing freedom, start running wildly, shouting freedom, as they head toward Jinhyuk. However, before they can reach him, Yaksha grabs several of them, activating Devour the Weak, draining their life force. It seems the heavens favor me today, Yaksha says with a grin. I'm suddenly greeted by an abundance of chi to absorb. Yaksha activates Chai Morio, summoning a swarm of dakibi from the shadows. The monstrous beings gather around, and Yaksha commands, "Bring them all to me." Jinhyuk, seeing the growing threat, charges toward Yaksha, thinking, I can't let him keep absorbing more mana. At this rate, we'll have no chance of defeating him. But as he moves, he's blocked by the swarm of dakibi. These bastards. There are too many of them. I can't get through. Just then, T-Bone arrives, confidently declaring, Your loyal T-Bone has arrived. Chai Hong and Wu Liang, still engaged in battle with the prisoners and dakibi, shout to Jinhyuk, My liege, we'll try to do something about the Chai Morio summons. Please lead us to victory, as you have always done. Jinhyuk nods and activates Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor Arts, charging forward with super speed Dark Humanity Smashing Fist. He strikes Yaksha with tremendous force, but Yaksha barely flinches. This martial technique? Yaksha growls. You must be that damn beastly old man's disciple. But it's too bad. You haven't completed it yet. Yaksha counters with impossible strength, unleashing a powerful attack of his own. Do you know what the heavenly demon said to me during our last battle? Yaksha asks, his voice filled with bitterness. A memory flashes in Yaksha's mind of the heavenly demon saying, Yaksha, you are dying today because your strength failed you. Yaksha's expression hardens as he recounts the moment. I didn't want to admit it back then, but he was absolutely correct. The weak die to the strong. That is the universal rule. As Yaksha speaks, we shift to a scene where Black Teresa is overpowering real Teresa, taunting her. Meanwhile, Yaksha's voice echoes through the air, saying, That is the rule of this world. Disciple of the Dark Emperor, are you ready to abide by that universal rule? Real Teresa coughs up blood, weakened by her internal struggle. One of the twins watching the battle says, What if she dies? She won't be able to transform into her stronger self if she dies like this. Savannah, a powerful entity, is seen rushing toward Teresa. Jinhyuk, meanwhile, throws a devastating punch at Yaksha, landing a critical blow. Suddenly, the Dark Emperor appears beside Jinhyuk, his presence looming large. Jinhyuk, catching his breath, looks up and smirks, Took you long enough. I've been waiting for you, master. The Dark Emperor, calm and focused, replies, I apologize for the delay, Jinhyuk. Watch closely. This will be your final lesson. Jinhyuk, now fully alert, thinks to himself, that's... The Dark Emperor walks toward Yaksha, his aura growing with every step. Yaksha, he says, his voice cutting through the tension. You still don't understand why you lost to the heavenly demon. Yaksha, enraged, snarls, What are you talking about? You would have died to me back then if it weren't for the heavenly demon's interference. The Dark Emperor blocks one of Yaksha's attacks effortlessly and responds, True, but he won for a reason. It was because he possessed a power that transcended your so-called universal rule. At that moment, Black Teresa looks up in surprise as she notices something strange. Real Teresa is glowing, her body surrounded by a radiant aura. The Dark Emperor continues, The heavenly demon's strength didn't come from raw power alone. His true strength came from love. Genuine love. Yaksha, shocked by the statement, launches a ferocious attack, and the Dark Emperor counters with his own overwhelming force. The two titans clash with tremendous energy, shaking the arena. As Yaksha strikes, the Dark Emperor stands firm, taking the hit. With determination in his eyes, he mutters, Even if it means sacrificing yourself. That is the true meaning of strength. Subscribe for more. At the beginning of this part, we see the Dark Emperor recalling the day Jinhyuk boldly declared, I will become your disciple and complete the 13 demonic techniques that you couldn't finish. A warmth fills his heart as he reflects on their connection. I sensed it from the moment I saw you, he thinks. You made such a ridiculous offer without even blinking. If past lives are real, I believe I would have spent all of mine with you. He launches Yaksha across the battlefield with a powerful martial arts technique, then turns to Jinhyuk and says, Jinhyuk, follow my lead. I'm certain you can handle it at your current level. Both master and disciple prepare, their energies intertwining as they jump toward Yaksha. Dark Emperor activates Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor arts, and Jinhyuk mirrors him perfectly. Together, they move with precision and power. The Dark Emperor summons Pure Essence, while Jinhyuk channels Sun Essence. They combine their skills, executing the Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor art's 12th form. One extreme unification. The Dark Emperor, pausing briefly, says, Jinhyuk, it's been a while since you became my disciple. But we've yet to perform the official ritual that binds us as master and student. Jinhyuk grins, dodging an attack. Master, don't you think now might be a bit inconvenient to discuss that? The Dark Emperor smirks. Don't ruin the moment. That's why I'm trying to substitute the ritual with this fight. Yaksha, hearing their exchange, roars in anger. What are you doing? I'm right here. The Dark Emperor ignores him, declaring, I, the dragon of heavenly authority, the Dark Emperor, shall pass down all that I possess to you, Kong Jinhyuk. You will continue this path. With that, they both join hands in a show of unity. He continues, this is the essence of a master-disciple relationship. As they unleash the Dark Heavenly Demon Emperor art's 12th transcendent form, a powerful attack strikes Yaksha with overwhelming force, shaking the very ground beneath them. Together, they use dual extreme unification, and a system window appears, notifying Jinhyuk. You have defeated the named monster Yaksha. You have cleared the linked quest. As a reward, you have obtained the special item, Shadowgate. Meanwhile, within herself, Black Teresa grudgingly concedes. You're so damn stubborn. I can't do this anymore. I surrender. I won't do anything you don't want me to, all right? Just don't come crying to me later. Real Teresa smiles as she regains control, exclaiming, I did it. I can control my tainted personality now. Nearby, Archbishop Savannah watches, his face showing signs of fear and frustration. As Jinhyuk levels up, a system message appears. You have fulfilled the copy condition. You have copied impossible strength. Noticing the Dark Emperor's injuries, Jinhyuk rushes to him. You shouldn't push yourself so hard at your age, he says with a smirk, supporting his master. He activates Blessing of the Star, though the healing effect is limited due to the lack of divine power. The Dark Emperor gives a slight smile, saying, but we achieved something great together. At this rate, completing the 13 demonic techniques is within reach. Stop talking like that, Jinhyuk replies, scanning his master with concern. All of his mana pathways are shattered. At this rate, he won't make it. Turning to Wu Liang, he commands, take him somewhere safe. No matter what happens, do not let him die. That's an order. Wu Liang nods solemnly. Yes, sir. Nearby, Beak sighs in relief. I managed to survive. She looks at Dok's fallen body, her expression filled with regret. Dok Goryong, why did you do something so reckless? Suddenly, an item begins to materialize where Yaksha fell. A new system notification appears. Special item. Indescribable flames. Calculating contribution rate for defeating the host. Dark Emperor's contribution rate, 30%. Kong Jinhyuk's contribution rate, 70%. Jinhyuk stares at the message, realization dawning on him. Damn it. This is... A warning window flashes urgently. The invasion of a creature from ancient times will soon begin according to the contribution rate. Meanwhile, deep within the tower, the goblin manager stands before an ancient statue. He says, indescribable flames have been activated due to Yaksha's death. This time, it wasn't the heavenly demon who defeated him. It was player Kong Jinhyuk. Yaksha was supposed to hunt down the heavenly demon and eradicate Murim. The statue responds calmly, it's fine. Don't blame yourself. This turn of events actually benefits us. It gives us a chance to weaken those forces outside the tower. The goblin manager bows, you are merciful, Shub-Niggurath. I will move forward, great creature of ancient times. Following the Yaksha incident, the heavenly demon divine cult undergoes radical changes. Samaja, seizing the opportunity, publicly declares the heavenly demon and the dark emperor have disappeared. Declaring himself the new head of the cult, he announces plans for a new order in Murim, one that will never have to rely on the Empire or other outside forces again. Soul Blade, observing the events, mutters, nullifying all former alliances. I should have known this day would come. Why do my worst fears always come true? He sighs as the disciples discuss whether the Murim alliance should prepare for war against the demonic cult. We're being pressured to announce our stance. What should we do? One disciple asks. Soul Blade replies, I don't know. I can't decide whether we should resist the coming storm or allow ourselves to be swept along with it. Elsewhere, Chun speaks to his master. I need to halt my training for a bit and return outside the tower. His master hugs him, saying, Already? You've been doing so well. Stay longer. Chun smiles and replies, I would if I could, but I feel that something terrible is about to happen to my hometown. As he speaks, a message appears on his device, reading, Emergency Meeting. All members of the Veteran Corporation are called to the Awakened Association immediately. This is the end. Subscribe for the next part. At the beginning of this part, we see the president of the Awakened Association standing in his office, shocked by what he has just heard. An invasion? He asks, his face pale with disbelief. Yes, Jinhyuk confirms calmly. In a week at the soonest, a powerful being from the Tower of Trials will invade this place. His tone is steady, conveying the gravity of the situation. The president rubs his forehead, looking worn and uncertain. This is all so sudden. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say. His skepticism is clear, though he respects Jinhyuk's reputation. I'm sorry, player Kong Jinhyuk, but even if it's coming from you, we need proof to mobilize the entire world. Jinhyuk nods, his gaze firm. All good. I'll prepare something then. News breaks out soon after, with headlines covering the alarming prophecy of a mysterious figure, hailed as the 21st century's greatest prophet. This man, known only as Takashi, appears before crowds, raising his hands and exclaiming, Oh, goodness! I have seen it once more. A clear vision. He shouts, his voice echoing. In 1 week, an outbreak will occur in Seoul. Humanity is about to enter a new era. Jinhyuk, watching the broadcast, thinks to himself, Takashi, my subordinate in the Samurai Guild, is doing his part well. After the Medusa raid, Jinhyuk had given Takashi instructions to enhance his influence by using his hemi-foresight ability to deliver these staged prophecies. They had since gathered a large following, turning Takashi into a cult figure practically overnight. As he preaches, Takashi marvels to himself, I am the chosen one. Across guilds worldwide, Takashi's reputation spreads quickly. The Samurai Guild moves first to mobilize, fully trusting in his prophetic abilities. Guilds like Olympus, Zhonghua, and Titan follow suit, preparing for the foretold disaster. Amidst this rising tension, Chun Yusung corners Jinhyuk, suspicion in his voice. You're making quite the big deal out of this, Kong Jinhyuk. What exactly are you plotting? If this is some kind of prank. Jinhyuk cuts him off, his tone serious. This isn't a prank, Yusung. He hands Chun a thick file. I need you to command the guild members when I'm gone. Inside this file is everything I know about the outbreak. Memorize it. Chun Yusung studies him, still skeptical but a bit rattled. Fine, but what are you going to do? You're not planning to hoard all the profit again, are you? Jinhyuk gives a slight smirk. I'm going to find a way to prevent the disaster. If there's an opportunity for profit along the way, I'll take it. He starts to leave, and Chun calls after him, glancing toward a pillar in the shadows. You can come out now, Teresa. He's gone. With a shy smile, Teresa steps from behind the pillar, a mix of embarrassment and relief on her face. Chun sighs. How long are you going to keep avoiding him? She shrugs, a soft smile on her lips. Just a little while longer, until he starts to miss me. Later, at Rick Hennessy's Great Magic Library, Rick is caught off guard as Jinhyuk places the Yaksha equipment set before him. What? The whole set, and without haggling? Rick raises an eyebrow. That's unlike you. Jinhyuk hands over a list and says, You'll get the set. I just need you to get me these items in return. Curious, Rick reads over the list. Why this particular list? But Jin-hyuk has already activated the Shadow Gate, a portal forming in front of him. The portal opens to connect to the high floor manager's domain, and Jin-hyuk steps through, giving Rick a last look. Any more questions? He asks, stepping into the unknown. As Jin-hyuk emerges from the portal, he finds himself in the high floor manager Vendivia's region, a place shrouded in mysterious, dim light. Standing before him is Vendivia herself, a high floor manager with the appearance of an elegant but fierce dark elf. She surveys Jin-hyuk coolly. It's you, the infamous player that mid-floor managers complain about. Jin-hyuk nods, his expression unreadable. Using the item that Young gave me brought me here. She seems both curious and wary, her intense gaze scrutinizing him. She folds her arms. You're the first player to ever reach me, Vendivia, the high floor manager of the tower. I have no idea how you managed it, but congratulations. Now, why are you here? Meanwhile, back in Seoul, guilds are gathering in force. Teresa scans the massive crowds, her eyes catching sight of the veteran company members joining as well. With all of them here, we should be prepared for whatever monster appears, she says, sounding hopeful. Chun Yu-sung, however, looks at the briefing file Jin-hyuk gave him and shakes his head. No, it's still not enough. Check the number of enemies and their power levels. Teresa flips through the file, her face turning pale. No, could it really be this bad, even with all the world's rankers here? Chun's tone is grim. We're just here to delay them. Our real goal is to buy time until Kang Jin-hyuk figures out how to defeat the enemy. Cutting back to Vendivia's domain, the tension between her and Jin-hyuk reaches a peak. She glares at him, her aura flaring, her voice icy. What did you just say to me? Are you seriously lecturing me, a high-floor manager? Jin-hyuk remains unfazed, calmly revealing the indescribable flames item obtained from defeating Yaksha. Recognize this? He asks, holding the flame up to her. This flame is created when a creature from ancient times invades another floor. High-floor managers are supposed to keep things like this under control. But one of your kind is clearly overstepping, don't you think? Vendivia's expression hardens as she realizes the significance. Esting, he's crossed a line, she murmurs. But this is something we can still contain. Her tone turns thoughtful as she regards Jin-hyuk, the gravity of her position weighing on her. She sighs. Yes, we've failed to properly maintain the balance within the Tower of Trials. But as high-floor managers, we are prohibited from helping players directly. Jin-hyuk's tone grows sharp. Then sit back and watch as the tower's balance shatters. Let chaos run wild and consume everything. Is that the role you play, high-floor manager? Just then, Jin-hyuk receives a system notification, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he reads it. Vendivia takes a deep breath, seeming to reconsider. Let me repeat myself. I cannot help you directly, but there are ways I can assist you indirectly, in accordance with the tower's rules. A system message appears before Jin-hyuk. Special quest from high-floor manager Vendivia has arrived. This is the end. Subscribe for the next part. At the beginning of this part, we see Rick Hennessy standing in his great magic library, a gift box in front of him, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. So, how did it go? He asks as Jin-hyuk steps out of the portal. Your meeting with the high-floor manager Vendivia? Did it go as planned? Jin-hyuk dusts himself off, a slight smirk on his face. Better than expected. Rick raises a brow. So, you got what you wanted? He asks, leaning forward. A memory flashes in Jin-hyuk's mind as he recalls Vendivia's words. If you clear the 16th floor of the Tower of Trials within 24 hours, you'll earn the Spirit Stone of Desire. With that, you should be able to hold off the creature from ancient times. She had paused, looking at him with an appraising eye. And if you manage to resolve this incident well, I may continue to watch over you, player Kang Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk snaps back to the present, giving Rick a confident nod. Yes, I got everything I wanted. Rick chuckles, holding up a leather-bound package and unwrapping it. Then here's what you requested. I hope it meets your standards. Jin-hyuk's eyes gleam as he inspects the item, his thoughts racing. I wasn't going to use this for the sake of keeping things challenging, but it's time to bring out one of my favorites. He picks up a sleek, black armor with intricate designs, the same armor he had once relied on during his peak. In the city, an announcement echoes through the streets. Evacuation notice. This is an outbreak drill. All non-awakened citizens, please proceed to the nearest shelter. This is only a drill, so please remain calm. Elsewhere, a man in a suit stands beside the president of the Awakened Association, looking visibly strained. Sir, we're receiving countless complaints. People are saying these drills are disruptive. The president, undeterred, crosses his arms. It can't be helped. It's for their safety. A woman approaches with a warm smile. I see that the president himself is overseeing things here. Nice to meet you, Mr. Han Sang-jin. I'm Ashley Friedman from the USA Awakened Association's media team. She gestures to the man beside her. And this is my husband, Jack Friedman, team leader of Rockheed Guild. Our elite members will be assisting in the city's defense. The president bows gratefully. Thank you both. I know this must have been a difficult decision. Jack nods, his expression determined. After what happened to my team and me on the 8th floor of the tower, I made a promise to never turn away from those in need, just as an unknown savior once helped us escape death. Helping here. It feels right. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing, the Zhonghua Guild's guildmaster, scans the city skyline, a contemplative look on her face. So this is Kong Jinhyuk's home. I came here to repay my debt to him, but where can I find him? Spotting another woman nearby, she approaches her. Maria, noticing Xiao Jing, smiles warmly. Hey, I heard we still have a week until the outbreak. Why don't you hang out with us? Getting familiar with the area could be useful. Xiao Jing grins. Smart idea. I already spotted a cafe that caught my eye. She studies Maria, thinking to herself, she's really pretty. I'd love to be friends with her. On a nearby rooftop, Chun Yusung observes the scene, his expression stoic. Teresa joins him, glancing over the bustling city streets. Everyone's here. Even the veteran company is on standby. Yusung nods. Good. Then get to your positions. A fellow guild member raises his hand in protest. What? That's it? Aren't you going to give us a motivational speech or something? You know, like a pep talk? Yusung sighs. Fine. Here it goes. I abhor Kong Jinhyuk. Some of you might like him, others might just be here because there's no one better. But we all have one thing in common. He pauses, letting his words sink in. He changed each of our lives. This is our chance to make sure he owes us a debt in return. Teresa chuckles, smiling playfully. That was actually pretty cool, Yusung. No wonder Jinhyuk likes you so much. Yusung shakes his head, groaning. Please don't say things like that. It's terrifying. He glances out over the city, resolved. Now we wait. All we can do is hold our ground until Jinhyuk comes back with a solution. At that moment, Jinhyuk stands at the entrance to the 16th floor of the Tower of Trials, where a message hovers before him. Special quest, Tower of Trials, clear the 16th floor in under 24 hours. Time remaining, 23 hours, 20 minutes, 31 seconds. Reward, Spirit Stone of Desire. He steps forward, taking in the dense rainforest that stretches endlessly around him. Giant insects buzz in the humid air, and strange plants loom, some shifting as if alive. The 16th floor is an ancient rainforest teeming with oversized creatures from the early eras of Earth, Jinhyuk muses. This entire floor is like a playground for these massive monsters. Usually, it would take a week to reach the hive of the boss, Queen of the Legion, but for me, well, let's just say I have my own shortcuts. As he ventures deeper into the forest, he spots two familiar figures sprinting through the dense undergrowth, chased by a massive insect. Jinhyuk raises a gun, aiming smoothly. Duck if you want to live, he calls. The two players dive to the ground as a bullet strikes the insect, killing it instantly. Jinhyuk approaches them with a smirk. Melina, Tristan. Right on time, my loyal informants. Panting, Melina gasps. Why did you summon us here, Jinhyuk? This floor just opened, and the monsters here are way beyond our level. Jinhyuk shrugs, a faint smile on his face. Should I have gone to you instead? Really now? He raises an eyebrow at Tristan, who quickly stammers, "Of course not, Mr. Jinhyuk. You, the future Demon King, come to us?" Perish the thought. Jinhyuk chuckles, giving a nod of approval. "Good answer. Melina, take notes." Melina mutters under her breath. She's a bit delusional. Suddenly, a low rumble echoes, and they look up to see a swarm of massive insects approaching. Melina's eyes widen. "Did you aggro all of them?" Tristan gulps, drawing his weapon. "Looks like we're fighting our way out." He squares his shoulders. "We'll protect you, future Demon King." But before they can engage, Jinhyuk raises his Kruger pistols, expertly aiming at the oncoming creatures. "Consider yourselves lucky," he says, grinning as he pulls the triggers, "because you're about to witness something rare." Akimbo style. Bullets fly as Jinhyuk cuts down the monstrous insects with precision, his movements a blur. As he reloads, he turns to the awestruck Melina and Tristan, smirking. "Thanks for watching." At the beginning of this part, Melina's shock is evident as she observes the scene unfolding before her. Jinhyuk, without hesitation, leaps toward a swarm of massive, menacing insects, readying himself for battle. His sharp instincts and precise movements showcase his exceptional skill as he fires magic bullets imbued with overwhelming power. These bullets tear through the insects, leaving no chance for them to retaliate. Watching this display, Melina's gaze shifts to the firearms Jinhyuk wields. Memories of the Tower of Trials flood her mind. Firearms, though present in the tower, are rarely favored due to their limited practicality. Guns can be found within the tower, but their ammunition cannot, making them nearly useless unless one possesses the ability to create mana bullets. What astounds Melina even more is Jinhyuk's unparalleled efficiency in crafting and utilizing mana bullets. The process is intricate and time-consuming, yet he manages to do it repeatedly in mere moments, demonstrating an expertise that defies expectation. As he reloads with precision, Jinhyuk's thoughts drift. Old man Rick really outdid himself this time. This weapon is better than anything I have at the moment. Without wasting a second, he stores the guns in his inventory and declares confidently, "All right, all the nearby monsters are dealt with. Now, tell me, what exactly is the demonic human association up to?" Before anyone can respond, Melina steps forward in urgency. "Wait, listen to me first, before you use the brand." Her voice carries both desperation and determination. Jinhyuk halts, a trace of confusion on his face. "What is it?" With a deep breath, Melina explains, "I'm sorry, but things have gotten more complicated. The demonic human association is growing suspicious. They've realized their information is being leaked, and now they're certain there's a spy within their ranks. If you obtain intel from me again, they'll suspect me. I can't afford for that to happen." Tristan interjects at this critical moment, adding, "The association is already in communication with higher floor managers from the Tower of Trials." Melina's frustration erupts. "No, Tristan, why would you reveal that?" She quickly elaborates. One of their high-ranking executives, someone operating under the codename Nietzsche, is actively communicating with these managers and setting up strategies with them. Jinhyuk's lips curl into a devilish grin. "See? How sweet of her to share that with us," he says sarcastically, enjoying Melina's growing unease. Melina buries her face in her hands, muttering, "I'm screwed." Jinhyuk shifts his attention to Tristan, issuing a direct order. Find out exactly which high-floor manager they're working with and what their plans entail. Tristan shakes his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, but we're not ranked high enough to uncover details beyond what I've already told you." Jinhyuk pauses, his mind racing. So the demonic human association is collaborating with a high-floor manager. They must be offering information about the world outside the tower in exchange for something substantial. If that's the case, the manager they're conspiring with must be. His expression hardens as he pieces the puzzle together. Turning to his team, he says, "Infiltrate the association more deeply." "That's all for now." Melina hesitates, her voice tinged with worry. "Where are you going?" Jinhyuk smiles faintly. "Where do you think? I've got work to do." Without another word, he sprints away, his speed almost supernatural. As he races forward, He reflects, the first high-floor manager I ever made a contract with in the Tower of Trials. Hasting. He's the only one who could be targeting me like this. He's also the one who wouldn't stop preaching about the importance of maintaining balance within the tower. I'll make him regret it. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk slices through waves of monsters with unparalleled ease. His power and technique are unmatched, and he wastes no time as he carves a path toward his goal. From a distance, Vendivia watches him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. Her thoughts swirl as she observes his firearms in action. It's been so long since I've seen anyone wield guns like that, she muses, her lips curling into a sly smile. Kong Jin-hyuk, if you truly are someone who can confront the creature of ancient times, then the quest I've entrusted to you shouldn't be beyond your reach. Suddenly, a system notification appears before Vendivia, its message shaking her to the core. The creature of ancient times is commencing its invasion. Panic flashes across her face as she gasps. Wait, this is happening now? Back in the real world, chaos unfolds. A massive portal tears through the fabric of reality, radiating an ominous energy. The system echoes its grim warning. The creature of ancient times is commencing its invasion. Maria, stunned and disbelieving, exclaims, "What?" Takashi predicted this would happen in a week. The president acts swiftly, his voice booming with authority. Issue the evacuation announcement immediately. Get all civilians to safety and bring every player here. This is not a drill. Move to the shelters now. Amid the pandemonium, Alice surveys the chaos from the rooftop of a towering building. In a video call with Jin-hyuk, she calmly states, "Yeah, I'm already watching. The situation you feared is unfolding, though it's happening sooner than expected." Jin-hyuk nods grimly. "That's why I'm leaving this in your capable hands, Alice." Her expression softens into a smile. "You've grown so meticulous. It's almost scary how well prepared you are for scenarios like this." She spreads her wings and takes flight, her resolve clear. "Don't worry. I've got this." Elsewhere, Jin-hyuk activates a series of powerful abilities: Accelerant Sword, Sun's Territory, and Wind's Territory. These skills grant him extraordinary speed and strength, making him an unstoppable force. As he blitzes forward, he strategizes. There's no time to waste. If Alice follows the plan, she'll buy me enough time. My priority now is to defeat the 16th floor boss as quickly as possible. The gate hasn't even opened fully yet, but I need to act fast. Back at the portal, the tension is palpable. Players struggle to cope with the overwhelming mana emanating from it, many of them panicking and retreating. "This is beyond us," one shouts. "We can't handle this." Before they can flee, Casey and Jadello block their path. Jadello smirks. "Where do you think you're going? The real fun is just starting." Casey chimes in. "If you lack the resolve, you're just a burden to the rest of us. Stay or go, it doesn't matter. There's nowhere safe if we fail to stop this monster." A loud shout rings out. The gate's opening. As the portal fully activates, a massive hand emerges, crushing a nearby car with ease. The creature that follows is horrifying, its monstrous form adorned with sharp teeth, eyes on its legs, and towering horns. Its presence sends waves of terror through even the strongest guild leaders. The system announces the creature of ancient times, Shub-Niggurath's mind manifestation, is commencing its invasion. The creature roars, a sound so deafening it shakes the very ground, leaving all who hear it paralyzed in fear. Subscribe for more. At the beginning of this scene, chaos has engulfed the city. Buildings are ablaze, their fiery destruction casting a grim light over the battlefield. Amidst the carnage, Maria and 3 other hunters brace themselves behind a triple-layered shield. Shub, the monstrous invader, slams against the barrier with relentless force. Maria shouts, "Now? Group 3, attack!" Group 3 leaps into action, launching a coordinated assault against the monstrosities. One of the hunters steps forward, activating a powerful ability. The system announces, "Warcry." The damage output of all nearby allies is increased by 15% for 20 seconds. Another hunter nods to the twins and says, I'm leaving it to you too. The twins grin in unison and execute their signature move. Double slash. They cry, their blades cutting in perfect synchronization. One of them hesitates, a look of concern crossing his face. Wait, this might be really bad. Meanwhile, high above the city, a vampire watches the chaos unfold. Her crimson eyes glint as she surveys the burning metropolis. So, this is the world outside of the tower, she muses, disdain evident in her tone. These human cities lack any sense of artistry. She turns her attention to her companion, Hastings. Where is the prisoner we're searching for? You assured me they would appear once the invasion began. Don't tell me you've forgotten your guarantee. Hastings, ever composed, responds, everything is progressing according to plan. Please, have a bit more patience. Kang Jin-hyuk is not someone who will allow anything he values to be destroyed. I'm certain of it. He will show himself soon enough. Below, the battlefield continues to deteriorate. Shub's monsters pour into the city in endless waves. A veteran company fighter grimly remarks, "Goodness, they just keep coming." Even the S-rankers are struggling to hold their ground, and for players like us, we don't stand a chance against that thing. Chun Yusung steps in, his voice firm. Hey, you four. Stop doubting yourselves. I'll tell you what you can do in this situation. He points toward the fleeing citizens. Help evacuate anyone who hasn't made it out yet. They'll be relieved to see players coming to their aid. You can make a difference here. The system chimes in ominously. Anubis incarnation replicas are rising. Chun commands the group. Search for anyone left behind. You know where the shelters are, right? Get them there safely. Suddenly, a massive monster appears before Chun, blocking his path. Without flinching, Chun draws his blade. I'll handle you myself, he declares. Activating his skill, soul-chasing sword arts. 12th movement, one with the sword. He unsheathes his weapon in a blur. The monster doesn't stand a chance. Chun slices it cleanly in two with a single, decisive strike. Watching from a distance, Teresa observes Chun's growing strength. Yusung has gotten so much stronger, she comments. Her alter ego, Black Teresa, grins. But we can't just sit back and watch, can we? Are you ready? Teresa nods, determination in her eyes. Let's do it. It's time to test the power we earned after all those one-on-one battles. Teresa steps forward and activates her ultimate ability, Saintess of a Fallen Nation, Jeanne d'Arc's Grudge. Her aura flares brilliantly, a testament to her newfound power. Elsewhere, Kang Jin-hyuk observes the battlefield, his thoughts filled with admiration. In the past, you walked a lonely path, Chun, but now, you've surrounded yourself with dependable allies. It's incredible to see. His focus sharpens as he approaches his objective. I can see it. The 16th floor boss, the queen of the army. The boss, a towering and regal figure, notices his presence. An invader. Protect me, my army, she commands, summoning a horde of minions to her defense. Jin-hyuk wastes no time, activating his skill Daylight, which grants him enhanced speed. He mutters to himself, move faster, Kang Jin-hyuk. The friends you have now won't be able to stop the creature of ancient times invasion on their own. He knows the stakes. Chun Yusung, Teresa, and the other S-rank players might hold off the Black Goats for a while, but they're vastly outnumbered. That's why I made preparations in advance. As the scene shifts, we see a building with advanced security systems. The screen flashes, retina scan complete. Inside, a vault containing countless magic crystals glows with energy. The voice of Kang Byung-chan, the SWB broadcast station president, rings out. I worked so hard to meet your requirements. I'm probably the only person in the entire world with this many magic crystals. Alice appears nearby, smiling confidently. Yes, this will do. This should be enough to draw them all in. Jin-hyuk smirks. Sometimes, you need more than just brute force to win a war. Subscribe for more. At the beginning of this part, the system announces, String that connects faith has been created. String that connects faith is reacting to boundary-bending mirror. Across the battlefield, the veteran company sends out an urgent request for reinforcements. The cost for summoning aid from outside the tower is steep. 5,746 basic magic crystals and 3,901 intermediate magic crystals are set as the required payment. Moments later, yellow, glowing portals begin to appear all over the battlefield, their sheer number captivating the onlookers. One of the players points and shouts, "Look over there!" From the portals emerge members of various tribes and armies, ready to respond to the summons. Calical, the Frost Blade tribe chief, steps forward, his presence commanding respect. "I, Calical, the Frost Blade tribe chief, am responding to your call," he declares. However, some players are alarmed by his monstrous appearance. "Damn it!" one of them exclaims. "There are monsters behind us too. Prepare for battle." But one of Jinhyuk's allies steps in, raising a hand to stop the confusion. "Wait, it might be hard to believe, but there are allies." Calical notices the ally and nods. "Nice to meet you, comrade." As the tension settles, another portal opens, and Andrea emerges with her army. She introduces herself with authority. Andrea, master of the 5th floor of the Tower of Trials, is responding to the call. Then, another enormous figure steps forth. Agrichan II, leader of the Giant's Fortress on the 25th floor. His deep voice echoes across the battlefield. Agrichan II, from the 25th floor's Giant Fortress, is responding to the call. Perched on Agrichan's shoulder, T-Bone, his master's right hand, adds enthusiastically, "T-Bone is responding to the call." The assembled forces erupt in unison, shouting, "For our master!" The battlefield transforms into an epic clash as the summoned allies charge against the invading Shub monsters. Meanwhile, Alice observes the scene and smiles. "Contractor, look at this," she says softly. "They've all gathered here to help you. So, come back as quickly as you can, to me. I'm waiting for you." On the 16th floor, Jinhyuk confronts the boss monster, the queen of the army. The boss glares at him and sneers. "What a pity. My entire elite army has been massacred by a single human." Without responding, Jinhyuk activates Red Magic Bullet. The system window flashes. "You have defeated the 16th floor's boss monster, Queen of the Army. The 17th floor of the Tower of Trials has been unlocked. You will be enthroned for a week in the Hall of Fame." The system continues. "You have copied core of the army. The stats of those you summon will be increased by 10%, and mana consumption for sustaining them will be halved. You have cleared the special quest." A new message appears. A gift from High Floor Manager Vendivia has arrived. You have obtained a special item, Spirit Stone of Desire. As Jinhyuk examines the stone, he thinks, this item lays the foundation to defeat the creature of ancient times. Now, the only question is what comes next. He speaks aloud, "Heian, what am I supposed to do now?" Though there's no answer, he deduces, "I guess they can't intervene directly. That must be why they left me clues. The moon imprint I received after clearing the Gray Temple on the 3rd floor, and the painting I acquired after defeating Decasus. Their intentions are clear now." Jinhyuk activates Moon Imprint and 3-star barrier mana synchronization with the Spirit Stone of Desire. The system reveals a hidden location, Ancient Mosque. Standing within a circle of glowing runes, Jinhyuk recognizes the symbols. This is the Lost Language. The system announces, "You have found a part of the Lost Language. The conditions to learn Lost Barrier have been fulfilled." Suddenly, a beam of light appears before him. The system declares, "Sudden event, 2nd class choice test. A barrier spell must bind Belther to one spot for more than 1 second. Belther D. Lonemarsk, level 294, materializes in the light." The system adds, "Copy condition. Pass Belther's exam for the 2nd class choice to copy one of his skills." Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the army from the 5th floor climbs atop the monstrous Shub creatures, shouting, "For Kong Jinhyuk." The twins, witnessing the scene, exclaim with excitement, "What? Why are they all dressed in the same yellow outfit? I like it." The president of the association, watching the cooperation between players and tower residents, is stunned. "I can't believe this is happening," he thinks. Calical, wielding his hammer, attempts to strike a Shub monster, but is met with a powerful punch to the face. A second shub monster fires a thought cannon, a purple beam of energy, directly at Calico. Startled, Calico braces for impact, but Jinhyuk's friend from earlier intervenes, activating Faith Strike to block the attack. Calico, impressed, says, "You blocked such a strong attack. Are you trying to take yourself out of battle, friend?" The ally grins. "Of course not. I'm just different from who I used to be." Elsewhere, Alice wields her blood spear. Spear of Judgment with deadly precision. She orders nearby players, "Fall back with the injured. I'll handle things here." However, she notices the dwindling number of humans on the front lines. She grimly acknowledges, if the front line falls, it's over. She calls out, "Bellis?" Bellis responds immediately, "Yes, master. I cannot draw mana from the contractor at the moment, but I am ready to use my powers." Alice commands, "Defend the magic crystals at all costs. They're my resources. Without them, we'll lose the front lines." Bellis bows. "Understood, my dignified master." Alice reflects on the dire situation. The next body of thought is already emerging. A voice suddenly interrupts her. "You've fallen further than I imagined." Alice von Ataraxia, disguised as a human, aiding these humans. Alice turns to see a high-level vampire step through a portal. The vampire, exuding authority, introduces herself. "Greetings. I am Abigail von Levisita, matriarch of the Levisita household. Subscribe for more." At the beginning of this part, Alice finds herself surrounded by an overwhelming force of vampires. At the center stands Abigail von Levisita, the powerful matriarch of the Levisita household. With an air of cold superiority, Abigail declares, "We can't have any interference. Not when hunting someone so noble." Raising her hand, she activates 4-star barrier, space division. The system announces, creating a space isolated from the outside world, public execution site. Abigail's eyes glimmer with malicious intent as she orders. The current head of the Ataraxias, Exensian, has requested the live capture of Miss Alice. Do not kill her. With a resounding war cry, the vampire soldiers surge forward, shouting, "For the Levisitas." Alice narrows her eyes, venom lacing her voice. "You filthy traitors." A dangerous smile creeps across her face. "All right, if you're that eager to die." She activates Blood Road, her aura surging with lethal power. "I'll kill every last one of you." Meanwhile, in the isolated test realm, Belther D. Lonemarsk, the legendary barrier sorcerer from the ancient kingdom, watches Jinhyuk carefully. As the creator of all barrier spells in the Tower of Trials, he knows no equal. Jinhyuk is locked in a relentless struggle, activating one barrier after another as the system declares. Second-class choice condition. Use a barrier spell to bind Belther to one spot for more than 1 second. Jinhyuk casts 3-star confinement barrier, 3-star coordinate target barrier. With a flick of his hand, Belther activates spell analysis. Analysis complete. Spell destruction. Jinhyuk watches in shock as all 10 of his barriers are shattered at once. He destroyed all 10 at the same time. He thinks, "This guy really is the creator of barrier spells." Belther observes him and asks calmly, "Hey, student, why did you choose this path?" His voice deepens with curiosity. "Out of all the classes you could have chosen, why did you pick Barrier Master? You're walking a path filled with hardship." Jinhyuk's mind races. Is this part of the test? He's asking about my reason? I can't tell him I chose this class just to mess with Chun Yusung. What reason would satisfy him? After a moment, Jinhyuk answers honestly, "Well, it was charming. Creating a world of your own through barriers. That was appealing to me." Belther repeats the word. "Charming, huh?" Jinhyuk, determined, activates Sword Demon King's steps, pushing his speed and agility to the limit. The system announces, activating 4-star barrier, multi-dimensional isolation. Belther echoes his earlier words, creating a world of your own. Charming indeed. Jinhyuk slams his fist against the barrier, refusing to give up. He activates 8-star space isolation barrier. Belther's voice turns bitter. then you must be as foolish as I am. Even if you pour your entire life into this garbage field, it's meaningless. Jin-hyuk narrows his eyes. He doesn't intend to let anyone pass his test. This guy's completely disillusioned. Back in the real world, the battlefield is in chaos. The shub monsters unleash devastating attacks, pushing Jin-hyuk's friends to their limits. Chun Yu-sung, battered but defiant, exclaims, "This invasion, it's endless." From within the test realm, Jin-hyuk clenches his fists, thinking, "I'm leaving it to you, Yu-sung." Chun Yu-sung wipes the blood from his mouth and curses, "That son of a... He always leaves me with the impossible." His eyes burn with determination. "I'll make you pay for this double, Kong Jin-hyuk." Suddenly, Soul Chasing appears nearby and remarks playfully, "My cute little disciple. You're doing well." Yu-sung, still focused on the battle, growls, "Why are you here?" "You know leaving the tower puts a toll on the liege." Unbothered, Soul Chasing smirks. "Don't ask me. I simply answered the call, because I'm your master. Isn't that right, Dark Emperor?" Soul Chasing's face grows serious. He's barely holding on by circulating his chi. Why did they summon him in this condition? Suddenly, a vehicle speeds toward them. An old man leans out the window and shouts, "Get in! Jin-hyuk sent me." A flashback reveals Jin-hyuk's earlier preparations. "After the outbreak, the residents of the tower who are loyal to me will come to assist in the real world." The man had reacted with disbelief. The residents of the tower? Jin-hyuk had reassured him. Not every resident is hostile toward humans.
But I need one favor. Protect my master.
As the old man looks toward the frail figure of the Dark Emperor, he resolves, "So, this is Jin-hyuk's master. He's in rough shape. I don't know what happened, but for Jin-hyuk, I'll do what he asked." Back at the vampire execution site, Alice struggles against Abigail's relentless forces. Abigail watches the battle with amusement. "You seem exhausted," she taunts. "I assume you're not receiving enough mana. Were you just bluffing earlier? Why don't you surrender?" Alice stumbles, breathing heavily. "Damn it, I'm running out of mana. If only I could use my divine exclusive skills, but I don't have enough mana from the magic crystals to activate them." Even so, her eyes remain fierce. "But my belief that the contractor will come is unshaken." Abigail sneers. "Still holding on, I see. Exensian ordered me to bring you to him alive. But seeing you, a once mighty being, reduced to fighting alongside humans, is revolting." Her voice sharpens with cold finality. "I cannot stand this second-hand shame. I'll end this here and now." With deadly precision, she activates Divine Exclusive Skill, Tree of the Resentful Spirit Scythe. Subscribe for more. At the beginning of this part, Abigail von Levisida activates Tree of Resentful Spirit Scythe, summoning two ominous, powerful Grim Reapers. The system announces, "Summoning creatures, Grim Reapers of the Tree of Resentful Spirit." The two Grim Reapers materialize behind Abigail, their dark scythes gleaming with deathly energy. Without hesitation, they lunge toward Alice. Injured and exhausted, Alice summons Blood Pool, forming a protective blood shield around herself. The Grim Reapers activate Grim Reaper Steps, moving at blinding speed. Their relentless attacks weaken Alice's shield until it finally shatters. In a swift, brutal strike, Abigail slashes Alice in the stomach, causing her to collapse. Abigail sneers, "What a shame. I always wanted to fight you, Alice von Ataraxia, but now it seems pointless. You're nothing but a hollow shell of your former self, unable to even access your divine exclusive skills." With disdain, Abigail grabs Alice by her hair, dragging her mercilessly. "How pitiful," she mocks, "extending your miserable existence by siding with humans. At least allow me the mercy of ending this disgrace." Blood dripping, Alice gasps in pain, her thoughts clouded with regret. "I can't bear this humiliation. I don't even care if I die here. I was already rotting in that prison." Suddenly, defiance flickers in her eyes. "But if this is how I die, I want to see my contractor." Summoning the last of her strength, Alice cuts her own hair, breaking free from Abigail's grasp. Rising weakly, she thinks with fierce resolve, I'm not done yet. I will keep fighting. Abigail smirks darkly. Oh, still resisting? Fine. Let's continue. Meanwhile, in the test realm, Jinhyuk struggles against Belther D. Lonemarsk. He uses multi-layer barrier, Zodiac Scorpion, summoning an intricate magical construct. Belther observes with faint nostalgia. The barriers you're using? I created them long ago. Even the Zodiac. How nice to see it again. With a single gesture, he destroys the Zodiac construct. I put so much effort into that one. It's beautiful. Jinhyuk grits his teeth, watching the magical construct disintegrate into glowing butterflies. He destroyed it so easily. There's no way I can beat him like this. Suddenly, Jinhyuk asks, why do you call barrier arts useless when you clearly love them? Belther pauses. Yes, I love them enough to pour my entire life into perfecting them. I worked endlessly at my desk, researching, experimenting, until I died. His voice hardens. And only after I became a spirit bound by the system did I realize the truth. No matter how much time passed, no one ever cared about barrier arts. His gaze sharpens. You cannot win using something I created. Change your class while you still can. Jinhyuk clenches his fists. Barrier Master, the least popular class in the Tower of Trials. He's bitter that no one recognized his life's work. A flashback emerges. Someone had once told Jinhyuk, why are you so obsessed with that VR game, Tower of Trials? It doesn't even make you money, and barely anyone plays it anymore. Jinhyuk had simply smiled. He looks Belther in the eye and says, just because others don't acknowledge your efforts doesn't mean they lack value. You had fun, improving, creating, discovering something no one else ever worked on before, right? Belther is visibly stunned. His mind drifts back to a long-forgotten memory, the day he finally perfected a new barrier spell after countless failures. I've done it. I've finally made something new. Jinhyuk steps forward, activating one-star region-restricted barrier. Belther gasps. The first barrier spell I ever created. Jinhyuk declares firmly, right now, I need the barrier spell you poured your entire life into.
Not for recognition, but to protect the people I care about.
His voice resonates with conviction. So let me use it. Creator of barrier arts. Belther D. Lonemarsk. Back at the execution site, Abigail and her soldiers drag a weakened, blood-soaked Alice to a towering wooden platform. Below, vampire onlookers scream. Traitor! Die! Shame of our kind! Servant of humanity! With cold composure, Abigail addresses Alice. You really won't give up, will you? You're nothing more than a fallen legend. She sneers, so many of our kind have perished because of your resistance. Can't you hear their cries? The soldiers shout louder. Kill her, Miss Abigail. End this disgrace. Abigail steps forward, pressing Alice's head down. Her blade gleams wickedly as she readies the final blow. Don't worry. I'll end this humiliation for you myself. Bloodied and barely conscious, Alice lets out a weak, bittersweet smile as memories of Jinhyuk flash through her mind. The first time we met, Alice von Ataraxia, Jinhyuk had said confidently, help me, and I'll lend a hand in eliminating those who betrayed you, and help you reclaim your place as head of the lost Ataraxia household. Back then, it was about revenge. I wanted nothing more. Tears mix with blood as she remembers their shared moments, the battles, the struggles, and even the rare, joyful times. But now, she thinks, even with my enemy right in front of me, all I can think about is you. A faint, peaceful smile graces Alice's face. Abigail grins triumphantly and swings her blade, when suddenly, a massive portal tears open in the sky. Boom! An energy blast obliterates the execution platform in a blinding flash. Abigail stumbles back, wide-eyed. Impossible. Even the divinities struggle to break through our barrier spells. Dazed, Alice opens her eyes as pure, warm mana surges into her weakened body. Unlike the cold, artificial magic from crystals, she blinks and sees a familiar, determined figure standing in front of her. Welcome, Contractor, she whispers, tears welling up. I missed you. Jin-hyuk holds Alice protectively, his gaze fierce and unyielding. Behind him, countless magic circles shimmer with radiant power. He activates infinite magic. The system announces, skill activated, infinite magic. You may freely use any magic skill without mana consumption. Time limit, 30 minutes. At the beginning of this part, Jin-hyuk instructs his spirits and dragon to take care of Alice, saying, getting revenge was supposed to be her thing. But after all of this, I can't just walk away. His expression darkens as anger surges within him. I hope you're ready, he mutters coldly. A flashback reveals the moment the system declared. You have passed Belther's exam. Secondary class promotion complete. You have obtained Lost Language. Your class has changed from Rune Interpreter to Rune Creator. Belther, his former examiner, had spoken solemnly. My path will not be an easy one. Will you be able to handle it? Jin-hyuk had simply smiled. Watch me, he had said confidently. Belther had nodded, pride in his voice. Go achieve whatever it is you desire, young barrier master. And use my creations well. Make them meaningful. Back in the present, Jin-hyuk activates a powerful barrier spell. His analysis completes instantly, and he uses spell destruction, obliterating Abigail's and her army's barriers entirely. Abigail's shock is palpable. Unbelievable, she thinks. Not only did he pierce the barrier, he destroyed the entire thing. Jin-hyuk conjures multiple magic circles, their intricate designs glowing with overwhelming energy. Abigail, still reeling, stares in disbelief. What? She murmurs. He casts Eternal Redemption. Abigail's soldiers immediately raise their defenses, activating Blood Shield. One shouts, protect the household head with your lives. As long as she lives, the Levisida household will not perish. Abigail grits her teeth and activates Ancient Shield. Preservation, a spell designed to preserve and protect. But Jin-hyuk counters with 8-star barrier spell. Resonance, its power echoing across the battlefield. Spectators cheer as his spells light up the city, simultaneously striking down monsters everywhere. Abigail's soldiers begin to disintegrate under the relentless onslaught of Jin-hyuk's spells. Their final cry rings out, glory to the Levisidas. Abigail stands alone, devastated. All of my elite soldiers, wiped out by a single skill. I had always wondered how Miss Alice managed to defeat Amulum while her powers were still sealed. But now I understand. It must have been this man's doing. Fear grips her as she realizes there's no point in killing Alice now. I need to report this, she thinks desperately, activating Hellfire in an attempt to escape. But Alice steps forward, her voice filled with cold fury. Where do you think you're going, Abigail? Did you really think I'd let you walk away after everything you've done? Abigail, shaking with rage, snarls, you arrogant human. Do not underestimate me, the head of the Levisida household. The system declares. Tree of Resentful Spirit Scythe is crying out. Abigail summons Lightning Sanctuary, an awe-inspiring storm of electricity. But Jin-hyuk catches the lightning with his bare hands, his expression calm and unyielding. Abigail stares in disbelief. Stopping lightning is impossible enough, but he caught it with his bare hands. Jin-hyuk smirks, channeling his energy into the captured lightning. He activates Ancient Barrier Confinement and Ancient Rune Seal, locking Abigail in place. I'll send you off now, he says coolly. Summoning an incredible surge of power, he casts 9-star barrier spell, multi-layer barrier, Zodiac, Sagittarius. Panic grips Abigail as she senses its overwhelming power. This spell, it's dangerous, she gasps. Desperation consumes her. Wait, I'll cooperate. Just stop this. But Jin-hyuk shakes his head. Sorry, but I don't trust traitors. He activates the Spirit Stone of Desire, revealing Abigail's true essence. The system declares, penetration level, 99%. Jin-hyuk's attack closes in, vaporizing Abigail entirely. The system announces, Abigail von Levisida has been eliminated. As the battlefield quiets, a new notification appears. Reaching the source of the rupture through the effects of Spirit Stone of Desire, a massive, ancient-looking creature materializes before Jinhyuk. Its grotesque form exudes a terrifying aura. Jinhyuk glares at the entity. "It's not your turn yet," he says, his voice steady but commanding. "Stop meddling with the higher floor pawns and wait for us like a good little child on the 50th floor. The creature's name echoes ominously. Ancient being, Shub-Niggurath. Jinhyuk's expression hardens. "I'll deal with you soon." The system's final message appears. The invasion of the ancient being has concluded. At the beginning of this part, we see that Jinhyuk is injured, and he looks around. His master and Alice both are dead. He says, "Master, Alice, is no one alive? This damn tower of trials. Do I have to lose everyone around me in order to make two to the top?" After that, we see that Gaguma is licking Jinhyuk's face. Jinhyuk wakes up. Alice and his other friends are really happy to see him wake up. Lee says, "You were passed out for a whole week because you overused your mana pass. Why did you use your mana up like that? I was worried that you might not wake up. Do you know how hard Alice had it nursing you this entire time?" Jinhyuk smiles and says, "Thank you, everyone." After that, we see everyone is the graves of the hunters who passed away while fighting the monster outbreak. Jinhyuk thinks, on a snowy winter morning, the Awakened Association held a funeral for all those who were killed in the biggest outbreak on Earth. Countless people crowded the area in order to take a look at the rankers from all over the world who gathered to attend the funeral. Because of all the preparations beforehand, only a few were killed. Most of the people who passed away were players who had volunteered to help. President of the Hunter Association gives a speech. He says, "Thanks to the sacrifice of the 121 players, we were able to protect our home from the invasion. The Awakened Association and all those here will remember their sacrifice." After that, we see a lot of people are surprised. On this day, humanity realized that there were residents of the tower who were willing to protect the world of humans. Trolls and the giants and 5th-floor boss are all standing on the stage. Calical says, "I am the chief of the Frostblade tribe. I am a resistant of Tower of Trials who used to consider all of you my enemies. However, I got to know a human. He protected us from our oppressors. I realized then, there we need not make enemies out of humans. The day we rose up against our oppressors, I met a human named Jang Yunseok in my hometown. That human did not know what path in life he should walk, but we simply depended on each other, fighting the endless horde of enemies in glory. That is when I realized, there we can be friends with human. Rest easy, comrade." After that, all the report starts to take pictures. Teresa thinks, today became the turning point in which the world was divided into two. Those who were even more afraid of the residents of the tower, and those who considered their presence as an opportunity. I am worried what effect this change might have on the fate of humanity, but I will pray that the light will guide our path. Jinhyuk is standing right beside her. He says, "Well done fending off the outbreak while I was gone." She says, "I just did what I had to." She thinks, "I wanted to meet him again as a newbie. We just ended up meeting each other without me showing him anything." Jinhyuk says, "You were pretty cool. The new you. I saw you healing me. You must have trained really hard. Thank you for not giving up, Teresa." Black Teresa in her head says, "Well, it looks like it wasn't for nothing then." Everyone is talking about if friendly residents, a trap, or an opportunity. Jinhyuk is reading the comments and thinks, this incident. It's safe to say that we were able to get through it thanks to Yon. If it was something that happened within Tower of Trials, I could have easily found a solution. But I can't control things that happen outside the tower. The intervention of Yon. Does he mean to tell me that he is willing to help with threats outside the tower? President comes in front of Jinhyuk and asks, "Are you free now?" Jinhyuk says, "Sorry, keep talking, Association President." President says, "You used Takashi to manipulate the media and called over the Tower of Residents here. I am very grateful about that, but why are those giant gates? No disappearing? I thought the outbreak was over." Jinhyuk says, "What we fought off wasn't the creature of ancient times, but rather a squad that it sent." President asks, "What do you mean?" Jinhyuk tells him, "The creature of the 50th floor starts of invasion by creating chaos in the territory of the enemy with a squad first, is what a person FO the tower told me." President asks, "But they were so strong. Does that mean that Jinhyuk says, yes, the invasion is not over yet. President says, then the way to close the gate is. Jinhyuk says, I have to look for it. There are always solutions to everything. After that we see at Yu Qianyong's mansion. Jinhyuk is really happy to see something. Qianyong says, it'll be really hard to find another place like this. This is the secret weapon my grandfather used every time he needed to treat the aftereffects of overusing mana. A fusion of modern industrialization and the tower. The world's first every mana hot springs. Someone stands up and says, it's nice to see you again. It's his master demonic emperor. At the beginning of this part we see that. Wu Liang tells Jinhyuk that, imbuing hot spring water with mana. What an impressive technique. He was able to recover a lot thanks to it. Soul-chasing Seong is also there and she says, the world outside the tower is really nice. Especially this soft drink that you all have. I would stay here forever if it weren't for the responsibilities I uphold as a person of Murim. Jinhyuk says, soul-chasing Seong. What are you doing in there? She says, don't you think it's unfair for this old man to monopolize something as nice as this? Let me use it too. Alice and Andrea comes running too, while saying, let us in on the fun too. Andrea is about to put her feet into the water. Her feet gets burned, she starts to cry and says, how are you guys not burning yourselves? Alice says, Andrea, you don't get it because you're still young. Though you will get it once you step in here fully. They drag her in the hot spring. Dark Emperor is getting angry because all the noises. He says, be quiet so that I can circulate my chi in peace. Get out, all of you. Jinhyuk sees all this and smiles. He thinks, I'm glad. He seems to be doing all right. Qianyong's grandfather gets there and asks, do you have time to talk? Jinhyuk and Qianyong's grandfather walking to somewhere and Jinhyuk says, thank you for doing this. I know it was sudden. Qianyong's grandfather says, I'm always willing to help you out. Your master's broken mana paths are being healed. But that's not the reason I want to chat with you. Actually, his body. It's full of cancer cells. As if he had been exposed to radiation all his life. I can't tell how much longer he has. After that we see at the Tower of Trials, 25th floor underground paths of the Heavenly Mountain. Two people are walking down the stairs. Left Guardian says to Mind Demon, have you yet to figure out where the right Guardian is? Mind Demon? Mind Demon tells him, we've looked everywhere on the 21st floor, but we've only found traces of him. I think he may have left the tower. He is Heavenly Demon Divine Cult 4th in Power Mind Demon. Left Guardian thinks, the Dragon of Heavenly Authority, Dark Emperor. Did he make it to his disciple even after taking a hit of my killing technique? I have exposed him to a poisonous rock FO a while, but he only coughed a few times from it. It didn't seem like it was killing him at all. Now that I'm trying to assassinate him, he's disappeared. I do admit, you're very determined to live. Mind Demon says, sir, I am aware that you intend to take over Zhongyuan. However, the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult does not have the forces to fight the Murim Alliance. How do you intend on defeating all of those expert martial artists? Mind Demon is really surprised to see something. Left Guardian says, look, did you think that I brought you here for no reason? I wanted to show you the power that will help us take over Zhongyuan. We see there is a really big army standing in front of them. And Goblin Manager is there. He says, you're here. I have gathered them all in one place as promised. Mind Demon looks like he is ready to fight. Left Guardian says, let your guard down. He is a manager of Tower of Trails, who helped me get a hand on the very thing needed to take over Zhongyuan. He says, impressive. How many of these did the creature of ancient times send? About 3,000 as the first batch. Mind Demon says, this strange aura. What are these things? Manager says, I guess they don't have a name. Let's see what would be good. Since we're in Murim, how about Jiangshi? Left Guardian says, Mind Demon, become the right hand to my Heavenly Demon and lead this army of Jiangshis. To Zhongyuan, Mind Demon says, to Zongyua, let's crush the Murim Alliance and take over the middle floors. All for the new Heavenly Demon, Samaja. There are other Murim soldiers there as well. A girl called Wu Liang and tells him about everything. She says, more than 3,000 Jianshis are headed toward Zhongyuan. I mean, they're called Jiangshi, but they're monsters that I've never seen before. They seem really strong. If they were to raid Zhongyuan with these monsters, floors 21 through 25 will be thrown into turmoil. Wu Liang asks, "Why are you telling me this?" She says, "Well, your master is the very person who can prevent this kind of thing." Wu Liang tells everything to Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk thinks, as expected, Shub-Niggurath has started the tower invasion. She must have controlled the spawn points of the monster to create an army. I am worried about Master, but I need to step in if I want to prevent the invasion of the middle floors. He tells Wu Liang to help Master recover here. I'm gonna go to the tower. Wu Liang says, "Yes, my liege, however, if you leave without saying anything, I think he may get a bit upset." Jin Hyuk says, "Tell him that I will soon need his help, so that he better be all recovered by then." Wu Liang smiles and says, "Yes, my liege." After that we see Tower of Trails 25th floors Wyong. Murim Alliance leader Ma Jaebong. He says, "Proceed." There are a lot of strong-looking people there. One of them says, "Yes, I shall begin my report." The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's Jiangshi army is using power we have never seen before. They are on their way to Zhongyuan as we speak. The Kunlun sect's martial artists have already been defeated. Jaebong says, so they were not enough to stop them. I thought that the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult had grown weak due to the disappearance of the Heavenly Demon. I didn't expect something like this. Another Murim Alliance member says, at this rate, all of the sects and clans of Zhongyuan will fall one by one. We need to work together. Someone says, then why don't you take the front lines? What daos that have do with this? I thought you brought it up because you're confident of your skills. Beck is there, and she thinks, the damned Murim Alliance needs to work together. But they're all just concerned over their own benefits. I wish someone would take reins over this situation. The tracking scroll on her arms get activated. Someone suddenly appears there. Jaebong says, you are. They are soul-chasing Seong and Jin Hyuk. Thanks for watching, and join my Patreon to support me. Link is in the description. At the beginning of this part we see that Beck and others are surprised to see Kong Jin Hyuk. One of them says, Miss Soul Chasing Seong, do you realize who this man is? He's the disciple of the second in power of the demonic cult. He's that player who messed without plans. Everyone is surprised and says, what? This man is Kong Jin Hyuk? Seong says, calm down everyone. He does not follow the ideals of the demonic cult. I shall prove that he's not our enemy. As you said, he's the Dark Emperor's disciple, the very person who saved everyone here from that ice demon. As you're all aware, he's currently on the run because the demonic cult betrayed him. Don't you think it would be discourteous of us to decide that this man is our enemy when he's here to help us? So Yu Hyun says, I will not consider him an enemy since you say so. However, we don't need help from someone like him in the first place. Do you really believe that the martial masters of Orthodox Murim would lose to the demonic cult? Jin Hyuk sees them all and thinks, the 10 great sects, the martial households, and even the elders are all present here. However, all of them are so weak that Master would be able to defeat them within 5 moves. I ask myself a question every time. Do these guys just prattle all day instead of training? Jin Hyuk says, I get how strong your egos are. But this situation is not restricted to just Zhongyuan. This fight holds fate of all the middle floors. So just listen to what I have to offer. After that we see that the leader of the paladins is working out. She says, I can finally feel that my faith has recovered a bit. 2 Swords Master of Empire are also there working out with her. They say it feels nice. I feel like my entire body is full of faith. They take a break. Abraham asks her, Your Grace, why are you protecting us? When we're traitors, we should have been punished with labor, like Bainchtellen, according to the laws. While I appreciate how you treat us, it makes me feel guilty. She says, brother, don't let go of that guilt. The goddess of light always gives those recognizing their wrongs another chance. Soon, you will have an opportunity to make amends. The break's over. Let's be more holy for our next set. After that we see Alice and Chun Yuzong are in the Murim market. Alice sees something delicious and says, this looks so good. Chun says, do you really have to eat now of all times? She says, I don't like your tone. I will let it go since you're the contractor's subordinate. Chun gets angry and says, subordinate? Jin Hyuk gets there too. Alice asks, How did the conversation with the Murim Alliance guys go? Jinhyuk says, there's still something that needs to be taken care of, but yeah, somewhat. Chun asks, what about Master? Jinhyuk tells him, she's still there to appease the higher-ups. They were just that excited to hear my plan. We see a flashback where Yu-hyun angrily says, what? You want us to give away our treasures in return? Do you even know what you're saying? Seong brings out her sword and says, it looks like I have to talk to the elders myself. Leave this to me. Jinhyuk thinks, considering the outbreak in Europe, I would love to wipe out the Murim Alliance bastards. But at the same time, it's not worth it, considering the value of Master, soul-chasing Seong, and the others. But once this is all over, I'll make sure they'll never be able to leave the tower again. Alice asks, so where are we headed to now? Jinhyuk says, the palace where the most important part of the day takes place. Jinhyuk gets into a restaurant and thinks, Murim is where all the best food is on the middle floors. These dumplings can only be found in Luoyang. I can't pass them up. Yeah, I'll think things through while eating. At the moment, soul-causing Seong is fending off the elders of the Murim Alliance. But for my plan to work, I need Luoyang on my side. I'll listen in beforehand to figure out what they're saying about me. Beck's sitting there keeping an eye on Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk appears behind her and says, Beck Seelan, why did you follow us here? Actually, I was asking by soul-chasing Seong to take care of you guys. Jinhyuk thinks, she's supposed to be my wiretap device. If she'd here, she's no help. She should have just stayed in the meeting room and leaked the conversation to me. Beck says, since I'm here, I'll join you guys for the meal. You're in the way of the chopsticks. Chun says, can you get off me? Wudong So Yumiyang also gets there. Beak sees them and says, I guess the meeting's over then. Jinhyuk says, he doesn't seem like he's in a good mood. Beck says, that's because of the ruckus you caused at the meeting. Everyone in Wudong has the highest expectations of him. He's long dreamed of being the hero who saves Zhongyuan, but you took that opportunity away from him. Jinhyuk says, ah, I see. Jinhyuk laughs and says, well, that's how the orthodox bastards are, you know? Moral duty, or whatever. The Wudong guys are especially bad. Their egos have soared to the skies because of what their predecessors did, even though they themselves haven't done anything. Jinhyuk says, the older guys of Wudong were surely amazing, but now, they're no better than a gang. Beck gets angry and says, what are you doing? You should be trying to get on good terms with the Murim Alliance. Why are you all just eating? Shouldn't you stop him? Chun says, I guess you don't know him too well. You don't need to overreact. This thing's normal. You should just sit and watch. Beck is confused and thinks, what's with their reactions? Am I really the one overreacting right now? This isn't your territory. They surround Jinhyuk and the others. Yumyung says, I really dislike how soul-chasing Seong was protecting you, but for you to provoke us like this, you have insulted Wudong in front of me. That means I wouldn't be doing anything wrong if I killed you right here. Thanks for watching, like and subscribe of more videos, and if you to support me, more Patreon link is in the description. Thanks, see you next time, bye-bye, have a nice day. At the beginning of this part we see that Jinhyuk grabs Alice while she is eating dumplings and says, keep eating. Jinhyuk jumps and hits Yumyung's people really fast. Yumyung grabs a stool and throws it at Jinhyuk while saying, you provoked me first. How dare you try to run away? Jinhyuk easily dodges the stool. All the other customers starts to run. One of the waiter is scared and says, goodness, everyone, you cannot fight in here. Alice gives him a really big diamond and says, hey, take this for the repair fees. It should be more than enough. Chun is also eating carefree and says, hey, Beck Seelan, have seat here. It's best to not interfere when he starts a fight. Chun pour her a drink. She is surprised and thinks, he's actually just gonna sit here and do nothing while his friend is fighting someone? We're really just gonna sit here and drink? They are all trying to grab Jinhyuk, but Tae are unable to. They say, you little rat, fight like a man. You started this. Jinhyuk was about to get hit in the face, but he easily dodges the attack while yawning. Yumyung is getting more and more angry and asks, why aren't you fighting? You provoked me, so let's fight. Jinhyuk thinks, Wojang sect. They have a very high status in Orthodox Murim, and they ban eating meat. The solution to this is clear. Young and his men run toward Jinhyuk while saying, "Did you just laugh at us?" Jinhyuk summons something in front of him. They are surprised to see that. Jinhyuk activates Otherworldly Restaurant and starts cook. They look really happy after smelling the food. Jinhyuk hits them. Young is surprised. Jinhyuk says, "Do they not feed you at the Wudong sect? It only took the smell of some stir-fired vegetables for them to fall." Young brings out his sword and says, "You've made me pull out my sword." He activates Taiji's sword. He jumps toward Jinhyuk to attack and says, "Don't resent me when you're dead. You have brought this upon yourself." Young uses 13th Taiji sword third form. Young thinks, "That felt different. I just sliced through meat." Young gets hit by Jinhyuk attack egos flying. Jinhyuk starts to cook the meat and says, "Oh, you cubed it up all nicely." Young thinks, "What just happened?" He sees Jinhyuk cooking and thinks, "I'm a first-class disciple of Wudong. You're telling me that my skill was used to cut some meat to be cooked, and that I was taken down with just one kick." Young gets up really angry and says, "Do you think that you'll be fine if you kill me here? If I die here, if martial masters of Orthodox Murim will chase you to the ends of." Jinhyuk feeds him meat with a spoon and says, "You talk too much." We see a flashback where we see Young's mother is feeding him while saying, "Have some of this instead of crying. It should help ease the pain. Good boy." His mother says, "You shouldn't cry just because you fell down. Eat lots and grow tall, so that you can make me proud." In the present, Young is crying like a baby and says, "Mother." Chun sees that and asks, "Is it that good?" Alice grabs the meat and says, "Let me try some too." Jinhyuk says, "It's touching how my cooking has caused you to cry." But oh. Jinhyuk ends the recording and tells him, "That dish was full of the meat that you cut up earlier." Goodness. A future leader of the Wudong sect eating meat? You've just broken a golden rule of you sect. Young is really scared and says, "Huh?" After that, we see somewhere else Murim Alliance leader says, "Soul chasing Seong," and tells her, "There's no use in trying to convince us. Even your testimony is not enough. So please put down your sword." Young come to the meeting and open the door with a hard push and says, "Please listen to me. Kong Jinhyuk is the only man who can take down the demonic cult. Please trust me just this once. I will vouch for this man and his skills." As the fifth-class disciple of the Wudong sect, Alliance leader asks, "What is going on?" The successor of the Wudong sect is known for being very picky with people. Soul Chasing sees them and thinks, so Young had been glaring at him as if he wanted to kill him until just now. How did he get him to switch sides in such a short time? Kong Jinhyuk has a very mysterious depth to his character. Dark Emperor, you little snake. You've chosen a really talented disciple. Jinhyuk says to Young, "All right, you're doing great. I won't have to spread the video if you keep this up." Beck asks Chun, "Were you blackmailed like him?" Chun doesn't reply. Alliance leader says, "Even the rising star of the Wudong sect is stepping up for you. I assume there is a reason you're so trusted. All right, I'll let you have the commanding rights over the plan. Do your best." Other sect leader says, "Alliance leader. He's an outsider." Alliance leader says, "Who knows? Maybe he will really save the Zhongyuan. If you have personal conflicts with him, resolve it after all this is over." Jinhyuk opens the map and says, "Gather around, everyone. I'll show you how this war will play out." As the new commander of the Murim Alliance. After that, we see the demon army is marching. Of them comes running and says, "Mind Demon Commander." Mind Demon asks, "What is it?" He tells him the path has been completely blocked off. We cannot pass. After that, some big rocks starts to fall from the cliffs of the both sides. They are really surprised and scared. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe for more videos. And if you to support me, more Patreon link is in the description. Thanks. See you next time. Bye-bye. Have a nice day. At the beginning of this part, we see that Mind Demon activates protection to block the rocks falling from the cliffs. He says, "The stones are falling, protect me." Chun and Beck are watching them the top of the cliff. Beck says, "That's scary. A large-scale attack like that didn't do anything. These new type of Jiangshi created by the demonic cult are just." Chun sees them and thinks, they did march here like he said. But how did he know that these guys were coming here? Chun says, "Beck Sealan, let's go to the next area." Chun says, Our mission is to stall as much time as we can with these Jiangshi. Mind Demon calls Samaja and says, Sir, something is off. We've been getting ambushed wherever we go. It is as if someone knows exactly what route we are taking. I suppose there has been a change in the Murim Alliance's forces. Samaja thinks, look like the Dark Emperor's disciple is interfering again. I assume his target is that, which is fine. I didn't expect it to be easy to take over the world. Then I shall too. Use my hidden card. 21st Floor Empire's capital. Jinhyuk video calls Oren. He asks Oren, is everything going smoothly? Oren tells him, of course. I never thought that I'd get to work on Bamong, the legendary Dragon Slayer sword. This is the first time I felt my chest fired up with passion. Ever since I reinforced your dagger. Jinhyuk says, all right, that's good. But what about the other project? Oren says, that? I've already finished it. All the materials you sent me were more than enough to get the job done. I'll send it all together with the Bamong. Jinhyuk thinks, things with Oren are going well. I guess the only preparations left is on my end. It's the same here. Yumiyung and Jinhyuk are walking together and Yumiyung says, it's the same here. This whole place is in a terrible state. Yumiyung says, sir, you had said that you would stop the demonic cult's army, so why are we just scouting the area instead? Jinhyuk tells Yumiyung that, you just need to stay with me and act as my identity plaque. You're talking a lot more than usual, by the way. Do you think we're friends? Do you want me to send out the video to everyone? Teresa gets there. Yumiyung sees her and says, a Westerner from the Empire? Jinhyuk says, she's my friend. Have some manners. Yumiyung bows and says, yes, sir. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Teresa says, Jinhyuk, I wanted to see you because I think I found that person. I investigated the areas ambushed by the Jiangshi like you asked, and this was the only place with a lot of survivors. The village's elders said that during the ambush, a man appeared to help them. It's the man right there. I don't know if he's the person you're looking for, but be careful. Something feels off. My detection is pretty good, but that person, I can't detect any mana on him. Jinhyuk activates the Eye of Gluttony. His name is Bek Ilha. All the other information is unknown. A copy condition appears saying, copy conditions. The Heveli demon has currently used almost all of his innate core energy. Help him regain his internal energy to be able to copy H is Heavenly Demon Divine Arts. The mastery of taste skill will depend on you existing understanding of the skill. Max 10th mastery. Jinhyuk is happy to see him and thinks, I've finally found him. A red window appears in front of Jinhyuk saying, a special quest from Unknown has arrived. Special quest? The Heavenly Demon has basically no will to fight at the moment. If you are able to motivate him even a little, you will earn a chance to enter the memories from where the Heavenly Demon lost his internal energy. Jinhyuk sees that and thinks, yawn. That's quite a bold push. Pretty difficult condition, though. I have to help regain his internal energy as well as motivate him. Something is keeping an eye on Jinhyuk and the other while hiding in the trees. Yumiyung calls everyone and says, get together. We have come from the Murim Alliance to help. Come here, everyone. Jinhyuk activates Otherworldly Restaurant and starts to cook in a really big pot. They give food to everyone. Yumiyung sees them eating and smiling and thinks, the people who have lost everything are seeing hope because of one warm meal. Kong Jinhyuk, though he was just a vile bastard, but can I do something like this too? Jinhyuk gives food to Ilha as well. Jinhyuk tells him, have one. I'm not taking money for it. Ilha says it's fine. Give it to someone else. It's a waste for it to be given to me. Jinhyuk thinks, he looks like he hasn't eaten for a whole week though. He's in a worse state than I thought. I'll leave it there. Your choice whether you eat it or not. Jinhyuk thinks, the rate at which I can climb the tower is increased by 7-fold. If I have the Heavenly Demon Arts, especially with the creature of ancient times going wild, I need his skill. However, I don't know how I should motivate him. Alice starts to react. She come out of the ring. She look angry and says, contractor, I can feel it more and more. The energy of those sent by the creatures of ancient times. People starts to scream and run. Jiangshi army appears there. Mind Demon says, I wouldn't expect any less of Samaja. He knew that Kong Jinhyuk would delay everything just to look for the Heavenly Demon. No, The new heavenly demon is Samaja. Mind demon ordered the Jiangshi that, go kill Kang Jinhyuk and bring me back Ilha.
At the start of the battle, the mind demon drew his weapons with grim determination. A dark energy surged around him as he activated his signature technique. Blood barrier art, barrier, night of the dead. Crimson energy erupted outward, forming a dome-shaped barrier that encapsulated the entire battlefield. Moments later, a system notification appeared in front of everyone. Blood barrier activated. All undead summons gain +20% to all stats. All living beings suffer a 10% penalty to all stats. The Murim disciples immediately sensed something was wrong. Panic rippled through their ranks as they tried to flee the barrier's confines, only to realize they were completely sealed inside. No matter how hard they tried, the blood barrier held firm. Watching this unfold, Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes and muttered thoughtfully to himself. A barrier that both locks down the area and buffs the enemy summon. Clever. He's preparing for a war of attrition. The mind demon raised his voice, filled with hatred. None of you shall escape this time. Kill Kang Jinhyuk and bring me back Ilha. Before the Jiangshi could follow through on the order, a sudden burst of divine energy tore through the gloom. Teresa appeared, her expression cold and furious. Without hesitation, she activated her sacred shield, a radiant light enveloping her in divine brilliance. The moment the undead Jiangshi drew near her, they began to scream and writhe, their flesh burning under the sheer force of her holy power. The mind demon reeled back in disbelief. What? She's purifying them just by being near them? Young, observing from a distance, was equally stunned. All those Jiangshi disintegrating at once, she thought, her eyes fixed on Teresa. That Westerner, she's no ordinary woman. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind. Long time no see, Saintess. Teresa turned, surprised and delighted to see Alice standing beside her. Alice, you're here? Alice nodded, with a small smile. The contractor told me to assist you. He said there are far too many enemies for you to handle alone. Teresa looked visibly relieved. I feel much better with you here. Alice's smile lingered for a moment before she added, he also asked us for a favor. Teresa tilted her head in confusion. A favor? The narrative shifted to a flashback, a conversation between Jinhyuk and Alice just before the battle. Alice had said with fire in her voice, they don't even know who they're up against. I'm going to kill them all. But Jinhyuk had held out a hand and stopped her. No, not yet. I think I can use them. Alice had blinked in surprise. Use them? Returning to the present, Alice explained to Teresa. He said there's something he needs to do. So we need to stall for time. You know how hard it is to read that guy. Then, in a teasing tone, she added, and while we're fighting together, could you turn off your divine light? It's kinda hard to work beside you when I'm sizzling like bacon. With a sly grin, Teresa transformed, her radiant form now replaced with a darker, edgier version. Black Teresa. How's this? She asked. Alice nodded approvingly. Much better. Together, the two launched into the undead forces, slicing through the Jiangshi like a whirlwind. As they moved in sync, Alice reminded her, don't forget, we're not supposed to go all out. Just buy time. Black Teresa groaned but nodded. I'm not really sure how to not fight seriously, but fine. Watching from afar, Jinhyuk smiled faintly. Now that they're handling that part, it's time for me to focus on motivating Bek Ilha. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, several villagers had gathered around Ilha who sat silently. Some wept openly, holding on to each other for comfort. A mother sobbed. We worked so hard to survive. I thought it was all over, but they're here again. We're going to die, aren't we? Ilha looked down at his trembling hands, thoughts swirling in his mind. So this This is how my life ends. This is the final chapter I get? High above, the mind demon cackled and called out, Kang Jin-hyuk, you fool! Don't you understand? It's already over. Look at your allies, trapped and struggling in my barrier. They'll die soon, worn out and hopeless. And you, why do you even bother getting involved in Murim's affairs? You're not even one of us. But Jin-hyuk merely smiled. You're right. I'm not from here. But this world, his eyes glinted with resolve, belongs to my master, the Dark Emperor. I can't just sit and watch his world fall, not as his disciple. Ilha's eyes widened. Disciple? A memory surged forward. In it, he had asked the Dark Emperor with disbelief. Wait, you took a disciple? Seriously? The Dark Emperor had looked defensive. Why are you looking at me like that? You look genuinely disgusted. Ilha had replied dryly. I'm just surprised that someone in this world willingly became your disciple. With a wistful smile, the Dark Emperor had responded, He's arrogant and annoyingly unique. But he's very considerate, and I believe this kid will finish the martial technique I couldn't complete. Then more solemnly, he had added, Demon Lord Ilha, when he completes the 13 demonic techniques, could you evaluate them, even if I'm no longer in this world? Back in the present, Ilha clenched his fists. Is this the heavens telling me to hold on? A second wind, perhaps? At that moment, a system notification appeared before Jin-hyuk. Special quest completed. Motivate the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon had nearly lost the will to fight or live. Your actions have successfully reignited his resolve. Jin-hyuk burst into laughter, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The mind demon blinked, confused and unnerved. Why the hell is he laughing like that? I was the one pressing the attack. Then, he turned and saw Teresa and Alice annihilating the Jiangshi with shocking ease. His confidence faltered. What? They were struggling before. What changed? Jin-hyuk calmly walked up to the duo. That's enough. You've done your part well. Black Teresa looked disappointed. Already? Jin-hyuk nodded. I got what I wanted thanks to you both. Alice stretched, clearly enjoying herself. Fine. I was getting bored of going easy on them anyway. Should we wipe them out now? But Jin-hyuk raised a hand. No need. There aren't many left. Let's give the stage to someone else. Alice raised a brow. Who? Jin-hyuk smirked and called out, T-Bone! From behind, T-Bone struck an exaggerated pose and shouted, Rise from the ashes like a phoenix! Jin-hyuk pointed toward the remaining undead. These monsters are after your master. Take care of them. T-Bone saluted. Yes, master, of course. Wait, that's a lot of them. He started to tremble. Just me? Against all that? Jin-hyuk chuckled and opened a glowing treasure chest. Don't worry. You can use this. Inside was Orun's gift, a reward T-Bone had never expected. Jin-hyuk placed a hand on his shoulder. You've been working hard, T-Bone. This is for you. T-Bone's eyes filled with tears. Master, this is too much. My whole life has been leading to this moment. In a burst of light, T-Bone was equipped with a massive, heavily armored Mecha Death Knight Memke-1, towering with weaponized might. As he charged into the remaining Jiangshi with mechanical fury, Jin-hyuk turned to the reader with a smile. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed that, consider joining my Patreon to support more content. Links in the description. Hello and welcome, adventurers, to my channel. If you want the next part as soon as today and early access to all future videos, join my channel membership for as low as $0.99. Now, without any more blabbering, let's jump straight into the video. The scene opened with a dwarf examining a strange parchment, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. Interesting, he murmured, tilting his head. Where in the world did player Kang Jin-hyuk find such an advanced blueprint? But without dwelling on it further, the dwarf shrugged and activated his system. Blueprint acquisition complete, he confirmed. Then, slamming his fist into his palm with excitement, he exclaimed, I'm a blacksmith. My job is simple. Create the requested item as best I can. The scene then shifted to T-Bone entering the massive mecha. A system notification flashed before him. Skeleton OS activated loading sequence. Initiated passenger signature, T-Bone. Confirmed mana actuator. Output 99%. Stable Teresa and Alice watched in awe as the transformation completed. Alice, raising an eyebrow, muttered, He's actually looking pretty strong. T-Bone began to laugh maniacally from inside the cockpit. It's my time to shine, he yelled. Here comes T-Bone. Without hesitation, he charged into the undead Zhangshi army, smashing through them with devastating force. The mind demon, witnessing his army fall apart, looked on in disbelief. What the hell is that thing? He thought in shock. Kang, Jinyuk hasn't lifted a finger. And yet my Zhangshi are being wiped out one by one. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, the mind demon grew desperate. If I fail now, I'll never become Samaja's right-hand man. I can't lose this position. In a frantic move, he sliced open his palm and activated a forbidden technique. Blood barrier reinforcement activated. The remaining Zhangshi let out guttural screams as they disintegrated and fused together into a horrifying new form. The sky seemed to tremble as the creature emerged. Asura's divine damnation, Zhangshi. It let out an earth-shaking roar and lunged at T-Bone, slamming him backwards. Grimacing inside the cockpit, T-Bone muttered, You're kinda strong. Alice turned to Jinyuk and asked with concern, Shouldn't we help him? But Jinyuk calmly raised a hand and replied, No, just wait a little longer. At that moment, the fire spirit salamander appeared atop T-Bone's mecha. With a mighty cry, it launched a wave of searing flames at the monstrous Zhangshi, causing it to scream in agony. Other elemental spirits soon joined the fray. Undine, the water spirit, encouraged him gently. You're finally seeing the fruits of your hard training. The earth spirit gave him a thumbs up. You've grown so well. We're proud of you. Overwhelmed with emotion, T-Bone began to cry, his eyes glistening with tears. But then he caught sight of the giant Zhangshi still standing. This isn't the time to be crying, he shouted, wiping his face. I still gotta take him down. With renewed determination, he launched himself at the monstrous Zhangshi and landed a massive punch. I've been acknowledged by my seniors, he declared. Then, lifting the twisted creature high above his head, he jumped toward the mind demon. The enemy leader's face turned pale. Wait! What are you? T-Bone cut him off. Take back all the things you made! And with a thunderous crash, he smashed the combined might of the spirits and the Zhangshi into the mind demon. Elemental. Dive! He roared. The blood barrier around the battlefield began to crack. System message. Barrier. Night of the Dead has been broken. As the blood-red dome shattered, the elemental spirits surrounded T-Bone, cheering and praising his incredible feat. Watching from afar, Young was stunned. She couldn't believe what she'd just witnessed. The infamous mind demon, commander of the Zhangshi army, defeated so easily. And it wasn't even Kang Jinyuk. It was just his companions. She trembled at the realization. Their strength. It surpasses not just Murim but the middle floors entirely. What is with these people? Jinyuk calmly approached the crater where the mind demon had fallen. As he stood over the aftermath, Young bowed deeply. Good work, sir, she said. Have we completely stopped the invasion? But Jinyuk shook his head. No, there are still more to come. The invasion won't truly end unless I close the gate myself. Alice stepped forward, concerned. If the creature from ancient times keeps pushing these monsters at us, eventually we'll struggle to hold them off. Are you sure this'll work? Jinyuk gave a confident nod. Yes, Through this battle, I've found the perfect way to aggro Samaja. He turned to Bek Ilha. Come with us, he told him. I know a way to help you regain your lost powers. Heavenly Demon Bek Ilha. The story then cut to the city of Luoyang, where members of the Murim Alliance gathered, shocked by what they'd just been told. What? Samaja is planning to invade this place with an entire army of Jiangshi? Jin Hyuk confirmed it. That's right. Judging by how he's been keeping tabs on me and Ilha as we approach Luoyang, he's definitely already on the move. He instructed the alliance leaders to gather all available forces and form a defensive line around the entrances to Luoyang. Clear any obstacles that might block transportation. Keep the Jiangshi contained in one location, then I'll wipe them all out in one strike. The alliance members began murmuring amongst themselves. So, his plan is to take care of all of them at once? Is that even possible? He said he'd help with the Jiangshi problem, but now he's asking for all our sect's treasures? One elder stood up, outraged. You disgusting scum! Are you serious right now? Anyone can talk big. Another backed him up. We were impressed you dealt with the Mind Demon Commander, but now you're just spouting nonsense. I doubt you even beat him at this point. Jin Hyuk's eyes darkened. What exactly are you trying to say? The elder responded. You heard me. We want proof. How can we trust you? The atmosphere grew tense. Young, sensing Jin Hyuk's growing anger, grew pale and whispered urgently, Elders, please stop. If you keep pushing him, we're all going to die. And with that, the episode came to a close. If you want the next part as soon as today, and for early access to all future videos, join my channel membership for as low as 0.1999. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe for more epic battles.
Hello and welcome, adventurers, to my channel. If you'd like the next part as early as today and want early access to all future videos, consider joining my channel membership or Patreon for as low as 99 cents. Now, without any more delay, let's dive straight into the video. The episode opens with a flashback. Young appeared confused as he asked, Sorry, what do you mean? In response, the elders of the Murim gathered around him, explaining that when Kong Jin Hyuk arrived to claim his reward, he was to act as though he hadn't seen anything. They told him plainly that all the sect elders had already agreed not to give Jin Hyuk anything. He just had to pretend ignorance. Even better if Jin Hyuk managed to eliminate the Mind Demon Commander. Returning to the present, one of the elders asked Young directly whether he had truly witnessed Jin Hyuk defeat the Mind Demon Commander. Jin Hyuk, meanwhile, was rubbing his neck, thinking to himself that he had intended to show some leniency. After all, this was his master's and Teresa's floor. But it seemed betrayal was already brewing. Frustrated, he wondered who he needed to beat up to get his point across. Young suddenly shouted for everyone to stop. All the elders turned to him in surprise. Young, one of them asked. With conviction, Young declared that he had witnessed Kong Jin Hyuk defeat the Mind Demon Commander with his own eyes. But that wasn't all. He continued, saying that Jin Hyuk had done more for the people of Zhongyuan than any of them. While they bickered about damage control, Jin Hyuk had acted. He pointed directly at Jin Hyuk and stated boldly that this man was the one who would lead Zhongyuan to victory in the coming war. And so, he urged them, cooperate. He humbly asked for their support. Moved by his testimony, the sects reluctantly relented. They began offering their treasures one by one, presenting them to Jin Hyuk as requested. Young handed them over personally and told Jin Hyuk he hoped they would be of use, then politely excused himself. Jin Hyuk thought to himself that Young's testimony had left the Murim Alliance no choice but to comply. Yet he couldn't understand why Young would go against the elders. Was it because of that video of him eating meat? No, that didn't seem to be the reason. Jin Hyuk reflected on how many times he had experienced the Orthodox-Unorthodox War of Murim, more than 10 times, and how often he had used Young as a pawn. But this outcome was unprecedented. Still, it didn't matter. As he examined the treasures, a system window popped up. Plum Blossom Pill. Increases mana stat by 75. Cloud Path White Uniform. Increases movement speed by 30% and can deflect sword chi. Satisfied, Jinhyuk thought he had obtained what he needed. Then, his eyes fell on a black box. Inside it was a bracelet. Another system window appeared. Returner's Bracelet. Acquisition difficulty. Rank A. Description: a bracelet worn by someone who traveled to the other world and returned. Effect: grants the ability to create a gate to the other world if specific conditions are met. With the bracelet in hand, Jinhyuk noted that his preparations to face Sama-ja were nearly complete. He put it on. Just then, he noticed another item and frowned. He didn't remember ordering that. Alice, standing nearby, casually mentioned that she had ordered it. Picking it up, she started walking away. Jinhyuk looked at her, puzzled. "What? Is there a problem?" she asked. "No, not really," he replied. That's when Chun Yuzong appeared. "So you've managed to extort more treasures from the tower residents." "Again," he remarked. "Are you really willing to do anything for power?" Jinhyuk laughed. "Extortion? Nah. It was a fair trade." Chun pressed further, saying he had been getting reports. Sama-ja's army was closing in. In response, Jinhyuk summoned a few scrolls and handed one to Chun. Chun explained they had delayed the army by sealing all the paths Jinhyuk had mentioned. But if Sama-ja's enhanced Jiangshi army invaded Luoyang, Zhongyuan would fall. Jinhyuk nodded. "True, if Sama-ja does attack Luoyang. But I've got a plan. Here, take this." He handed Chun a sword. Chun's eyes widened in shock as a system window appeared. Dancing Plum Blossom Sword. Attack power, 26,400. Durability, 5,000/5,000. Description: forged from 10 millennia cold steel. A weapon reserved only for those who bear the title Plum Blossom Sword Supreme. Chun, clearly alarmed, asked, "Jinhyuk, just what are you planning to make me do?" With a sly smile, Jinhyuk answered, "Nothing. We're friends. Just think of it as a gift." The next day, people began to move in accordance with Jinhyuk's plan. Some acted out of loyalty. Others were determined to protect the middle floors from ancient beings. And a few simply kept their promises. Chun traveled with Jinhyuk, still unsure of the plan. "Everyone else is gathering to defend Luoyang. Are you taking us into the mountains instead?" he asked. Jinhyuk assured him, "You'll understand once we get there." Chun grumbled that he wouldn't tolerate anything too weird this time. Jinhyuk chuckled. "You're so untrusting." They arrived at their destination, and Jinhyuk gestured toward someone. "You haven't met before, right? Let me introduce you. This is the former heavenly demon of the heavenly demon divine cult, Baek Ilha." Chun was stunned. "The heavenly demon?" But Jinhyuk confirmed it. "Yeah, he's completely drained of mana. Used up all his innate core energy. Right now, he's barely stronger than an average man. That's why we're here, to help him recover his power." He knelt down and began carving runes on the ground. It's a simple method. This barrier will create a space inside his body that allows him to absorb mana from the air. He looked up at Ilha. "Just sit in a chi circulation pose. And whatever you do, don't stop midway." "Got it." Suddenly, the Dark Emperor arrived. Ilha was stunned. "Right, Guardian." The Dark Emperor smiled warmly. "I didn't think I'd ever see you again." "It's good, Demon Lord." But he began coughing heavily. Ilha, alarmed, asked what had happened to him. Wolyung explained that he had pushed himself too far in a recent battle with the Yiksha, and his body had suffered terribly as a result. Then, soul-chasing Seong appeared, her gaze stern. "While you were gone, the Dark Emperor had to endure all of this. Do you get it now, Baek Ilha?" Ilha was shocked to see her as well. She continued, "I don't know where you've been or what you've done, but I didn't come to scold you. I came to help you take responsibility." A system message appeared, creating 10-star barrier ether territory. Jinhyuk called out, "Are you ready? Then get into chi circulation pose. Let's begin." Soul-chasing Seong and the Dark Emperor stepped forward, preparing to battle. And so, the ritual to help Baek Ilha regain his innate core energy began. And with that, the episode came to a close. If you'd like the next part as early as today and early access to all future episodes, join the channel membership for just 99 cents. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more epic battles. Hello and welcome, adventurers, to the channel. If you want the next part as early as today and early access to all future episodes, consider joining the channel membership or Patreon for as low as 99 cents. Now, without any further delay, let's jump straight into the video. The episode begins with Baek Il-ha initiating chi circulation. Meanwhile, the Dark Emperor and soul-chasing Seong engaged in a fierce battle. Powerful blows exchanged between them, releasing orbs of dark and light energy that danced violently through the air. Chun Yuzong watched the clash with a stunned expression. A system window appeared. The energies of yin and yang are colliding. A large amount of ether energy has been created. Ether energy is being absorbed by the target as an effect of the barrier. Observing them closely, Jin Hyuk noted to himself that his master was pushing himself hard in the fight, but he was confident that Wu Liang would look after him. With that, he decided it was time to begin what he came for, copying the heavenly demon divine arts. Jin Hyuk placed his hand on the back of Baek Il-ha and closed his eyes, focusing intently. Another system notification appeared. Unlocking special condition. Entering the memories of Baek Il-ha. Recreating a part of Baek Il-ha's memories chosen by the system. Interaction not available. Permitting the user to spectate in spirit form. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk found himself in spirit form, floating in a vast, empty space. Looking around, he realized he had entered someone's exclusive barrier. Just then, a scene unfolded before him. Baek Il-ha, younger and full of power, was battling a terrifying monster with countless eyes. Jin Hyuk quickly identified the enemy, the mother of black goats, Shub-Niggurath, a creature from ancient times. Though her form was slightly simplified due to the restrictions of descending to the middle floors, her presence was so powerful that it distorted space and time. It now made sense to Jin Hyuk. Baek Il-ha had lost all of his internal energy fighting her. Il-ha then activated the first form of the heavenly demon divine arts. Heavenly Dragon's Rise. His aura took the form of a massive red dragon, surging toward Shub-Niggurath. However, she effortlessly blocked the attack. Jin Hyuk marveled, not just at the ancient creature, but more importantly, at Il-ha's use of the heavenly demon divine arts. A system window appeared. Your understanding of heavenly demon divine arts has increased. Jin Hyuk focused intensely, determined to absorb every detail. Another system message confirmed his progress. Back in Luoyang, a massive army made up of all the Murim sects was preparing for war. One of the martial artists asked in disbelief why they needed the entire Murim alliance to handle the oncoming juncture. That's when T-Bone arrived, shouting confidently that no one needed to worry. They were there, and more importantly, their master was on their side. With him around, there was no chance of losing. One soldier questioned T-Bone's use of spirit-like sorcery, suspecting it resembled demonic cult techniques. His sister quickly reminded him that now wasn't the time to worry about such things. Elsewhere, Baek Il-ha stood gazing at the distant mountains. He thought to himself that Samaja's army would soon arrive, and this war wouldn't just determine the fate of Zhongyuan, but of the entire middle floors. He also wondered what Chun Yusung was doing at that moment. Back in the barrier, Chun was watching the fight closely. Seeing soul-chasing Seong's technique, he was amazed. It was Master's soul-chasing sword. He realized he could learn so much just by observing, and vowed to make the technique his one day. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk continued observing Baek Il-ha's fight inside the memory. His understanding of the heavenly demon divine arts kept increasing as he paid close attention. Il-ha then unleashed the sixth form, Great Heavenly Demon Vanquishing Sword. This time, the attack actually left scratches on Shub-Niggurath. She responded with a sinister smile. Jin Hyuk noted that while Il-ha's mastery was remarkable, it still wasn't enough to defeat such a formidable ancient creature. Was this truly the end? Shub taunted Il-ha, saying she knew he possessed the cursed relic that allowed one to cross into her realm. She had come to reclaim it. Il-ha responded defiantly, revealing a glowing red crown in his hand, the divine relic, Crown of Tyranny. Jin Hyuk's eyes widened in shock. That was one of the 7 crowns required to challenge the 50th floor. Baek Il-ha had it all along. Shub smirked. Yes, I knew you had it. You've lost. Hand it over and accept your death. But Il-ha wasn't done. He stood firm and declared that if she were to get her hands on the crown, no one would be able to stop her evil ever again. He was determined to prevent that. A system message appeared. Beck Ilha has used all of his innate core energy. Ilha then used the last of his strength to throw the crown as far as he could. Jinhyuk, shocked, realized what he had just witnessed. Ilha had sacrificed everything to stop Shub from claiming the relic. Shub screamed in rage as the crown flew out of the barrier. Jinhyuk acted fast and chased after it at full speed. Another system window appeared. Crown of Tyranny has left the exclusive barrier. Crown of Tyranny has left the floor. Beck Ilha's memory fragment will end in 3, 2, 1. Memory fragment ended. And with that, the episode came to a dramatic close. If you want the next part as soon as today and early access to all future episodes, join the channel membership or Patreon for just 99 cents. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more epic battles.
Hello and welcome, adventurers, to the channel. If you want the next part as early as today and early access to all future videos, make sure to join the channel membership or Patreon, starting at just 99 cents. Now, without any more delay or blabbering, let's jump straight into the action-packed episode. The episode begins with the appearance of the Mind Demon Commander's disciple, the Scarlet Demonic Spirit. Standing confidently before a massive army of Jiangshi, she raised her voice and commanded, "Jiangshi, that over there is Luoyang. March forward, conquer the Murim Alliance in the name of the new heavenly demon divine cult, and avenge my master." A wicked smile spread across her face. Internally, she reflected that due to the disgrace brought by her former master, the Mind Demon Commander, she had once thought she'd never earn recognition. But now, this moment, this chance, it was hers. If she could just conquer Luoyang, the coveted position of Right Guardian would be hers without question. Meanwhile, the Murim Alliance stood firm before the advancing Jiangshi. From horizon to horizon, the undead horde stretched without end. The Alliance warriors looked on with tension. One soldier muttered to another that there had to be at least 10,000 enemies. Another asked quietly, "Can we really win this?" They exchanged glances, noting that the mood among the Alliance was grim. The morale was dangerously low. Someone had to lift their spirits. Suddenly, T-Bone, clad in a massive mecha armor, appeared on the battlefield. His voice rang out, mocking and bold. "What's this? Not charging yet? Are the warriors of Murim too scared to fight?" His spirits burst into laughter behind him, taunting the Alliance. T-Bone then took off running directly toward the Jiangshi army, shouting back, "If you're afraid, just stay back. We're off." His boldness sparked fire among the Murim warriors. "Scared? We're no cowards. For the Murim Alliance." They charged forward, roaring in unison, their morale finally reignited. As T-Bone sprinted across the battlefield, he suddenly paused. He felt something, an unusual presence passing above him. What was that? He wondered. That energy, it's almost like masters. Back inside Beck Ilha's memory fragment, the battle scene faded. Jinhyuk, still standing in the real world, realized the memory was ending. So, that's how it ends, he thought. But what happened to Master and soul-chasing Seong's duel? His attention returned to the two still locked in fierce combat. Soul-chasing Seong and the Dark Emperor exchanged devastating strikes, pushing their bodies beyond their limits. The system displayed a message. A large amount of ether has been generated. The Dark Emperor began to cough violently, and Wu Yang immediately rushed forward. "Dark Emperor, stop. Any more and you'll collapse. You're overexerting yourself." But the Dark Emperor refused to back down. "I can't stop. Not until the Supreme recovers his energy. Even if I vomit blood and die, this duel must continue." Jinhyuk stepped forward and interrupted, annoyed but concerned. "Seriously? I just saved you, and now you're talking about dying again? That's going to be a problem." He sighed deeply. "I never thought I'd say this." Turning to Chun Yusung, he pointed and said, "Come forward. We're going to replenish the ether energy. Let's duel. Let's see how much you've grown." Chun's eyes lit up with excitement. "That's what I've been waiting for." Chun activated his soul-chasing sword, and Jinhyuk responded by unleashing the dark heavenly demon emperor arts. Opposite energies began to clash fiercely. A system message appeared. A large amount of ether has been generated. Watching from the sidelines, soul-chasing Seong turned to the Dark Emperor with a nostalgic smile. Look at them. Our disciples are dueling with the martial arts we've spent our entire lives perfecting. From a master's point of view, this is a beautiful sight, isn't it? The ether swirled violently in the air, a visible storm of power. In that very moment, Baek-ilha, still meditating, suddenly released a powerful surge of energy. The system confirmed. Baek-ilha's innate core energy is being restored. Another message followed. You have met the copy conditions. You have succeeded in copying heavenly demon divine arts. Due to Jin-hyuk's high level of understanding, the skill rank was adjusted. A final message appeared before him. Heavenly demon divine arts, 10-star. Acquisition difficulty, SS. Description: a divine martial art composed of 12 foundational techniques. Its destructive force is on par with that of a divine being. Jin-hyuk's eyes widened with joy. A 10-star technique? This is the first time I've ever acquired such a high-level version of the heavenly demon divine arts. At that moment, Baek-ilha stood up and bowed his head to Jin-hyuk. I am greatly indebted to you. Thank you. The Dark Emperor, seeing the Supreme himself bow, was stunned. Unbelievable. The Supreme bowed. That's the highest form of appreciation he can offer. Jin-hyuk, you're truly something. I'm jealous of my own disciple. But Jin-hyuk shrugged it off casually. Don't make such a big deal out of it, old man Baek. There's still plenty left to do. Both Ilha and the Dark Emperor stared at Jin-hyuk, bewildered at how casually he was treating such a rare show of respect. Jin-hyuk continued, more serious now. Both of you are still weak right now. You need to focus entirely on recovering your strength. He turned his thoughts inward. Baek-ilha, through your memories I saw everything. The battles you fought, the sacrifices you made to protect the middle floors, and more importantly, I saw where you aimed when you threw the crown of tyranny. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy swept across the area. Everyone froze. Jin-hyuk immediately activated a barrier in response. From the skies above, a giant dragon descended. And riding atop it was none other than Samaja. With a calm but menacing tone, he spoke. Even from 1,000 ri away, I could feel it, that vulgar energy. The unmistakable clash of opposing forces. His eyes locked onto Baek-ilha. It's been a long time, Supreme. Have you been well? The tension in the air exploded. And with that, the episode came to a dramatic close. If you want to watch the next part as soon as today, and gain early access to all upcoming episodes, don't forget to join the channel membership or Patreon for just 99 cents. Thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe, and stay tuned for more epic battles from the tower and beyond.